Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Once activated, this component can, to some extent, limit the speed advantage of the Storm Eagles and also eliminate the influence of the storm phenomena. Confident in this special orange component, She-Man was quite sure, without it, their team wouldn't have dared to frequently target the main source of Storm Mica over the past 3 years. If not for the male Storm Eagle being so strong, causing their peak cruiser, equipped with 4th rank enhanced orange warship armor and a purple energy shield, to fail to withstand more than 3 minutes, they would have had no need to trouble outsiders. Having established this, Sonkai no longer hesitated. Okay, then let's act together in a month. Seeing Sonkai agree so quickly, the members of the Man-Fang team were very happy. They had a deep trust in Sonkai, the director of the Ducal Powerhouse. Having settled this matter, Sonkai also requested to see the reward. He needed to be certain that the other party indeed possessed the Sand of Time resource, otherwise, wouldn't he just be working for others for free? Although he could easily dominate the other party with his power, he still wanted to confirm it. Only after the other party took out 5 kilograms of Sand of Time did he feel relieved. Chenxing Yang Continent, Sky Rush Valley. Upon returning to the estate, Sonkai immediately entered the ruins market, clutching the ether crystal, eager to advance the Zhutian ruins market. But before officially beginning the advancement, Sonkai had one thing to do. And that was to enhance the stealth light platform in the extra configurations of the market from level 25 to level 30. This component was a purple one, with its sole purpose being to conceal brilliance. This time the market was advancing to 3rd rank, and to ensure no accidents, he needed to enhance the stealth light platform to 3rd rank. After the enhancement was done, he then opened the market panel. All conditions have been met. Do you confirm the start of the market upgrade? Confirmed. With his agreement, the market beneath his feet immediately began to quake slightly, just as it had on the previous 2 occasions. Feeling this familiar tremor, Sonkai was pleased, knowing this wasn't a dream. The Zhutian ruins market was truly about to advance to 3rd rank. Amid the violent trembling, a burst of intense radiance also followed, filling the entire market space in an instant. Sonkai was no stranger to this scene. The previous 2 advancements of the market also looked the same. The first time even attracted a number of void demons exceeding 4 figures, almost causing the entire Zhutian ruins market to be obliterated. But ever since the stealth light platform was equipped, the intense radiance could no longer extend outside of the Zhutian ruins market, nor attract the attention of void demons. When the radiance dissipated, Sonkai's vision was once again greeted with the properties panel of the Zhutian ruins market. At the bottom of this panel, there was a new prompt. The time needed for this advancement is 3 days, with 71, 59, 15 remaining. Seeing this timer, Sonkai thought to himself that it seemed the time needed for each major upgrade of the market was gradually increasing. He remembered that the last upgrade only required 2 days. However, he was not in a rush. He had waited for more than a decade. What were 3 more days? As always, Sonkai summoned Kaikayan, continuing to cultivate his guidance technique using the spectral energy cultivation platform on the warship. Although he had ceased the cultivation of the guidance technique during his 10 years in the Dragon Spine secret realm, his body never stopped the passive refining from the internal spectral energy. Moreover, the fire ethorn fruit he consumed before had already taken his guidance technique to a considerable distance into level 31. Now, after 10 years, his guidance technique had subtly reached the peak of level 31, and he believed he would soon be able to challenge level 32. Alternating between cultivating the guidance technique and visualization, the fulfilling days passed quickly, and 3 days went by in no time. On this day, the unusual trembling of the ground suddenly vanished, and catching this, Sonkai immediately accessed the market attributes panel. If he guessed right, the market should have completed its upgrade. When the market attributes panel appeared, and Sonkai's gaze captured the level 30 inches entry, his anxious heart finally settled down. But before inspecting the specific changes to the market, he first strengthened the market level several more times, only stopping once it reached level 34. Having been stuck at level 29 for so long, the trading volume of rank 3 floating lands origin energy accumulated by the ruins market itself was substantial, which is why the level could be directly raised to level 34. But that was not the end. As the Ruins Market reached level 34, the All Attributes Cultivation Room, Ultra Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, and Spectral Energy Protective Array naturally could not be left behind, and Sonkai also spent hundreds of points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin energy to upgrade both to level 34. After being enhanced to level 34, the increase in attributes of these three was significant. Compared to the previous level 29, it was like night and day. Name: All Attributes Cultivation Room, Level 34, Effect: Creatures of rank 3 and below, when cultivating in the room, have their cultivation speed increased by 1,280%. When a cultivator is practicing spectral energy cultivation, their cultivation speed is increased by 2,560%. Upgrade requirement: Ruins Market Level 35, 100 points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Name: Ultra Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, Level 34, Effect: Once activated, it randomly deploys 170 spatial gates to the Shattered Starry Sea that allow entrance to and from the Ruins Market. Each space gate lasts for 24 hours with a buffer time of 720 hours. Upgrade requirement: Ruins Market Level 35, 100 points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Name: Spectral Energy Protective Array, Level 34, Effect: Automatically absorbs void energy to form a semicircular protective light screen. Defense: 150,000. Shield value: 15 million out of 15 million. Post-overload buffer: 20 minutes. Note: the origins of this component came from a great power of the immortal domain civilization in the Starry Sea. Upgrade requirement: Ruins Market Level 35, 100 points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Looking at the 2,560% enhancement in spectral energy cultivation provided by the All Attributes Cultivation Room, Sonkai felt somewhat emotional knowing that even a level 32 warship's spectral energy cultivation platform offered only an 820% enhancement. With such astonishing cultivation enhancement, it could be foreseen that his progression in guidance technique would break through level 32 very swiftly. As for the Ultra Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, it can now deploy 170 spatial gates. As long as luck isn't terribly poor, the number of alien races attending each subsequent Ruins Market trades would likely be no less than 3,000 or 4,000, and with a bit of good fortune, even surpassing 5,000 is possible. The key point being, after the Ruins Market advanced to the third rank alien races could also enter the Ruins Market, which is believed to greatly improve the quality of the market's trades. The last of them, the Spectral Energy Protective Array, albeit having the lowest presence possibly going unused for a decade, is the most reassuring setup for Sonkai. Looking at the shield value as high as 15 million, he felt completely at ease. After upgrading these three aspects, Sonkai then moved over to the nearby Spirit Mechanism Synthesis Platform. With the market's advancement to the third rank, the Spirit Mechanism Synthesis Platform could also be strengthened to third rank. Once it had been raised to the third rank, the effects of the Spirit Mechanism Synthesis Platform reached a new level. By inputting 1 million points of rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy into the platform, one could synthesize 10,000 points of rank 1 Floating Lands Origin Energy. By inputting 10,000 points of rank 1 Floating Lands Origin Energy, one could synthesize 1,000 points of rank 2 Floating Lands Origin Energy, and by putting in 1,000 points of rank 2 Floating Lands Origin Energy, you could synthesize 100 points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy. If you then input 100 points of rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy, you could synthesize 10 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy. Once he confirmed the platform's effects, even though he had already suspected as much, Sonkai found it hard to stay calm. An income of 100 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy each month was no small sum. Although it required burning through 1 million points of rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy, Sonkai wasn't concerned. He now possessed more than 9 digits worth of rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy, making 1 million truly insignificant. Moreover, with the current rank 3 Ruins Market trades, each cycle was likely to bring him more than 1 million points of rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Chapter 574, 2 Spatial Anchor Points and Ruin Market Listing Command. After checking out these configurations, Sonkai walked along the central street to the inn located just beside the free vending area. However, he soon felt disappointed. Despite the Ruins Market being promoted to the third rank, the inn had not undergone any changes. It still had 3 floors. This meant that apart from the second floor's Ruins Market guest rooms and the third floor's market walking rooms, there were no new rooms in the inn after the promotion, and thus, naturally, there could be no new bazaar tokens. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie, but Sonkai did not dwell on it. His gaze quickly moved to the detailed attributes panel of the Zhutian Ruins Market. Based on the previous two promotions, with each great rank advancement of the market, multiple configurations would change. Since the IN hadn't changed this time, the changes must have occurred in other configurations or features. Name, Zhutian Ruins Market, Ruins Market Master, Sonkai, Level 34, Specification, 10,800 meter in length, 10,800 meter in width, Basic Configuration, 220 shops, 1 vending area measuring, 2,400 meter in length, 2,400 meter in width, 1 3-story inn, 1 level 34 all attributes cultivation room, efficiency doubled during spectral energy cultivation, 1 level 34 spectral energy protection formation, 1 level 34 ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform, 1 rank 3 spirit mechanism synthesis platform, additional configuration, stealth light platform, purple, level 30, 1 out of 14, feature 1, averting misfortune, allows free movement within the void, naturally avoiding disasters, feature 2, spatial anchor point. Allows setting 2 coordinate anchor points in any different star domains of the Shattered Starry Sea. Upgrade requirement, 150 points of rank 3 floating lands origin energy, Ruins market trade volume of 50,000, 47,500 out of 50,000, points of rank 3 floating lands origin energy. Carefully inspecting the attributes panel, Sonkai inwardly exclaimed as expected. Although there had been no changes to the IN configuration, the number of spatial anchor points that could be set with the spatial anchor point feature had reached 2. This meant that in the future, Sonkai could permanently set one of them on the Dragon Spine continent, making it his safest retreat when exploring the alien star domain. The other could serve as a stepping stone for exploring any part of the alien star domain, without any concern for exploration time. One could imagine that Sonkai's operational leeway in the future would be incredibly vast. After the excitement, he frowned slightly. An additional anchor point for the spatial anchor point feature was certainly a great thing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was lacking in this market promotion. After careful thought, he increasingly felt it wasn't a case of overthinking but that there indeed was an issue. During the first Ruins Market advancement, the Ruins Market guest token and spatial anchor point feature were added. For the second Ruins Market advancement, the Ruins Market walking rank and the spirit mechanism synthesis platform were added. But in this third Ruins Market advancement, it seemed only an extra coordinate for the spatial anchor point feature was added, without a second new configuration appearing. Could I have missed something? After scanning the Ruins Market attributes panel a few more times to confirm there were no other omissions, he started to stroll around the market. Very soon, having confirmed there were no other changes, Sonkai entered a shop. After the Ruins Market advanced to the third rank, the number of shops in the inn had reached 220. Even though Sonkai had acquired quite a few items for the various shops over the years, nearly 100 shops were now empty again, which was somewhat distressing for him. Renting these shops out to other alien species was an option. However, cumulatively, there were only 20 Ruins Market guest tokens and Ruins Market walking ranks, limiting the number of shops that could be rented out. Just as he walked into one of the newly vacant shops, Sonkai's eyes lit up. Within the empty shop, there were 10 tokens floating in the air, similar to the Ruins Market guest token and Ruins Market walking rank, except these tokens were colored iron black. Approaching, Sonkai picked up one of the tokens. He quickly learned about this black iron token. Name, Ruin Market listing command, belonging, Zhutian Ruins Market, effect, any creature obtaining this consignment token, regardless of their location in the Shattered Starry Sea, can list their unique goods for sale online when the Ruins Market trading session begins. Creatures entering the Ruins Market will be able to purchase these items at the listed price set by the seller. After an item is sold, the online lister must pay a 30% consignment tax of the sale price to the Ruins Market master. After each Ruins Market trading session ends, any unsold listed items will automatically return to the lister. Limitation: a single consignment token can list up to 10 different goods. Within a single round of Ruins Market trading, the same listed goods can be resupplied unlimitedly, but cannot be withdrawn. Introduction: a product derived from the Zhutian Ruins Market, it possesses unimaginable abilities. Note: only the Ruins Market Master has the authority to issue consignment tokens. Note 2: the Ruins Market Master has the power to retrieve the consignment token at any time. After reading through the entire attributes of the consignment token, Sonkai pondered thoughtfully. At first glance, the most significant purpose of the consignment token seemed only to increase the diversity of goods in the market. However, this very aspect was extremely important for the market itself. Moreover, there might occasionally be rare special resources or even Starry Sea oddities that appear. Coupled with the 30% revenue tax, it seemed to significantly boost Sonkai's gains from each trading session. Thinking thus, he quickly toured the entire Ruins Market and eventually found that there were 100 consignment shops in total. Counting them all, there were 1,000 consignment tokens, enough to distribute to 1,000 different alien species. If all these 1,000 consignment tokens were issued, it could mean up to 10,000 different goods could be added to the market transactions. The potential business that could be brought to the market was substantial. Chapter 575, 2 Spatial Anchor Points and Ruin Market Listing Command. Thinking of this, Song Kai's eyes brightened, and after careful consideration, he quickly realized that although he could actively retract the consignment tokens across the endless star domains and galaxies, it would be prudent to establish clear retrieval rules. These would allow for the most effective use of these 1,000 consignment tokens. Just imagine, if there were no rules set and an alien race acquired one of these consignment tokens, they might inflate the price of their local star domains commonly found mineral resources by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, to sell them. If the sale succeeded, they would make a huge profit, and if not, they would just wait for the next opportunity. In that case, what would be the point of distributing consignment tokens? Only by ensuring that the alien species understood that setting the online consignment prices at an appropriate level would allow them to sell their goods while still making a decent profit, instead of the goods going unsold indefinitely until the consignment token was taken back by the ruins market, could the tokens be effectively utilized. After much thought, Song Kai, wielding the authority of the ruins market lord, added a new annotation to the back of the token. Note 3. For each transaction using a consignment token in the ruins market, if the transaction value is in the last tenth of all distributed consignment tokens, the token will be actively retrieved by the ruins market. The meaning behind this annotation was that, for instance, if 200 consignment tokens were issued, the alien race whose transaction value ranked in the last 20 during the next consignment period would have their consignment tokens reclaimed by the market after the transaction. By the same logic, if 1,000 consignment tokens were issued, then the bottom 100 would be reclaimed. This would not only instill a sense of urgency in the alien races that received consignment tokens, but also subconsciously deter them from pricing their wares too high, because if they did, they would naturally struggle to sell them, and their successful transaction value would be low, ultimately resulting in the ruins market taking back their consignment tokens. As for the distribution rules of these consignment tokens, Song Kai would select suitable alien species during each round of transactions in the ruins market, or choose from those who did not acquire a ruins market guest token, or ruins market walking rank, but still had high expenditures. Beyond establishing the distribution and retrieval rules for the consignment tokens, Song Kai also considered whether these tokens would affect the value of the ruins market guest token and ruins market walking rank. After all, both the guest rank and travel command required exchange with strange objects, whereas the consignment tokens were freely issued. Therefore, it was crucial to consider the thoughts and feelings of the guest rank and travel command holders. In the end, he concluded that there would be no impact. The reason was simple. What is the greatest advantage of holding a guest rank and travel command? Naturally, it is the ability to physically enter the Zhutian ruins market, thereby clearly understanding the price details of each transaction, which allows them to sell high or buy low and make substantial profits. However, the consignment tokens were different, being intended for alien races who could not re-enter the ruins market. Lacking insight into the pricing details of each transaction in the market, they could only take their chances when consigning goods, which could potentially lead to the reclamation of their tokens. Even if they earned a profit, the amount would be very limited each time. Lastly, the introduction of consignment tokens also increased the options for holders of guest rank and travel command when purchasing various goods, potentially increasing their profits from each ruins market transaction, which should be beneficial for them. After sorting through the various changes following the advancement of the ruins market, Song Kai stepped out of the empty shop, satisfied, and quickly made his way to the All Attributes cultivation room. With a 2,560% cultivation boost, Song Kai believed it would not take long for his guidance technique to break through to level 32. Yet, before he could even step into the cultivation room, he quickly made another discovery. A discovery that was somewhat exciting to him. As the ruins market advanced to the 3rd rank, he abruptly noticed a subtle difference throughout the entire ruins market secret realm. Previously, in a rush to check the configurations and features of the ruins market, he hadn't noticed, but now, as his mood settled, he quickly spotted the difference. Is this secret realm laws? His spiritual focus sharpened suddenly, and countless points of divine thought spread out from his mind, quickly surging towards the hidden secret realm laws around him. As soon as the points of divine thought touched these secret realm laws, Song Kai's eyes filled with intense surprise. The secret realm laws, which had been impossible to comprehend and resonate with before, were now responding to him. Song Kai distinctly felt that, with the enhancement of these secret realm laws, his speed of law comprehension had significantly increased. Although this improvement was nowhere near as astonishing as the display of the primordial laws in the Dragon Spine's secret realm, it was still far beyond his own normal self-directed comprehension. He retracted the points of divine thought, while simultaneously inducing the secret realm laws to enhance his own body. Soon, he located the presence of the law of spatial origin. When his divine thought touched this strand of the law of spatial origin, Sonkai began to carefully feel his own progress in comprehending the space law. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again, now with an answer in his heart. With the enhancement of the law of spatial origin from the Ruins Market secret realm, it was possible to achieve the effect of using a low-level space law crystal for comprehension in the outside world, and if a low-level space law crystal was used for enhancement in the Ruins Market secret realm itself, the comprehension speed could be expected to reach the normal comprehension rate within the Dragon Spine secret realm. Of course, the focus was normal comprehension in the Dragon Spine secret realm, which did not take into account the enhancement from an intermediate space law crystal. Normally, the speed of law comprehension in the Dragon Spine secret realm is 0.1% in 5 years, and for space law, about 0.1% in 8 years. This meant that if Sonkai were to spend years in the Ruins Market secret realm, supplemented with a low-level space law crystal, he would only need 8 years to improve by 0.1% in his law comprehension degree. Another extremely important point was that comprehending laws in the Ruins Market secret realm did not give that sense of awkwardness, nor was there any deficiency in the laws that could make it impossible to revert to the Starry Sea law after a long period of comprehension. Compared to the Dragon Spine secret realm, this was much stronger. As an explanation for this, Sonkai's own guess was singular. The status of the Ruins Market secret realm surpassed the Dragon Spine secret realm, and the reason why its law comprehension enhancement was less effective than that of the Dragon Spine secret realm was simple. The Ruins Market secret realm itself had been severely damaged and was just now recovering to the 3rd rank, and naturally, it could not compare to a primordial level secret realm. Having confirmed this, Sonkai's mood lifted even further, as it meant his path to the laws would be much smoother in the future, and he might even advance at a speed far surpassing that of other beings to the end of the path of laws. This would save him a great deal of time while gaining him terrifying combat power. Besides, Sonkai even saw the possibility of comprehending multiple laws at once, as all sorts of laws were present in the Ruins Market secret realm, including the time law. However, as for the simultaneous comprehension of multiple laws, he had not yet made up his mind. All he knew so far was what Song Zhuangkang had mentioned before. Comprehending multiple laws at the same time would increase the difficulty exponentially. As for the other aspects, whether there were benefits, how much the difficulty would increase, and what kind of enhancement multiple laws would bring to the torch worship, he was completely unaware of all of this. Because of this, he knew he must not choose blindly. Later, when he returned to the family, he would have to proactively consult with the family head or the ancestors to clarify all the relationships and then make the final decision. 20 days later, Sonkai, who had already reached the peak of level 31, successfully broke through to level 32 in the guidance technique. It was all thanks to the All Attributes Cultivation Room. The 2560% ghost energy cultivation enhancement was not just talk. If he had continued to cultivate with the ghost energy cultivation platform on the Kaikaian, it would have taken at least 1 more month to see results. After the breakthrough, he took the time to familiarize himself with the changes in his physique within the cultivation room until he had mostly adapted by the 3rd day, at which point he finally left the Ruins Market. And at that moment, there were still 4 days until his 1-month agreement with the Man Feng Squad. Chapter 576, The Storm Giant Eagle. Time passed quickly, and 4 days were but a blink of an eye. Atop the Dragon Spine shop building, on the highest floor. Your Highness, do we need to deploy a security team from the store? Song Yufeng's words were not exhaustive, but he was subtly suggesting that the Barbaric Fang team was not weak and it was still necessary to be prepared for the unexpected. In response, Sonkai gently shook his head. No need, I have my own arrangements. The reason he refused was twofold. He was confident in the Kangqiang and in himself, and he had already made preparations. Not to mention a second spatial anchor point from the Ruins Market had already been set up in the Skyrush Valley, and Wang Zhen, along with his howling wolf roaring tiger, was currently inside the Kangqiang on the roof. Even if he was a 4th-ranked torch ship captain who had diluted his rank a bit, just one Zulu warship, plus the Kangqiang itself, would suffice to discipline the Barbaric Fang team if they dared to have any ulterior motives in a matter of minutes. I came today to ask for your help in purchasing those Starry Sea oddities in the Holy Star City market which cannot be turned into ship-mounted components. Purchase them regardless of their quality, as long as they fall within the normal market price range. The higher the quality, the better. Hearing Song Kai's words, Song Yufeng's pupils blinked, slightly puzzled, but he still nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Your Highness. He wanted to say more, but a radiant light flickered from the ancestral torch aperture on Song Kai's forehead, and then 3 exceptionally bright lights shot out. When Song Yufeng clearly saw the contents within the 3 bright lights, even as the deputy manager of the Dragon Spine Shop's Holy Star City main store for many years, he couldn't help but show a deep shock in his eyes. Because the items within the 3 glows were not starry sea oddities or ship-mounted components, but rather floating lands origin energy, a very large quantity of it in each cluster. 70 million points of rank 0 floating lands origin energy, 20 million points of rank 1 floating lands origin energy, and 1 million points of second rank floating lands origin energy. These are the initial funds for the purchase. If the funds are fully used up, you can notify me for more. After listening to Song Kai's explanation, Song Yufeng felt even more astonished. Such a terrifying quantity of floating lands origin energy as initial capital? Just how many strange objects does the 7th prince intend to buy? By normal conversion rates, these are worth more than 10,000 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. What does this signify? In the family merit hall, 1 strand of 4th rank floating lands origin energy requires 2 golden merit points. 10,000 strands would exceed 20,000 golden merit points, which is enough to exchange for 20 standard red components. If traded for the same rank of epic treasures that cannot be turned into ship-mounted components, one could purchase more than 40 items, and with some negotiation, even 50 might be possible. Considering this, Song Yufeng gained a new understanding of Song Kai's family wealth. Of course, this was just a standard calculation. In reality, it's very difficult to trade low-rank floating lands origin energy for high-rank floating lands origin energy on the market, let alone for orange glory or red epic high-rank components. Although he didn't know why the 7th prince was purchasing so many starry sea oddities that couldn't be turned into ship-mounted components, adhering to the principle of asking less and doing more, he quickly agreed to the request. As for the rapid change in Song Yufeng's emotions, Song Kai was completely unaware. His thought process couldn't have been simpler. Holy Star City's market was astounding, with countless starry sea oddities traded every day. He just happened to be pondering over how to spend these low-rank floating lands origin energies in his hands. It would be a disservice to this perfect opportunity not to make a large-scale purchase while he had the chance. Originally, Song Kai planned to have Wang Zhen make the purchases after his return, but considering that a single person's efficiency couldn't possibly compare with that of a behemoth shop such as the Dragon Spine shops, he decided to entrust the task to Song Yufeng in order to acquire as many strange objects as possible. Before leaving, he added one last thing. If possible, please prioritize purchasing the strange objects of high quality. Atop the Dragon Spine shop building, the fully revealed Kangekyō soared into the sky. The warship, enveloped in a 5-colored shield, gradually vanished into the depths of the clouds under the watchful eyes of countless people in Holy Star City. The news of his joint action with the Barbaric Fang team was not a secret. The upper echelons could easily find out with a little investigation. Stealthy behavior would have seemed petty. As a result, the whole Holy Star City was suddenly abuzz with activity. Quick, I want to know this person's exact whereabouts within a day. Investigate, see where this Song family's 7th child has gone. Barbaric Fang team? 4th level Storm Continent? Keep a close eye on this news channel, and try to clarify the actual combat power of this Songchi's flagship. Among the clouds, the Kangekyō and the captain of the Barbaric Fang team's Wind Barbarian successfully rendezvoused, accompanied by 2 escort ships designated for subsequent transfers. According to the agreed exploration time, this trip to the Storm Continent would last no more than 20 days at most. While the Barbaric Fang team initially planned for more than a month, considering the conflict with Answai's birthday celebration, Song Kai had reduced it to 20 days. Are you ready, Prince Songchi? 3 beams of light sprang from the Wind Barbarian, firmly connecting the 4 warships. The Wind Barbarian initiated the Alien Star Domain launch first, followed by the Kangekyō and the 2 escort ships jointly activating it. Humming. With intense humming, the 4 warships vanished into the mist almost simultaneously. In the pitch-black Alien Star Domain, on the outskirts of a starry sea floating land beset with alien storm phenomena, the 4 warships materialized out of nowhere. Chapter 577, Storm Giant Eagle. As the guidance technique broke through to the 3rd rank, Song Kai's physical constitution had already become extraordinary. Although the side effects of being transported across tens or hundreds of billions of light years were unavoidable, he could recover almost instantly. Gazing through the battleship's projection screen, the sight of the massive floating land interwoven with endless thunderstorms and hurricanes below, even having heard of it before, still sparked a flicker of amazement in Song Kai's eyes. During his higher education at Torch, he had heard numerous times about starry sea floating lands with special astronomical phenomena, which were said to produce unique resources corresponding to their attributes. Moreover, in the past 20 years of his career as a Torch ship captain, He had not only heard about the existence of such special starry sea floating lands more than once, like the fire elemental world, home to fire elemental life, which was also a starry sea floating land with a fire attribute phenomenon. But this was indeed his first time witnessing it in person. As for that yellow sand floating continent from before, although it was also plagued with sandstorms, it did not count as a floating land with special phenomena, because it was not naturally formed but had slowly become that way after extensive devastation by the insect race. Judu. Upon establishing communication with the Wind Barbarian, they quickly sent over a partial map of the Storm Continent. It wasn't that they were being cautious around Sonkai, but rather that the Barbarian Fang team had only discovered the Storm Continent a little over a decade ago, and they themselves had not yet mapped out the entire continent in detail. On the other hand, the doors of the two escort ships opened, and nearly 10 cruiser captains leaped out, along with the Kaikaiang and Wind Barbarian, making up a total of 9 cruisers. These were also the 9 main combat powers that would directly face the Storm Giant Eagle race in what was to come. Inside the Kaikaiang, Sonkai did not speak, he was waiting for Shiman's arrangement. The other team had visited the Storm Continent many times and fought the Storm Giant Eagles on several occasions. He believed they must have a detailed action plan, and as it was his first time coming to assist in the combat, it was best to passively accept their arrangement. Of course, this referred to reasonable arrangements. If the other side completely disregarded the situation of the Kaikaiang, Sonkai would object immediately. Prince Songshi, next, our team will activate a special group invisibility component. Make sure not to resist it. After the words, Sonkai felt an inexplicable energy suddenly envelop the entire Kaikaiang, followed by a prompt from the abnormal status purifier component in his ear. A special additional status detected, suspected to be stealth enhancement. Confirm purification? A group invisibility component capable of covering nearly 10 cruisers clearly could not be an ordinary blue component, it was at least a purple quality component enhanced to the rank 3 or above. However, the abnormal status purifier now was equally remarkable, having undergone a quality enhancement, its effects were becoming more amazing. If Sonkai wished, the Kaikaiang could break free from this group invisibility status at any time. Although the Kaikaiang also had a purple quality, void membrane, capable of hiding itself, since Sonkai did not actively withdraw from the fleet, having multiple layers of invisibility even if the void membrane was only barely strengthened to the 4th rank was always better. Under the effect of the group invisibility, the 9 cruisers quickly plunged into the floating land filled with thunderstorms and hurricanes below. Above this level 4 floating land, thunderstorms and hurricanes were ubiquitous, making it impossible for the 9 warships to effectively dodge. They had to endure the harsh environment and march deeper. Wing. Sonkai could feel the trembles of the Kaikaiang's hull. The ship was somewhat struggling to stabilize itself under the terrible hurricanes. Even the Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield's shield value on the ship's surface was slowly decreasing. However, with the triggering of the Neutron Star Core Pulse feature, it could quickly replenish. It was fortunate that all ships in the fleet were cruisers which were basically sufficient to proceed steadily through this hostile environment. Under the leadership of the Wind Barbarian, the 9 warships flew tens of thousands of kilometers when suddenly a voice appeared in the fleet's magnetic wave group chat, a reminder from an ordinary rank 3 cruiser captain of the Barbarian Fang team. Boss, the tracking mark indicates that the Storm Giant Eagle group has migrated again. We need to head left, about 1,000,000 kilometers or so. Due to the extreme storm interference, the tracking capacity of tracking components was significantly reduced, so only now the specific location of the target group was tracked. 2 days later, the fleet finally arrived at the target area after a slow but steady pursuit. No way could the cruiser ships advance quickly over the continent, the hurricane's eye was simply too numerous, which is why it took 2 days to complete the journey. Upon approaching the vicinity of the target species, the cruising radar revealed that the 4th rank Storm Giant Eagle was not among the group, it seemed to have gone out hunting. Regarding this, Sonkai thought to himself that their luck was good, as this should be the best opportunity to make a move. That 4th rank Storm Giant Eagle has left, so let's wait a while and be very careful not to expose ourselves prematurely. Shiman's sudden comment filled Sonkai's eyes with confusion. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to act? Why wait? Seeming to notice the confusion in his eyes, Shiman quickly explained, Your Highness Songshi, it's like this, the male Storm Giant Eagle has a special sense with the female eagles in the group. Once it is trapped, the 4th rank male will immediately sense it and will summon its kind at the first opportunity. The number of Storm Giant Eagles on the Storm Continent is abundant. 2 years ago, this male eagle summoned 8 of its peers, and during that event, our squad lost 2 cruisers. Sonkai fell silent, unsure of what to say. 8 4th rank Storm Giant Eagles, and the added blessing of the level 4 floating land's original rules beneath their feet, even the Kaikaiang might struggle to cope. The team waited another 3 days. When the fourth-rank Maelstrom Giant Eagle returned, the 9 cruiser ships, which had been prepared for action, immediately sprang into motion. Of course, the Wind Barbarian was the first to act, with its specialized component designed to deal with the fourth-rank Storm Giant Eagle being the main method of attack. As this component activated, Sonkai found that the surrounding 1,000 miles of territory were all sealed off by a special spherical spatial barrier. Upon seeing this, Sonkai immediately thought of the starlight projector component aboard his grandfather's flagship, the furious Battle Mad Lion. That orange component too had a very similar feature. Chirp chirp chirp. Before he could ponder any more, sharp cries of eagles were already spreading from the distant vault of heaven. Prince Songshi, our squad can spare 2 cruisers to assist you, please. Midway through their tactical group chat and before Shi-Man could finish, Sonkai directly interrupted him. No need, just go and secure that storm mica, and leave this eagle to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kaikaian, radiating 5-colored light, soared into the sky, charging straight at the fourth-rank Storm Giant Eagle. Within this shielding space, the endless thunderstorms and hurricanes were greatly weakened. Without these 2 influences, even if the enemy was enhanced by level 4 floating land rules, Sonkai was still confident. After all, he only needed to hold it off, not kill it. To tell the truth, taking down this peak 4th-rank Storm Giant Eagle, which currently had the combat power of the peak of the 4th rank, wouldn't be too difficult for the Kaikaian. Although the blessings from the floating land's origin energy rules granted it the combat power of the peak of the 4th rank, the law of wind it controlled was still at a normal 4th rank level, possessing merely life energy with no real deterrence to the Kaikaian. Yet, this would likely require the use of a neutron star fission from the Perusa Zen seal, or maybe the mythical mecha form, and so on. Otherwise, it would be a prolonged battle of attrition. Sonkai, who had no desire to reveal his trump card, clearly had no intention of going down that route. Keep in mind that, over the past period, news that he would soon join the Baron Feng squad for an exploration in the alien star domain had been spreading among the top forces. Neither he nor Song Yufeng could have leaked it, so the issue naturally must have arisen from the Baron Feng squad. Where there's one leak, there could be a second. If he exposed his hand here, there's no telling if that information would end up on the records of other powers in the Principality upon his return, something Sonkai definitely did not want to happen. Chapter 578, Cruel. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying hurricane, carrying points of the law of wind, barraged forward, and struck directly upon the energy shield outside of the Kinkian without Sonkai choosing to evade. Instantly, the 5-colored light shield outside the Kinkian dimmed significantly, but it wasn't long before the shield restored itself to normal, giving the impression that it had never been attacked. While the Kinkian charged directly at the Maelstrom Giant Eagle, the 8 cruisers of the Barbarian Feng Squadron also took immediate action, rushing towards the cliff tens of thousands of meters away not far from them. There, over 20 Storm Giant Eagles were perched. Among these Storm Giant Eagles, aside from 5 third-rank female ones, the rest were all fledglings and chicks. The target of the Barbarian Feng Squadron was not only the football-sized Storm Microstone in the Giant Eagle's nest but also these fledglings. The Storm Giant Eagle's lineage was extremely noble, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a quantity of 4th-rank Storm Giant Eagles in the entire Storm continent. Thus, these fledglings were excellent, whether for use as enslaved creatures or for sale. As they sped along, several cruiser captains of the Barbarian Feng Squadron also glanced at the battle above. Upon realizing that the Kankian, which was directly colliding with the 4th-rank Storm Giant Eagle, was hardly at a disadvantage, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that even their squadron's warships, which were fully outfitted with orange warship armor and purple energy shields enhanced to the 4th-rank limit, had been completely suppressed in all aspects in previous encounters with a 4th-rank Storm Giant Eagle. They could only try their best to maneuver about, stalling for time. By this comparison, the gap between them was immediately apparent. Alright, don't think too much about it. He is one of the legitimate scions of the current generation of the Ding Haisong family, having this combat power is normal. Hearing their own captain's words, the cruiser captains didn't say much, they had been prepared mentally and were just expressing their amazement for now. After all, it was not the first time they had seen beings of a similar level. They remembered that 20 years ago, a battle unfolded outside the Chengxing continent's starry skies that few knew of. Although it was also a cruiser battle, the fallout and shock far surpassed that of a common Zulu warship. In that battle, one side was an ultimate cruiser that had prevailed in Holy Star City for hundreds of years, and the challenger was the 6th prince of the Chengxing clan's current generation. They remembered that shortly after this prince's promotion to cruiser captain and rank 3 guidance technique, after only a decade of consolidation, he immediately initiated the battle. Although there was no conclusive outcome, everyone present knew that the prince had won. Had it been only that, it might not have caused such a stir, but after the challenge, That ultimate cruiser that had dominated Holy Star City for hundreds of years, on a subsequent exploration in the alien star domain, faced a recently promoted 4th rank life form with high-level 4th rank combat power, enhanced by the rules of a 4th rank floating land, and killed it head-on. This alone showed that it wasn't that the ultimate cruiser was weak, but rather that the combat power of the prince's flagship was too horrifying. In the Vault of Heaven, the Kangekyō continued entwining with the 4th rank storm giant eagle. The Pure Yang sword beam cannon also fired intermittently, leaving astonishingly large scratches on the storm giant eagle's feather wings, which were as sturdy as high-level alloy. In a certain moment, the 4th rank storm giant eagle seemed to notice the movement of the barbarian Fang squadron below. Intense laws of wind gathered between its wings. A terrifying storm swirled behind it, and concurrently, Sonkai could distinctly feel the speed of the creature surge considerably. Woo, woo, woo. With a flap of its wings, the howling hurricane rapidly swept towards the Kangekyō. This storm, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer and an outer gravity ring extending beyond 10,000 meters, did not move Sonkai. After the brief skirmishes that just occurred, he estimated that this storm giant eagle's grasp of the law of wind was roughly around 5%. Such a degree of law comprehension, which had not even reached minor accomplishment, posed no great threat to the silver energy shield strengthened to the 5th rank. However, taking advantage of the moment when the Kangekyō was distracted by the hurricane, the 4th rank storm giant eagle flapped its wings and was about to blast downwards. In its eyes, the alien species that dared to disturb its skin behind it deserved to die even more. But how could Sonkai let it leave so easily? Several chains imbued with the power of space law pierced through and locked the 4th rank storm giant eagle that sought to help its kin. Feeling itself bound, the storm giant eagle continually let out piercing cries. Wind law once again accumulated on its claws, and together with the divine binding chains, it pounced toward the Kangekyō. Since he had already employed the divine binding chains, taken from the howling wolf roaring tiger, how could Sonkai not anticipate this outcome? Hadn't the Kangekyō responded similarly when it was bound earlier? But the present Kangekyō was different from the furious battle-mad lion. The Kangekyō was equipped with red warship armor strengthened to the 5th rank. Under the pounce of the 4th rank storm giant eagle's claws, it did not sustain much damage. Warship attacked, current warship armor damaged by 7%, please attend to repairs, neutron star core pulse feature activated, warship armor is slowly repairing. Hearing this prompt, Sonkai felt at ease, and at the same time, he secretly thought to himself. Chapter 579, Cruelty. Creatures abiding by the law of wind do indeed fall short in terms of attack damage. Staring at the 4th rank Tempest giant eagles in front of him, Sonkai felt an impulse to simply release the flame giant and cripple them before enslaving them, or else let the howling wolf roaring tiger extract their primordial blood directly. If he were alone, he would certainly do so, but now he could not. Below, 8 cruisers from the barbarous Fang squad had already rushed up the cliff and were fighting with several rank 3 female Tempest giant eagles, while a swarm of soldier figurines poured out from their ships, charging toward the fledgling eagles and the Tempest Cloud mothers. In the Vault of Heaven above, the spatial barrier suddenly trembled, an anomaly that immediately triggered Sonkai's vigilance. The trembling was far from over after one occurrence. Thud, thud, thud. More sounds of trembling came from above, and faint cracks had begun to appear in the spatial barrier above. Sonkai's expression darkened. He surmised that quite a number of 4th rank Tempest giant eagles might be coming to support from outside. Although he did not know how the Tempest giant eagles trapped by the spatial blockade managed to notify the outside world, he could almost be certain that those outside were the enemy reinforcements. With this in mind, Sonkai hurriedly hailed the members of the barbarous Fang squad in the nest below via communication. Grab what you can and go, their reinforcements are coming. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 8 cruiser captains of the barbarous Fang squad changed at once. The scene of losing 2 core team members was still fresh in their memory, which made them dare not to be greedy and decided to take what they had and retreat. We've got the Tempest Cloud Mother, everyone, retreat. As soon as She-Man issued the command, the 8 cruisers quickly and orderly exited the nest on the cliff and then sped away towards the side. 7th Prince, we can retreat now. Good, take down this spatial barrier. Sonkai replied and simultaneously lifted the effect of the divine binding chains. Disappearing along with the divine binding chains was the spherical spatial barrier surrounding them. However, upon seeing the situation above, everyone's faces drastically changed. As Sonkai had expected, the Tempest giant eagles' reinforcements had arrived. However, what was horrifying was that these arriving Tempest giant eagles were uniformly at the 4th rank, and their number was as high as 24. The thought of 24 peak 4th rank Tempest giant eagles was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Sonkai was also somewhat panicked. If the Kangekyō were to fall into the siege of these Tempest giant eagles, The neutron star core armor would undoubtedly not hold out for long. If this was the case for the Kaikaian, then all the more so for the cruisers of the Barbarous Fang Squad. In the warship communication group chat, trembling voices reverberated. Those with control techniques, use them quickly, then split up and run. After losing their pursuit, regroup at the transfer warship base. Brothers, whether we live or die is now up to our own luck. I hope to meet everyone again at the transfer warship base. For a moment, the entire communication group chat was suffused with a heavy atmosphere. Facing 25 peak 4th rank Tempest Giant Eagles, no one could remain indifferent. To that, Sonkai said nothing. Although activating the Pushio Time Realm feature of the Perusa Zen Seal could ensure everyone's safe departure, he was no saint. Firstly, his relationship with this Barbarous Fang Squad was merely one of cooperation, nothing more. Secondly, this Pushio Time Realm was one of his ultimate secret weapons, and revealing it was not desirable. Third, in this team that Sonkai belongs to, there are those who deliberately leak information, which is also a significant concern. Fourth, the buffering time in the Perusa Time Realm is as long as 7 years, and even with the use of Zen Seal, inner speed, it would take nearly a year and a half. Once used, it means he would lose this ultimate trump card for the next year and a half. These 4 points meant that Sonkai could not possibly use the Perusa Time Realm. However, without using the Perusa Time Realm, he could still use another method to delay some time. Hiss hiss hiss. The cold moon snow python fiercely hissed on his shoulder, and in the next second, the Grand Ice Law was released from its serpentine body. In just under 2 seconds, the entire area within several 100,000 meters around the Kaikaian turned into the Frost Kingdom, and the dozens of storm eagles that were flying overhead plunged into this frosty domain, instantly experiencing a sharp decrease in speed. This Frost Kingdom was not merely constructed from the Ice Law, it was one of the cold moon snow python's natural abilities, known as the Frost Domain. However, this situation did not last long. As more and more storm eagles entered the Frost Domain, it quickly reached the verge of collapse and eventually shattered completely. Although the cold moon snow python was at the 4th rank, it had only recently advanced to that level. How could it control over 20 equally ranked storm eagles at the same time? But this was enough. Sonkai's delaying action had allowed the team's 8 cruisers to ascend a great distance in the sky above the distant horizon. And once out of the reach of the storm continent, without the perpetual storm's interference, they could initiate light-speed cruise at any time. By then, shaking off those following storm eagles would not be difficult. As for the Kaikaian, watching the approaching storm eagles with wingspans over 3,000 meters, Sonkai could even clearly see the cold, glittering light on their beaks and talons. However, just as they were about to strike the warship's hull, the Kaikaian suddenly disappeared from its location. When it reappeared, it was already above the continent. It was because of the Void Escape Orb component that Sonkai dared to so boldly delay, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After reappearing, Sonkai no longer hesitated. The light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster operated at full capacity as he sped towards the outer starry space. As for whether members of the team could escape the subsequent pursuit of the Storm Eagles, that was no longer his concern. As an invited assistant, he had done all that honor and duty required. 3 days later, on a large fragment of floating land billions of kilometers away from the storm continent, several cruisers converged. In the warship's communication group chat, Sonkai could clearly sense the melancholy of the members of the team. If his guess was right, the result of the scattered escape was probably not satisfactory, and casualties were very likely unavoidable. However, Shiman was obviously sensible, as he took the initiative to express his gratitude. On behalf of the entire team, I thank your highness. Without those last few seconds of your delay, our team's casualties might have doubled. We cannot thank you enough for such a great favor. If there's ever a need for me, your highness, just say the word. Sonkai nodded slightly and replied lightly. No need for such thanks, I merely delay for a moment, with limited effect. Hearing this, Shiman didn't say more. Although Sonkai's words seemed casual, he was well aware of how critical those seconds were 3 days ago. Without Sonkai, the entire team might have been completely wiped out. He would keep this debt of gratitude in his heart rather than on his lips. Several more days passed, and only one damaged cruiser returned. By now, everyone basically understood that those who could come back were here, those who hadn't returned, likely never would. Sonkai glanced over, and apart from the Kaikaian, there were 5 other cruisers, meaning 3 never made it back. This result left him silent for a long while and served as a stark warning. Exploring the alien star domain was never a matter to be taken lightly. A small mistake could lead to the destruction of a ship and loss of lives. Only by being continuously cautious could one survive in the cruel and vast great era of the starry seas. Several days later, the transfer warship finally arrived. When the captain of the escort ship saw that only 5 cruisers were left of their own squad, His eyes instantly reddened. As members of the same exploration team, they had been together for decades or even a century. They weren't just teammates but more like family. Not long ago, they had just lost 2 members, and now, 3 more. It was difficult for them to accept. In response, Sonkai silently sighed and waited for the others' next steps of integration. As for She-Man and the others, they recalled their warships and then boarded the transfer warship. Chapter 580, Purusa Zenseal Further Enhancement, the opening of the Rank 3 Ruins Market. Perhaps due to the sufficient severity of the losses incurred during this operation, the return journey was free of any accidents. At the zenith of Chengxing Continent's sky, just before the 2 parties separated, Sonkai managed to obtain the sand of time he desired, a precise amount of 5 kilograms. She-Man and the others once again expressed their heartfelt gratitude, after which both parties went their separate ways. One group headed back to North Street while Sonkai made his way to Star Avenue. Having just acquired 5 kilograms of sand of time, Sonkai was keen to enhance the Purusa Zenseal component as quickly as possible. As Kaikaiang's highest quality component at present and possibly for the next several years, decades, or even centuries, elevating its enhancement level sooner rather than later was ideal. However, considering that 20 days had passed, he grew curious about how many starry sea oddities Song Yufeng had acquired and whether any of them were of orange or red quality. His urgency was due to his pressing need for these strange objects to expand his ruins market shop. The upcoming ruins market trade, which would be the first since advancing to 3rd rank, was bound to be substantial. With a significant increase in the number of spatial gates deployed and 3rd-rank alien species now able to enter the market, the trade was guaranteed to be good, possibly even bringing unexpected surprises for him. To maximize the chances of seizing these potential surprises, Sonkai needed to prepare ample trading funds and attractive merchandise. Only then could his competitive edge extend beyond just the ability to use Ruins Market guest tokens and Ruins Market walking rank. Dragon Spine Shops, Song Yufeng's personal office. This seasoned rank 3 torch captain was aglow with spectral energy, which surged through his whole body. His forehead's ancestral aperture suddenly opened, releasing numerous glowing orbs of various colors. In the blink of an eye, the amount of starry sea oddities Song Yufeng extracted exceeded 3 figures. Although white and blue oddities were the majority, there were also not a few of purple quality and above. Out of them, 10 caught Sonkai's attention the most. 3 red, 7 orange. Deep Sea Crown Phantom Disc Golden Halberd Spear, Red Flame Sword Geomagnetic Shield Stone Heart Phoenix Feather Tree Essence Core. Seeing these 10 oddities, Sonkai could hardly contain his joy. They were the confidence boost he needed for his rank 1-3 trade. After meticulously storing these oddities away, Sonkai asked, "Do we still have enough floating lands origin energy?" Song Yufeng nodded. Acquiring these only used up 1/10 of the funds. The floating lands origin energy His Highness provided will support us for quite some time. Without further inquiry, Sonkai turned and sincerely thanked him. Although he was part of the family sequence, Song Yufeng was under no obligation to manage these affairs for him. Such purchasing tasks took considerable time, and well aware of this, Sonkai did not take it for granted. While Song Yufeng outwardly showed no reaction to Sonkai's thanks, inwardly he felt gratified. Given that his own family was also well off, the real reason he had assisted Sonkai so diligently was to cultivate goodwill. Even if he wouldn't benefit directly, it could pave an additional path for his good-for-nothing descendants in the future. Zhutian Ruins Market. Sonkai occupied a battleship summoning room located beneath the Dragon Spine Shops and immediately entered the market. With the market's advancement to 3rd rank, the free trading area no longer required parking the colossal Kaikaiang at a 45-degree angle. Now, with dimensions almost twice that of Kaikaiang, space was ample enough for docking more than 5 cruisers simultaneously. In the battleship's main control room, lights flickered constantly as Sonkai went about enhancing the Purusa Zenseal component. He had already withdrawn his entire annual sequence subsidy, and currently, resources were plentiful. Do you confirm spending 30 points of rank 3 floating lands origin energy plus 65 titanium crystals plus 185 grams of sand of time to enhance Purusa Zenseal from level 30 to level 31? Confirmed. After 10 consecutive attempts, Sonkai had 885 fewer titanium crystals and 2,085 grams less sand of time. However, the Purusa Zenseal component had reached level 40. Purusa Zenseal level 40, quality, gold grade, feature, time resistance plus 5,200, effect, when the equipped battleship is targeted by external time laws, its attacks will autonomously weaken by 50% of their might. Zenseal, external time stop. Consumes 100,000 spectral energy points, targets units within a 1,000 kilometers radius, halting time around them for 5 seconds, cool down time, 400 hours, Fujiwo time realm, slow, consumes 250,000 spectral energy points, forms a time barrier with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers centered on the equipped battleship. Within the barrier, time is slowed by a factor of 8, affecting all movements, reactions, thoughts, and energy transfers of biological entities. Note, the battleship that casts the barrier is unaffected, lasts for 15 minutes, with a cooldown time of 6 years. Although the attributes of the Perusa's seal enhanced to level 40 were impressive, Sonkai still wanted to continue enhancing it. Alas, he had only 1,000 titanium crystals left, insufficient to push the component to level 50. Thus, he shifted his focus to other components. Eventually, the Peeping Spirit Eyes component reached level 50. As the eyes of a torch warship, Sonkai naturally wouldn't allow the space radar to be Kakayan's weak point. However, after upgrading this component, his high-rank resources were nearly depleted again. This made him abandon any further thoughts of enhancing the God-binding chains, imitation component for the time being. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Though he coveted the real divine binding chains, since he couldn't obtain them immediately, he had to settle for this imitation from Wang Zhen for now, just recently enhanced to level 30. Chapter 581, Perusa's seal enhanced again. The Ruins Market opens for the first time at rank 3-2. After handling all the enhancement work, Sonkai attracted the Kakayan, excitedly heading toward the side of the Ruins Market. Soon after, the level 34 ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform was successfully activated. In just 2 seconds, more than 100 swirling portals materialized outside the gates of the Ruins Market. This also signified that the first Ruins Market transaction since ascending to rank 3 had officially begun. Of course, before this, Sonkai had already placed the hundreds of strange objects he had recently obtained into the oddity exchange shop, confident that they would be especially popular this time. Time passed, and a few more minutes went by. Finally, one of the portals was activated. Then, a creature with a human upper body and a fishtail, wielding a sharp spear, and with an entirely black body stepped out from the portal. The moment Sonkai saw this figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This creature was extremely similar to the merfolk he had seen before. However, after observing closely, he quickly realized his mistake. No. Not merfolk, but rather the even rarer deep-sea Naga clan. After scrutinizing it several times, Sonkai came to a final conclusion. The humanoid fish-tailed alien species entering the Ruins Market was indeed not merfolk, but the deep-sea Naga clan. But this wasn't important, because whether it was merfolk or Naga clan, they were both species that lived in bodies of water all year round, which meant that only those starry sea floating lands with vast water areas could nurture such tribes. The only thing on Sonkai's mind right now was the phrase deep-sea clamperl. Since they were from a water-based floating land, it was inevitable that they would not lack deep-sea clamperls, a type of collectible. For the torch ship captain, this item was one of the most valuable among several special resources. Just don't know what rank the starry sea floating land behind this second-rank Naga is. I hope it's as high as possible. Murmuring to himself, Sonkai noticed that the wary second-rank deep-sea Naga had scanned the rules displayed on the Ruins Market's entrance light screen and quickly turned to return to the previously entered portal, disappearing into the market. Seeing this, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was pleased. This meant that the second-rank Naga was not a lone traveler and might have a team behind her, or even a sizable tribe, which was absolutely good news for Sonkai. Not long after the Naga left, other portals were activated, and one after another, familiar and unfamiliar alien species continued to appear in the Ruins Market. Half an hour later, the Ruins Market was already bustling, with more than 1,000 creatures from various star domains having converged. Among them, there were over 100 from the third-rank level Starry Sea alien race, who wandered between the free stall area and various shops, spending generously each time. Compared with those rank 2 and lower alien species, the third-rank level Starry Sea alien race were indeed all quite wealthy. Just from the oddity exchange shop alone, Sonkai received dozens of points of 4th-rank level floating lands origin energy, all of which were obtained from trade with several third-rank alien species for purple relics. Time ticked away, and 2 hours later, Sonkai saw the figures of the deep-sea Naga clan again. However, this time it was not the previous second-rank Naga but over 100 swarmingly entering the market. Among this group of more than 100 Nagas, there were no fewer than 10 at the third-rank level. Sonkai was delighted. With this, it was likely that these deep-sea Nagas not only came from the same large Naga tribe, but the floating land they lived on was at least a 3RD level peak or even 4th or 5th level. It is common knowledge that normal 3RD level and below starry sea floating lands find it very difficult to nurture groups of indigenous species with 10 or more third-rank beings. Sonkai, who had already prepared everything, approached immediately in the guise of a member of the Blue Blood clan. Hello, if I'm not mistaken, You belong to the Deep Sea Naga clan? A standard Starry Sea universal language greeting, which promptly received a response from a third-rank level Deep Sea Naga. Yes, may I ask if you need something? As the other party was fluent in Starry Sea universal language, handling the following matters naturally became easier. Sonkai swiftly began to take out various items from the storage he carried with him. These were things he always carried that might be attractive to aquatic species. His sole purpose was the deep-sea clam pearls, the very old deep-sea clam pearls. The result didn't disappoint, as out of the large pile of items he presented, several caught the attention of the deep-sea Nagas. Do you have more of these resources? We are willing to purchase them in large quantities at the current market price, and we will pay with the deep-sea clam pearls you requested. Of course, as a veteran merchant who has been trading in the Zhujiang Ruins market for over a decade, you need not doubt the supply of goods at my disposal. The key to this transaction is how many deep-sea clam pearls you can offer, and the older the better. With these resources as leverage, Sonkai continued to converse with the third-rank Naga opposite him while his thoughts subtly shifted. The next second, the third-rank humanoid alien race that was left in the summoning room of the warship outside, swiftly came out of the ground and rushed to Song Yufeng's office. There, the humanoid alien quickly relayed the names of the corresponding resources. Song Yufeng, who had been entrusted by Sonkai, quickly understood and issued orders for the allocation and rapid collection of these resources directly from his office. Thereafter, multiple covert channels within the Dragon Spine shops were activated, and a great quantity of irrelevant resources began flooding towards Dragon Spine shops from the market, only to be sent into the Ruins market by the third-rank humanoid alien. Inside the Ruins market, seeing the astonishing quantity of resources casually produced by Sonkai, many third-rank deep-sea Nagas from the deep-sea tribes were shocked. They thought they had already esteemed Sonkai, under the identity of a blue blood, highly. After all, he was a seasoned merchant who had been mingling in the mysterious Zhujiang Ruins market for many years, and handsomely wealthy. Even so, Sonkai's terrifying initiative still collectively stunned them. Just the few resources he had taken out at present were worth far more than the funds they brought with them, not to mention only the deep-sea clam pearls. Accompanying their shock was a well-disguised excitement. Because the resources in front of them were exactly what the forces behind them were desperately lacking, even scarce throughout their entire sea area. If they could get their hands on all these resources, they could easily sell them for 5 to 10 times the price back home, thereby making a fortune. Several third-rank Nagas exchanged glances, and then one of the recently ascended rank 3 Nagas quickly turned and swiftly left the Ruins market, obviously to arrange for more funds. As for the subtle maneuvers in their eyes, Sonkai, as the lord of the Ruins market, saw them clearly. He, however, did not plan to raise the price on the fly. Because the current selling price of the few resources was already 10 times the purchase price from Dragon Spine shops, and moreover, what he truly valued were the deep-sea clam pearls they had, he had to make sure they profited too, otherwise the deal would not last. While waiting, Sonkai inquired tentatively. Excuse me for asking, but what is the rank of the floating land behind you? I mean no other implication, just want to see if we have the potential to trade continuously in the future. And allow me to introduce myself, my name is Chuogu, coming from a level 5 starry sea floating land, and the civilization behind me is not lacking in heritage. A level 5 floating land is far from the highest, so you understand, brother, that the energy I can mobilize is quite considerable. Across, several third-rank Nagas looked at each other before one of them spoke indifferently. You can rest assured, mister, the starry sea floating land behind us is by no means weak. If possible, our trade can continue, of course, provided that the Lord of the Ruins market is willing to issue new, Ruins market guest tokens, and, travel commands. Chapter 582, Reappearance of the Silver Legendary Oddity at the North Sea Royal Court. Sonkai's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he already had an idea. After hearing that he was from a 5th-rank starry sea floating land and still managing such a calm and positive response, he guessed that the floating land behind the other party was also very likely not below 5th rank. In such a case, both parties naturally had the basis for long-term transactions. As for the Ruins market guest token, and Ruins market walking rank, he had plenty of ways to let the other party get one themselves. As time passed, it only took dozens of minutes for the rank 3 Naga who had left to return, bringing with it dozens more of the Naga clan, including more than 5 that were rank 3 Naga. Sonkai's gaze narrowed slightly as he focused on one seemingly unremarkable rank 3 Naga. Half-step 4th rank. He could feel the half-step 4th rank life energy fluctuations emanating from this Naga, as well as an even more subtle and powerful energy hidden within its body, which, if he was not mistaken, should be the power of laws that it had comprehended. As a member of the deep-sea tribes, the law of water? Or the law of darkness? After guessing silently in his heart, his interest in this Naga grew even more. Not only because its strength was currently the limit for entering the ruins market, but also because it was gifted. Even Torchlight Humanity, a civilization that was prominent even among the advanced civilizations, called citizens who could perceive the law by rank 3 stage geniuses, what more for those low-rank civilizations? He was sure that this half-step 4th rank Naga must have a remarkable status within the force behind it. However, before he could think further, the newly arrived Nagas took out a staggering number of deep-sea clam pearls from their bodies. 300-year, 500-year, 700-year, 1,000-year. Clam pearls of all kinds of ages were available. Song Kai gathered his spiritual focus and quickly began counting the hundreds to thousands of deep-sea clam pearls. Meanwhile, he also didn't forget to keep a part of his spiritual attention on monitoring that half-step 4th rank Naga. Sure enough, before long it began wandering around the free stall area of the ruins market on its own. Song Kai had no choice but to continue surveillance from a god's eye view while quickly counting the deep-sea clam pearls, which he found delightfully numerous. A few minutes later, the counting was done. 248 clam pearls of 300 years, 52 clam pearls of 500 years, 24 clam pearls of 700 years, 14 clam pearls of 1,000 years, 5 clam pearls of 3,000 years, 2 clam pearls of 5,000 years, a total of 345 clam pearls, indeed a stunning number, but the joy in Song Kai's heart was far from intense. For him, whose guidance technique had already broken through to level 32, the current clam pearls of 1,000 years or less were actually of no use to him. In fact, the truly useful ones were only the 5 3,000-year clam pearls and the 2 5,000-year clam pearls. Of course, they were of no use to him, but he still took them all. Why not, when they could be used by his father, mother, Song Ting, and the tribespeople within his pulse? After a rough estimate, he found the value of these clam pearls to be somewhat less than the various resources he had taken out. After all, with Song Yufeng's full operation, he now had a frightening amount of various resources at his disposal. Moreover, the key was that Dragon Spine Shop's purchasing was still ongoing. The Starry Sea floating land encompasses nearly half of Chengxing Yang continent, where numerous torch ship captains resided, and the number of resources there was horrendously immense. In a short time, Dragon Spine Shops had spent millions of low-rank floating lands origin energy, amassing countless resources. In order to put the minds of these Nagas at ease, Song Kai first handed over corresponding valued resources to them. After all, this was their first time entering the ruins market, and even if backed by the Booth of Regulations, they still couldn't trust it completely. By physically handing over these items to them now, the Nagas could let go of their guard entirely. After a few rank 3 Nagas returned all resources to the outside, Song Kai continued, and these remaining. Do you still want them? Furthermore, I have quite a few more that could be brought over within a few hours. What do you think? The group of rank 3 Nagas could hardly conceal the joy in their eyes and quickly began to discuss the subsequent transaction scheme with Song Kai. According to them, there weren't any deep-sea clam pearls left in the royal court backing them, it was just that gathering them from various sea regions would take time. They needed at least until the next transaction, which is 1 month later, to continue the trade with deep-sea clam pearls. Therefore, both parties could only temporarily switch to other currencies for the transaction. In the end, Song Kai decided on rank 2 at above floating lands origin energy as the trading currency. He initially wanted to set it directly to 3rd or even 4th rank floating lands origin energy, but the other party didn't agree. The higher the rank of the floating lands origin energy, the scarcer it was in any power or civilization. While Song Kai was negotiating with the others, the half-step 4th rank level Naga crossed the free stall area and started going in and out of various shops. Its expression remained unchanged as if all the items it had seen before completely failed to catch its eye until it walked into the oddity exchange shop. The face that had shown no change in emotion for dozens of minutes suddenly displayed shock. It stood still at the entrance of the shop, staring dazedly at the various radiance cast down from directly above the store. Blue, purple, orange, red. This sudden burst of colorful light dazzled the creature. Even for someone of its status, seeing so many high-rank starry sea oddities at once was hard to remain calm. Yet, what truly astonished it the most was the super battleship cannon in the center of the shop, emitting resplendent golden light. Chapter 583, The North Sea Royal Court, the silver legendary oddity reappears 2 gold. A golden sanctuary wondrous item. For the ordinary starry sea alien race, the understanding of a golden sanctuary wondrous item might just be limited to the word rare, but for a being with its origin, it's the one that truly comprehends how scarce a golden sanctuary wondrous item really is. Simply put, to breed a golden oddity, even a 7th rank starry sea floating land would find it difficult, requiring an ancient being that has reached the status of a dominator, nurturing with the power of domination over a long span of time to possibly give rise to one. Or, it could be achieved by an 8th rank starry sea floating land. Speaking of 8th rank starry sea floating lands, Those of the 7th rank level are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the entire Shattered Starry Sea, let alone an even higher rank, the 8th rank floating land. It's said that even a small river system community would struggle to find a single piece of 8th rank floating land after exhausting all its resources. From this, one can understand the rarity of the 8th rank Starry Sea floating land, and by the same logic, the Golden Sanctuary wondrous items that are mostly bred by 8th rank floating lands are also extremely rare. Suppressing the storm of shock in its heart, the half-step 4th rank Naga clan turned its gaze to the other, orange quality and red quality strange objects in the oddity exchange shop. It saw many that were extremely suitable for them, the Naga. After spending nearly an hour in the oddity exchange shop and exiting, the half-step 4th rank Naga clan browsed through several other shops at the fastest speed. Eventually, it took one of each of the 3 types of storage capsules and quickly left the ruins market. As Song Kai observed the emotional changes of the half-step 4th rank Naga clan from beginning to end, his eyes shone with curiosity, wondering whether it would bring him some pleasant surprises upon its return. From close to 2 hours of observation, he was almost certain that this Naga's identity was not ordinary, not just because of the difference brought about by the half-step 4th rank power, but from the essence of difference revealed through its vision and behavior. Because of this, Song Kai indeed had some faint anticipation. However, since the other Naga had already taken out many things for trade, his expectations were not too great. He merely thought that the good items they had were probably not much remaining. Endless Sea Territory, North Sea Royal Court. As one of the deep sea royal families of the Endless Sea Territory, the Naga clan is divided into 4 major royal courts based on their geographical distribution, and the North Sea Royal Court is one of them. However, having already lost the combat power of the last deep sea true king tens of thousands of years ago, the North Sea Royal Court is now the weakest of the 4 courts. Over tens of thousands of years, the days have not been easy, and their jurisdiction's territory has been continuously shrinking. Luckily, the other 3 royal courts have not kicked them while they were down, occasionally lending support, which has enabled the North Sea Royal Court to maintain its current size. On this day, a half-step 4th rank member of the Naga clan came from outside the North Sea Royal Palace, speeding all the way towards the massive doors of the palace that appeared both illusory and real. Seeing this, the intimidating royal court guards did not dare to stop it. Third Highness, Her Majesty the Queen summons you to enter. In the main hall of the North Sea Royal Palace, a female Naga over 10 meters tall, with a face exuding the majestic presence of a superior, spoke indifferently. Dagon, my son, state your purpose. Facing her son, the female Naga on the throne did not show any tenderness. Her tone was indifferent, as if she was questioning a stranger who had intruded. As the reigning North Sea Queen of the Naga, she had too many offspring. Although Dagon was excellent enough to be ranked among the top 3, she still found it hard to pour much emotion into him, for what the North Sea Royal Court needed was not a tender mother-son relationship, but a deep-sea true king strong enough to deter the many different Starry Sea alien races around them. Mother. Dagon recounted in detail what he had seen and heard in the ruins market, emphasizing the existence of the Golden Holy Domain warship cannon. As expected, once the words Golden Sanctuary were uttered, the female Naga at the head of the main hall was immediately attracted by sufficient interest. However, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed again. The gold ship cannon, being a weapon, was inevitably a trump card that could help the royal court turn the tide. Yet, the North Sea Royal Court of today was not what it used to be. They no longer had an oddity of equal value to trade or borrow from others. Dagon, you know that the royal court has already. Having considered for a long time, Dagon interrupted his mother and said instead, of course, your son understands, but what I am referring to is not this gold ship cannon, but those red and orange oddities in the ruins market. Among these oddities, I have seen weapons perfectly suited for our Naga, such as the red epic relic, Deep Sea Crown. Its main ability is dominion over the ocean. Mother, if you were to wear it, you could surely exhibit peak 6th rank combat power. Moreover, if we add the Golden Halberd Spear, and the North King Eyes armor you already possess, I believe we would be capable of contending with any being below a true king of the deep sea. With this, our North Sea Royal Court could certainly stabilize the current situation. We would simply need to wait for you to advance further, and then we could restore our former glory. His assertive words quickened the heartbeat of the female Naga at the head of the main hall. She could tell that her third son was not making empty promises. After a moment of contemplation, she frowned and said, Dagon, do you mean to offer up the royal court's Mirage Dragon Pearl? It's the last foundation our North Sea Royal Court has relied on to persist until today. Are you sure that the Deep Sea Crown and Golden Halberd Spear are truly that influential? Dagon shook his head. Mother, aside from those two, there is also a red curio called Phantasmal Disc, which shares a similar marvelous function with the Mirage Dragon Pearl. It too can conceal the presence of our North Sea Royal Palace. Although it is not as strong as the Mirage Dragon Pearl, it won't be much inferior. Additionally, beyond these 3 red epic treasures, your son will strive to acquire more orange oddities, as well as a Ruins Market walking rank, that will allow unlimited access to that mysterious Ruins Market in the future. At the head of the main hall, the female Naga's brow furrowed tightly, her hesitation palpable. Concerning the last foundation of the royal court, we should still call the royal court devotees to discuss it together. Before she could finish speaking, Aizen once again interrupted. Mother, you are aware of the devotees in the royal court. They are all of the kind who are set in their ways. If we were to let them discuss it, the outcome will surely not be approved. Please, Mother, make your decision with care. The brow of the female Naga was still tightly locked, and she did not reply for a long time. The main hall fell into silence momentarily. Aizen had been shrewd and decisive since childhood, and he rarely made mistakes in his judgments. This was the very reason the North Sea Queen was torn. If it were another Naga who had come, she would have coldly dismissed them. But Aizen was different. After a great deal of indecision, the North Sea Queen's eyes suddenly became resolute, as if she had made up her mind. So be it. The Central Royal Court and the Southern Royal Court are currently entangled in a standoff with the Black Line Whale clan and would find it difficult to spare help for us. Rather than letting the entire Royal Court succumb to a slow demise, it's better to bet everything we have. After her murmured words, she waved her hand, and a massive amount of the Law of Darkness spilled from her body. Shortly after, a black sphere emitting sparkling silver light materialized out of thin air in the royal palace. The moment he saw this sphere, excitement surged in Aizen's eyes. This sphere was a silver legendary oddity, passed down from the second-generation true king of the North Sea, nearly 100,000 years ago. It was the very reason why their North Sea royal court could barely hold on for tens of thousands of years after losing a deep sea's true king's combat power. However, this thing could only protect itself. Its biggest drawback was the lack of offensive capabilities. Almost instinctively, Aizen's gaze fixed on the black sphere. Oddity, Mirage Dragon Pearl, Quality, Silver, Chapter 584, The Silver Mirage Dragon's Transformation Pearl. Even though he had seen it many times before, every time Aizen laid eyes on the silver legendary oddity that had been inherited for nearly 100,000 years, his gaze would involuntarily focus entirely upon it, as if this black sphere was everything in the world. The Mirage Dragon Pearl, as the name suggests, was formed from the life-bound dragon pearl of a pure-blooded Mirage dragon. According to the royal court records, it was an accidental discovery by the original North Sea True King, though when first found, it was merely a red curio. After long periods of nurturing by the first and second North Sea True Kings, it finally transformed into a silver legendary oddity. Gazing at this dreamlike sphere, Aizen first bowed respectfully to his mother seated at the head, very aware of the tremendous courage needed to make this decision and understanding the trust his mother, the current North Sea Queen, had placed in him. He absolutely couldn't let his mother down. Swearing to himself in his heart, he then took the black sphere into a storage capsule and quickly turned around. Zhutian Ruins Market. After nearly an hour's wait, Sonkai had even thought that the half-step 4th rank Naga wouldn't return, but in the end, she did not disappoint him. Seeing her head directly for the oddity exchange shop upon entering the market, with clear intent, Sonkai immediately grew interested, his spiritual focus dividing into two and converging upon her. Even with high expectations, when the half-step 4th rank Naga took out the sphere emitting a dazzling silver light, Sonkai's heart still trembled mightily. Silver legend, he hadn't expected at all that the item she brought out for exchange would be a silver legendary oddity. Once he regained his composure, his spiritual quickly rotated, the origin law of the ruins market combined with his own spectral energy quickly focused on the black sphere, and subsequently, two attribute panels appeared before his eyes. Strange object, Mirage Dragon Pearl, Quality, Silver Grade, Convertible, Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon. Note, transformed from the life-bound dragon pearl of a pure-blood Mirage Dragon, nurtured by two beings at half-step 7th rank for 10,000 years, ultimately becoming a silver legendary oddity, Mirage Transformation Pearl Level 0, Quality, Silver Grade, Feature, Ever-Changing, Feature 2, Mirage Shadow, Feature 3, plus 1000 priority on all component effects, Feature 4, Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure, Consumption, 30 spectral energy points per second, effect, when equipped, a warship subjected to any illusion technique, illusioner A, or similar effects will autonomously weaken them by 20% of their might, no charge or buffer required, upgrade requirement, 30 points of rank 0 floating lands origin energy, 3000 spectral energy points 1 kilogram of phantom stone, ever-changing, consumes 50,000 spectral energy points, changes the starship's hull shape, color, and temporarily renames the starship according to the captain's desire to a certain extent, Effect lasts indefinitely until actively cancelled by the captain, with a buffer time of 12 hours. Mirage Shadow consumes 50,000 spectral energy points. After charging for 60 seconds, the warship will enter a Mirage Shadow stealth state, unable to be captured by the vast majority of detection methods. Active attacking or taking damage will automatically disable the stealth state. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown time: 240 hours. Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure consumes 100,000 spectral energy points. The Mirage Dragon Pearl emits spirit pressure 1 level higher than the current enhancement level, deterring enemy units for 1 minute. Cooldown time: 240 hours. After reading all the attributes of the Mirage Dragon Pearl, Sonkai's interest was greatly piqued. The Mirage Transformation Pearl, component into which the Mirage Dragon Pearl could be converted, was undoubtedly a top-notch component. It not only had a stealth feature with higher priority than Void Membrane, but it could also autonomously alter the warship's appearance and name. In some special circumstances, it could play an immense role. And that last Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure feature, although merely a bluff in nature, once enhanced to 5th rank, could on occasion manifest spirit pressure of a 6th rank, thereby avoiding some unnecessary troubles or dangers, far from useless. Moreover, upon seeing the ever-changing feature, Sonkai even saw the possibility of later trading the Golden Tri-Eye Blasphemy Cannon away. The value of the Golden Star Annihilating Cannon went without saying, but it required a Star Annihilating Starship to be mounted, which for the current Keikayan was far too distant. Instead of letting it gather dust in the warehouse for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, trading it for parts that would currently be useful for Keikayan was the best option. About this, Sonkai had already considered many times, but had been unable to do so due to various reasons. However, with the appearance of the Mirage Dragon Pearl, he saw hope. With the ever-changing Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure and Spatial Anchor Point 3 features, he truly believed it was quite possible to safely trade the Golden Sanctuary wondrous item without revealing his own identity. As for the Song family, he had considered it, but with the family's current strength and foundation, it would likely be difficult to come up with equivalent resources or components. Of course, the key point was actually that the family was also far from needing a star-annihilating cannon, and even if he offered it to them, the elders might not show much interest. Suppressing the jumbled thoughts in his mind, these matters still required careful planning to determine if they could be executed, certainly not achievable in the short term. After all, if he truly wanted to sell the Tri-Eye Blasphemy Cannon, he'd at least have to travel to the Yao Han Kingdom's territory, as in the remote corner of the Chenxing Principality, lacking both financial power and a star-annihilating starship. He would be in no position to trade unless he wanted to make a loss. Chapter 585, Silver, Mirage Dragon Transformation Pearl. 2 Pondering, Degan finally spoke up. Lord of the Ruins Market, I wish to exchange for this silver legendary oddity. Sonkai thought about it, and quickly, with a flicker of thought, a line of text appeared on the projection screen in the center of the shop. What would you like to exchange for? Seeing that his words had indeed received a response, a hint of obscure worry flashed in Degan's eyes. After all, this involved a silver miraculous item, the last foundation of their North Sea royal court, and it feared that the unknown existence behind the ruins market would have some unusual thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, it tentatively said, "May I use the Mirage Dragon Pearl as collateral and borrow the Golden Tri-Eye Blasphemy Cannon for a period of time? Once the borrowing is over, I am willing to pay 2 red epic relics as compensation." For this proposal, Sonkai rejected it instantly. Only oddities of the same quality can be used as collateral, of course. While the rejection was swift, in truth, he was quite tempted inside. Merely lending it for a while would get him 2 red epic treasures, which for the Tri-Eye Blasphemy Cannon, that might otherwise lay collecting dust in the ruins market for a while, was undoubtedly very tempting. However, the problem was that Sonkai could only reclaim items like Ruins Market Guest Token, Ruins Market Walking Rank, under his own initiative. If the other party were to default later, he would have no way of reclaiming the Golden Star Annihilator Cannon. By the time, he would really become the fool who passively exchanged a golden oddity for a silver oddity. Seeing the rapid response from the projection screen, Degan wasn't surprised, and the tone of its voice immediately changed. In that case, this junior is willing to use this Mirage Dragon Pearl to exchange for all the red plus orange plus purple oddities in the shop, and additionally, I would like a Ruins Market Walking Rank with a 20-year usage period. After speaking, it waited quietly with anticipation for the follow-up reply, while Sonkai, who was in the free trading area, quickly did the calculations in his mind. At the moment, in the oddity exchange shop, not counting that Tri-Eye Blasphemy Cannon, there were a total of 3 red oddities, 12 orange oddities, 10 plus earth attribute law crystal plus fire attributed law crystal, and over 30 purple oddities. Carefully calculated, The total value was around 4 to 5 red oddities. If one included the 20-year Ruins Market walking rank, it essentially equated to 11 or 12 red oddities. At first glance, it didn't seem much different from one silver legendary oddity, but Song Kai knew that this was actually a rather good deal for himself. Because at the level of red and silver oddities, one couldn't simply calculate by a ratio of 10:1 anymore. However, even so, Song Kai still made some reductions. Ruins Market walking rank with a 10-year usage period, other conditions unchanged. Originally, he had thought about taking out the 2 law crystals, but on second thought, once the Ruins Market walking rank expired, the other party would need to top up with red oddities, which clearly had a higher value than the orange quality low-level law crystals. After hesitating for a moment, Aizen finally nodded in agreement. 10 years, hundreds of Ruins Market transactions, would be enough for the royal court to acquire a substantial amount of various rare resources. Once the trade was concluded, all the oddities in the oddity exchange shop above purple quality floated up and were eventually piled up in front of Aizen. This sudden change startled the dozens of alien species still in the shop, but as they saw the faint silver gleam of the Mirage Dragon Pearl that Song Kai deliberately revealed, all the alien races took a sharp breath and their sense of oddity instantly turned into a natural acceptance. Not long after, news that the Ruins Market Lord had recently traded for a silver legendary oddity began to spread throughout the Ruins Market. Underneath the rumor, the mystical aura surrounding the Ruins Market Lord thickened a few degrees in the hearts of all alien races. And that was exactly the effect Song Kai wanted. Silver legendary oddities could be traded as easily as this, the security of the market was absolutely guaranteed, so hurry up and take out all the good things you have in your possession. Although he didn't explicitly say it, this was essentially what Song Kai wanted to convey. Time passed swiftly, and soon the trade event drew to a close. Song Kai, as promised, held an auction for the Ruins Market guest tokens and the Ruins Market walking rank, ultimately selling 2 guest tokens and adding 2 purple relics to his now almost empty oddity exchange shop. After that, he selected 200 individuals from the alien species with the largest trade volume and issued 200 Ruin Market listing commands. With that, this Ruins Market trade officially came to an end. As all the alien races departed, the entire Ruins Market fell into silence. Song Kai once again summoned the Kangyan, loading the newly acquired Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon onto it and enhancing it to level 20 in one go. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but he simply didn't have enough titanium crystals. As for the 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy, he was hardly short of it. In addition to the 100 strands just synthesized on the Spirit Mechanism synthesis platform, the 3rd rank aliens who had come in also provided nearly 150 strands. Combining them with what he had left before, Song Kai now had nearly 300 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy in his hands. Looking at this component's attributes now, after enhancing it to level 20, its effect priority had reached 2400. The weakening effects on Illusion Technique, Illusion Realm, and Illusion Array had also reached 30%. As for the ever-changing feature, there hadn't been many substantive changes. However, both Mirage Shadow and Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure had seen certain improvements. Mirage Shadow consumes 90,000 spectral energy points, takes 40s to charge. The warship enters Mirage Shadow stealth mode, undetectable by most scouting methods. Stealth mode automatically deactivates upon initiating an attack or receiving damage. Duration 60 minutes, cooldown time 120 hours. Mirage Dragon Spirit Pressure consumes 100,000 spectral energy points. The Mirage Dragon Pearl emits a spirit pressure 1 rank higher than its current enhancement level, intimidating enemy units. Duration 3 minutes, cooldown time 120 hours. Once the enhancement was complete, Song Kai was satisfied and recalled the Kangyan. Although the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon component hadn't led to a substantial change in the Kangyan's combat power, it had significantly improved the warship's safety for the future, making it very practical overall. However, when his attention returned to the oddity exchange shop, he couldn't help twitching the corner of his eye. In order to trade for the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon, the shop was now back to square one, with only 2 purple relics barely maintaining appearances, which was indeed a sorry sight. Fortunately, the purchasing plan with Song Yufeng was still ongoing, and he believed it wouldn't take long for the shop to be replenished with high-rank oddities. With that in mind, Song Kai exited the Ruins Market, ready to head back to Skyrush Valley. He found Song Yufeng, greeted him, and took out more than 10 million points of 0 rank, 1st rank, and 2nd rank Floating Lands Origin energies, entrusting him to continue purchasing the Starry Sea oddities and the several resources required by the Deep Sea Nagas. But just as he was about to leave, Song Yufeng took the initiative to stop him. "Your Highness, A legendary guild has sent an invitation. In 8 days, the master of the legendary guild will host a birthday banquet at the St. Roland Manor and invites your highness to attend, said Song Yufeng. Sonkai wasn't surprised. He had already received an invitation under another identity. Decline it. I don't wish to join in on this hustle, he said. Behind him, Song Yufeng seemed to hesitate, wanting to say more, but in the end, he simply nodded lightly. Sky Rush Valley. After returning there, he resumed his daily practice of guidance technique, visualization method, and law comprehension among other cultivation tasks. The practice of guidance technique could only proceed within the ruins market, but visualization and law comprehension Sonkai both took place in the outside world. His comprehension of the laws had not yet fully transformed into Starry Sea laws. Although practicing within the ruins market secret realm wouldn't deepen the comprehension of the incomplete laws, it also couldn't transform his comprehension into Starry Sea laws. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 8 days had flown by. On this day, a torch warship quietly soared through the clouds and soon disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, not far from Holy Star City, the Grand St. Roland Manor was buzzing with activity. As a large manor, St. Roland's reputation was already considerable, but today, the excitement there was absolutely bustling. Chapter 586, Ansui Chenxing of the Stark Immortal Family. Torch warships kept descending from the sky, finally docking in a designated area outside the manor. One after another, splendidly dressed noble torch ship captains emerged, walking towards the manor's grand entrance guarded by 2 senior cruiser captains, accompanied by their partners. Having changed its appearance with the feature of versatility, the Kaikaian descended from the sky. With the invitation given by the woman, Sonkai easily entered the manor. Inside the manor, due to the birthday banquet, it was already filled with a variety of plants and flowers, and the backyard was even more gathered with numerous guests, celebrating atmosphere permeating the entire estate. Compared to the oppressive interior, the vast outdoor lawn in the backyard was evidently more comforting. It was also the main venue for the banquet chosen by Ansui. Guided by a petite and elegant maid, Sonkai made his way to the manor's backyard. He didn't go out of his way to find Ansui, as the main character of this banquet. She must be incredibly busy at the moment. He picked up a glass of drink, found a corner to sit down in, and seemed casual, yet his peripheral vision was constantly sizing up the people around him. Not yet clear on Ansui's true identity, he was somewhat curious about what level of guests would attend her birthday banquet. Of course, this was because he hadn't deliberately investigated the other party. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the Dragon Spine Commerce Guild and the family's External Affairs Hall, they should be able to find out something. As he observed, a look of surprise flashed across Sonkai's eyes. In just a short time, he had seen several torch ship captains of not inconsiderable status. For instance, the legitimate descendant of the Zhao clan stationed in Holy Star City, the president of the Lei clan's Chain Commerce Assembly in Holy Star, the direct daughter of the contemporary Earl of the East Moon, and so on. If those had already surprised Sonkai, the people who arrived next made him rather solemn. The guests beside him suddenly exclaimed towards the direction of the manor's gate, "Lu Chuan, the 6th sequence of the Golden Horn Lu clan is here." He actually came. How is that possible? Though the legendary pavilion does have some power, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? The 6th sequence of the Golden Horn Lu clan is present in person. Could it be he has some connection to the pavilion master of the legendary pavilion? Hearing the name Lu Chuan, Sonkai lost his earlier ease, his expression growing solemn. The information provided by the family on this Lu Chuan wasn't scant. He was 56 this year, born into the main lineage of the Lu family, and it was said that his flagship had been upgraded to a cruiser for nearly 13 years. At the time when he was in a rank 2 escort ship, he had directly slain a half-step 4th rank alien race enhanced by the floating land's origin energies rule. Now, his combat power was unfathomable. And it did not end there. Following Lu Chuan, the other major powers of the principality seemed to have reached an agreement, sending their successors one after another. One of the 3 prodigies from the direct line of the Eagle family, Hai Shi, Eagle. The 8th sequence of the Dusk Marquis clan, Annie, Dusk. The contemporary 4th prince of the Chenxing principality, Sun Chenxing. At this, Sonkai was speechless. So it turned out that it was only. No, it should be said that only he hadn't come. However, it was inevitable, as he had already agreed to Ansui's terms. He couldn't exactly divide himself in 2, could he? In resignation, Sonkai soon heard some grumbling from nearby. Didn't they say that the Ding Haisong family had made changes recently? Why are they still so coy? Exactly, out of the 5 major powers, only they didn't send anyone. Officially, they say they don't wish to involve themselves in these matters, but to put it bluntly, they're just full of themselves, giving no face to anyone. Keep your voice down, will you? The intelligence members of Song family's external affairs hall are just sitting around eating their rations. I don't want to die, so don't drag me into this. Honestly, what is the identity of the pavilion master of this legendary pavilion? The major powers have even came to give their support at the same time? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Automatically filtering out most of the unfruitful conversations, time flew by quickly. After about several tens of minutes, as the star of the day, an elegantly dressed Hansui finally made her appearance. With her arrival, the cheering around her grew louder, and the entire banquet reached its climax at that moment. In the corner, Song Kai raised his eyes towards the center of the crowd. There, Hansui was smiling and greeting the guests around her. Song Kai noticed that today's Hansui was completely different from the enchanting woman of the past. Today, she appeared exceedingly solemn, and every word and deed was filled with the etiquette of nobility, dignified and noble. By Hansui's side were the successors of the four great powers, who would chat with Hansui from time to time, seeming quite familiar. Especially Annie from the Dusk Marquis clan, who was gently holding Hansui's white arm. It looked as if the two of them had endless topics to chat about from afar, and they seemed more like intimate friends. Furthermore, Hansui was particularly different towards the fourth prince of the principality, often whispering affectionately with him. As time passed, while the liveliness of the place slightly ebbed, it did not affect the overall atmosphere of the banquet. Just when everyone thought the banquet would continue in this manner until the end, an unexpected event occurred. Humming. The intense hum of engines suddenly resounded, and a 1,100-meter-long cruiser abruptly appeared over the manor's skies. This scene instantly stirred up the guests inside the manor. All the attendees had been notified in advance that torch warships were not allowed to enter the manor during the banquet. The current action was evidently a blatant violation of the rules set by the legendary pavilion. Chapter 587, Hansui Chunxing, Stark Immortal Family. For a moment, all the guests turned their attention to Hansui at the center of the crowd, curious to see how the curator would react. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Hansui and several direct descendants of the leading powers pause slightly, but none of them spoke out to scold. There was silence for a dozen seconds before the fourth prince was the first to speak up. While it is said that a guest should be welcomed, isn't such blatant disregard for the rules of the banquet a bit too much? Upon hearing this, a slight shock crossed Song Kai's mind. It seemed that the prince recognized the person who had abruptly intruded. If that was indeed the case, then things were getting interesting. Just as he thought this, a cold voice replied from the cruiser overhead. Prince, you jest. It is the princess's birthday banquet, and yet my master was not invited. Is that not also an oversight? The cold response seemed to anger the fourth prince, and his glance turned icy as he retorted, if we are to speak of such matters, then Unlock himself should be here. Who are you to speak so boldly, a mere servant daring to be so presumptuous? With that, he shifted his gaze, subtly signaling the two ultimate cruiser captains responsible for guarding the manor's gates in the distance. Immediately after, 2-kilometers-long cruisers shot into the sky, heading straight for the cruiser hanging over the manor. In the main control room of the 1,100-meter-long cruiser, a sneer appeared on the man's face, showing no intention of backing down. Soon, the three cruisers climbed higher and higher until an intense roar followed. Inside the Saint Troland Manor, the expressions of the guests varied, but they all had one thought in common. How could he, right here on Chengxing Yang continent, dare to oppose a power as formidable as the principality? For a time, everyone speculated about the identity of the cruiser captain and who the master he spoke for might be. Compared to what the rest of the guests thought, Song Kai was more focused on another piece of information in the conversation. The princess's birthday banquet. Is Hansui a princess of the principality? Hansui Chengxing? Surprise filled Song Kai's eyes, as he had never before associated the other party with the Chengxing imperial family. Before he had more time to think, the commotion in the vault of heaven had ceased. Shortly after, the three cruisers descended once more. Seeing the overloaded energy shields on the two ultimate cruisers and the severely damaged warship armor, silence fell over the manor once again. It was evident that the two ultimate cruisers had held out for only a few dozen seconds before their opponent. With this result, everyone understood that the identity of the suddenly emerging cruiser was no small matter, and those without significant backing would do well to stay out of it. Although the two ultimate cruisers were only legendary civilian warships recruited by the guild in Holy Star City, they were, after all, ultimate cruisers. Capable of fighting against ordinary fourth-rank life forms, they had been defeated within mere seconds, which spoke volumes of the astonishing combat power of the 1,100-meter opposing cruiser. Amidst the crowd, the fourth prince's expression darkened. This time, he turned and signaled to a trusted aide behind him. Shortly after, a cruiser of the same ultimate class rapidly ascended. 2 minutes later, the two warships descended once again into the vault of heaven. This time the battle lasted a bit longer, but the result remained unchanged. The loser was the trusted aide of the fourth prince. To further provoke outrage, a cold, mocking voice followed, "TSK, TSK, a bunch of weaklings, and they think they deserve a personal visit from my master?" That was the last straw for the renowned prince of the principality. Spectral energy surged around him as he was about to take action personally. However, he was firmly grasped by a pale-faced Ansui. Ansui shook her head, signaling her brother of the same parents to stay calm. As the fourth prince of the Chengxing Principality, it was inappropriate for him to act personally, as it would only cause greater waves. Even though Sun Chengxing was detained, Annie directly soared out. Shortly after, an exquisite warship nearly 1,200 meters long appeared in the vault of heaven. Once Annie boarded the warship, the cruiser rose sharply into the sky, accompanied by another cruiser that was 1,100 meters long. Above the vault of heaven, the two warships engaged in fierce combat, with terrifying booming sounds echoing all around. Damn, they're obscured by the clouds. The ranking member of the current generation of the Dusk Marquis family is personally taking action. This is going to be quite a spectacle, some in the manor side, and soon a ship captain activated a special technique. As the sudden beam penetrated the clouds above, the dense fog cleared instantly. With the fog no longer concealing them, the battle between the two cruisers became clearly visible to all below. As two incredibly powerful torch ship captains, the combat power of their flagships was astonishing, and it was evident that both had preemptively grasped the power of laws. Throughout the exchange of fire, the energy shields of both warships rapidly depleted. Although the battle seemed evenly matched, from start to finish, it was actually Annie's flagship that had the upper hand. Finally, with the activation of an offensive feature, one blast completely shattered the enemy's energy shield, and even the warship armor was significantly damaged. Seeing this, the torch ship captain's attitude abruptly changed. He repeatedly apologized, willingly admitting defeat. However, Annie was not prepared to let it go so easily. How dare they cause trouble at her best friend's birthday party? She was determined to teach them an unforgettable lesson. With this in mind, she willed her flagship to vanish abruptly, only to reappear moments later directly in front of the troublemaking cruiser. What's more critical, the main cannon of the warship had somehow transformed into a sharp, special ramming spike. Seeing the spike covered in orange luminescence, the man's expression changed. He instinctively activated the orange warship armor's active defense feature. Boom. Boom. Amid the intense impact, the man in horror realized that the protective armor's outer layer, which he had prided himself on, shattered explosively. Both the warship armor and the structure itself suffered significant damage. It was far from over. Annie maneuvered her warship backward and, using a special control component, fixed the troublemaking cruiser in place, preventing it from retreating. Feeling the gravity of Annie's actions on her flagship, which were clearly no joke, the man lost his former arrogance. Panic reflected in his eyes as he bellowed, "You dare to strike with lethal intent? Are you not afraid of my master seeking retribution?" Hearing his obviously blustering tone, Annie was unfazed. Seeking retribution? This is the Chengxing Principality. He gets respect when he acts respectfully, but if he doesn't want it, do you think the Stark family will really cross hundreds of thousands of light years to demand retribution from my Dusk Marquis mansion? As her words ended, Annie's flagship charged out again, ruthlessly unbounded. To be fair, Annie's statement and response were indeed very assertive. Everyone could see that the power behind this cruiser captain was not simple, but Annie didn't care at all, which made many guests feel as if they were on the scene, their blood surging with excitement. As for Sankei, he was recalling information about the Stark family. Soon, some fragmented memories surfaced. The Stark family, also known as the Stark Immortal family, is a not-so-weak family within the Yao Han Kingdom. However, it was said that the Stark family seemed somewhat overrated, with only themselves declaring their clan to be immortal, while others seemed to refer to them only as the Stark Duke family. As he pondered this, an unexpected change occurred in the sky above. An unfamiliar cruiser, 1,200 meters long, suddenly appeared at the horizon, and an indifferent voice resonated across the entire Holy Star Manor. "You've gone too far." Immediately afterward, a mysterious halo emanated from this cruiser. The next moment, Annie's flagship that had been speeding along came to an abrupt and eerie halt, as if it had been caught in a fixation spell. Chapter 588, Zen Seal, External Time Stop first shows its power. Not just Sankei, but all guests at this moment were somewhat perplexed, completely unaware of what means the suddenly appeared cruiser had utilized. It should be known that was Annie, Dusk, the current legitimate direct descendant of the Dusk Marquis family, certainly not any ordinary cruiser captain. However, it was precisely for this reason that the guests inside the manor found it even more unbelievable. While everyone was unsettled, their thoughts varied. The cruiser that had appeared out of nowhere above did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It appeared to want to make Annie pay a certain price for her previous excessive behavior. Seeing this, Ansui, the star of the banquet, did not continue to remain indifferent. Enough, unlock. First, she used spectral energy to amplify her voice so that the words she uttered resounded throughout the entire manor. Then, a glow gathered on her brow as she summoned her flagship. After boarding the warship, Ansui maneuvered it into the sky, quickly ascending to the side of Annie's ship. Unlock, continuing the ruckus is not to your benefit, know when to stop. Listening to Ansui's voice, the man called Unlock aboard the opposing cruiser remained composed as he continued to charge the main cannon on the warship with his thoughts. Having decided to teach the other side a lesson, he had always been one to do as he said. At the same time, his voice followed closely. Ansui, are you sure I'm the one being unreasonable? The Duke has already agreed to an arranged marriage with our Stark family. This calm statement was not concealed in any way, and as the words fell, almost all the guests in the St. Lorraine manor heard it clearly. For a moment, the expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly varied. Clearly, this was a problematic arranged marriage instigated by the Chengxing imperial family. As for the Duke Unlock mentioned, everyone also understood that he was not referring to Duke Rosetta, but to the contemporary Morningstar Duke, Hunter Chengxing, the peak of the 4th rank and torch ship captain. Otherwise, Ansui and her 4th prince brother would not dare to so clearly express their opposition. Following these words, Ansui's expression noticeably darkened, while Unlock on the other side did not care about these matters at all. In a short amount of time, his main cannon was fully charged. Boom! A fierce light erupted, and a terrifying beam fired from the muzzle, quickly striking the energy shield of Annie's ship. After the energy shockwave dissipated, Annie's ship's energy shield, although not yet overloaded, had already dimmed by a large margin. Seeing this scene, everyone had some speculations in their hearts. The main cannon aboard Unlock's ship clearly had a special shield breaker effect, otherwise, it would have been impossible to diminish so much shield value from Annie's ship with a single hit. If it truly was as they speculated, the result of the next strike was obvious. In fact, Unlock had no intention of stopping, even though he couldn't directly sink Annie's ship in full view of the public. Given her status, he at least had to damage more than 50% of her warship armor, otherwise, anyone might feel emboldened to challenge his authority in the future. Down in the manor, Chengxing looked pleadingly toward Lu Chuan and Hai Shi, Eagle at his side. After exchanging glances, Lu Chuan and Hai Shi, Eagle hesitated but still summoned their flagships. Being able to attend Ansui's birthday banquet, they were relatively close to either Ansui or Sun. Now that the 4th Prince Sun was seeking help, it was difficult for them to refuse. In the vault of heaven above, Unlock also caught sight of this development from the corner of his eye. His expression changed, the look on his face not too pleased. Although he was a legitimate direct descendant of the contemporary Stark family able to suppress single-handedly the leading young members of Chengxing Principality's powerful factions, if multiple legitimate descendants made a move together, the situation would be completely different. At that moment, another subtle spatial fluctuation passed over the sky. When the identity of the newcomer became clear, the entire manor was once again thrown into uproar. The 3rd prince. Indeed, the person who had arrived was the contemporary 3rd prince of the Principality's imperial family, the one who got along least with the 4th prince. Lu Chuan, Hai Shi, this is a matter between the Chengxing and Stark families, you two best not get involved. The already reluctant pair immediately found an excuse to withdraw, promptly calling back their flagships. Compared to the commotion below, the situation above in the vault of heaven remained tense. Even though Ansui proactively placed her flagship directly in front of Annie's ship, Unlock's main cannon continued to charge without the slightest pause, his stance very resolute. Finally, a guest from the manor below could no longer stand by and watch. A cruiser rapidly appeared and then quickly soared into the sky. Boom! Unlock again triggered the main cannon. This strike took an odd angle to avoid Ansui's flagship, aiming straight for Annie's ship, but it was blocked at the last moment by that suddenly emerged unknown cruiser. Whir. The beam struck the energy shield of this unfamiliar cruiser, nearly wiping out 3 out of 4 of its shield value with a single hit. However, luckily, the energy shield component quality of this cruiser was not low, and in the end, it did not collapse outright. This sudden turn of events completely enraged Unlock. It was bad enough for the legitimate descendants of the Chengxing Principality's powerful forces to oppose him, but now someone completely oblivious to the danger had appeared, which fully ignited the fury within him. Click click click. The 2 main cannons at the fore of the warship suddenly retracted, transforming into a special ram with a glinting cold light. Under Unlock's control, the 1,200-meter-long cruiser instantly became a shadowy figure like a steel behemoth in a fury, charging ferociously towards the newly arrived unfamiliar warship. Chapter 589, Zen Seal, External Time Stop first shows its power too. All of this happened in a mere instant, leaving Ansui on the other side with no time to react. Boom. In the sharp noise of clashing metal, the unfamiliar cruiser was hurled thousands of meters away by the terrifying force, a massive crack appearing on its side. Against the unfamiliar cruiser, Unlock did not hold back in the slightest. Following the first strike, a second impact immediately ensued, not giving the adversary a moment to catch their breath. Seeing this, the unfamiliar cruiser was not without a response. Knowing full well the risks of interceding, they had a certain level of confidence. The defense features of the orange warship armor were activated, and at the same time, the engines operated at full load, attempting to evade. However, the result was that Unlock willfully retracted the control effect on Annie's flagship, transferring it instead to this mysterious cruiser. In an instant, the unfamiliar cruiser, just like Annie's flagship before, stiffly froze in place. Boom. Another violent collision ensued, and despite the protection from the armor layer condensed by the warship armor, the cruiser still sustained substantial damage. Yet this was far from over. Under Unlock's tyrannical gaze, a third, fourth, fifth. The continuous strikes from the unique ramming angle persisted. As time passed, more than 50% of the cruiser's body was damaged. If the attack continued, there was a risk of it sinking. Finally, Annie's scolding, coming from her regaining composure, could be heard. "Stop, he's a member of the Dinghai-san clan." As she spoke, Annie had already established communication with the mysterious cruiser, her urgent voice coming through. "Little Sister Annie." Inside the sane Trollland Manor, there was an uproar. The events of this brief period were already chaotic, and now involving the Chengxing Principality's last great power, the Dinghai-san clan, it was chaos upon chaos. However, for the many guests who were more in the mood to spectate, their interest was heightened even further. Unlike these people, Son Kei, who was sitting in a corner, involuntarily frowned. Truly a member of our clan? This cruiser had deliberately obscured its name, preventing outsiders from recognizing its identity, so Son Kai could not confirm it at the moment. Then, under Annie's persuasion, the mysterious cruiser finally revealed its warship name and proactively bowed to Unlock. "Your Excellency, Unlock's flagship combat power is indeed extraordinary. I am ashamed to admit that I am no match." Below, a flicker of surprise crossed Son Kai's eyes. "The Northern? Is it that kid Zong? When did he get so close with any from the Twilight Marquis family?" Meanwhile, inside the Northern's control room, the pallid-faced Song heard a hoarse voice scolding him. "Now you realize the gap between yourself and those top geniuses? The opponent is a direct descendant of an immortal powerhouse. Even if they're only a fallen pseudo-immortal powerhouse, the Northern is still not capable of contending with them. Boy, you have a long way to go." Before the rest of the sentence could even be completed, an intense tremor once again came through. It was Unlock's flagship ramming forward again, and soon, the urgent warning tones inside the Northern sounded once more. "The warship is under attack, current warship armor is damaged by 90%, the body is damaged by 75%, please repair as soon as possible." Opposite, within the 1,200-meter-long cruiser's control room, Unlock's eyes were filled with an icy coldness. A Dinghai-san clan member? If it was a direct descendant, he might have shown some respect. But it is clear that this cruiser does not belong to any of the current direct descendants of the Song family. Thus, naturally, there is no need for consideration. As a prodigy of the Yao Han kingdom, a direct descendant of the Stark family, crushing an ordinary clan member of a principality's major power is insignificant. He didn't believe that the Dinghai-san clan, lacking even a 6th rank, would actually go to war over this. It was precisely because he was certain of this point that Unlock did not hold back at all and was going for the kill. "Unlock, you dare!" Annie's sharp voice rang out but was completely unable to stop Unlock. "Remember, this is the price for offending the Stark family." The indifferent voice emanated from the 1,200-meter-long warship. Unlock Stark used this way to inform all present guests, and even certain people in the Chengxing Principality, that even if the Stark family was hundreds of thousands of light years away, it was not something to be taken lightly by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Just as his flagship was about to brutally ram into the Northern and completely sink it, a 1,300-meter cruiser wrapped in a 5-colored light shield suddenly swooped in from beyond the sky. In the next second, the warship vanished from the heavens and reappeared, already positioned directly in front of the Northern. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp metallic collision sounds followed as the two impressively long cruisers crashed into each other with a thunderous impact. Compared to the earlier Northern, this cruiser wrapped in a 5-colored light shield remained firmly stationary, seemingly unaffected by the terrifying impact. Below, guests exclaimed in shock. 5-colored light shield, that's him from the Dinghai Song family. As expected, the Song family's protective nature runs deep. We haven't seen them for so long, and now that their kin is oppressed, they immediately show up. Haha, isn't that the case? just unsure whether the Song family's 7th sequence is stronger or weaker than his unlock. In a corner of the estate, guests casually chatted next to Song Kai's ear. And Song Kai, who was controlling the Kaikaiang ship with a brainwave beacon, with most of his spirit transferred to the warship, could only absent-mindedly concur. In the skies above, Unlock Stark had a gloomy face to the extreme. Everything that happened today seemed to be deliberately targeting him. Nothing was going right. Instinct told him that inside the territory of the Chengxing Principality, it would be wise not to provoke the several giant forces. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. Moreover, the Stark family was not really a mighty dragon at present. At best it was just a somewhat ancient flood dragon. But the rage in his heart made it difficult for him to step back and retreat. So, in the end, the Kaikaiang cruiser, wrapped in the 5-colored light shield, took the initiative to strike. Since obtaining the Perusa Zen Seal part, this was the first time Song Kai used the Zen Seal, external time stop feature. At that moment, Unlock felt his brain completely freeze, and all surroundings seemed to halt abruptly. In the next second, the Kaikaiang's 2 main cannons, fully charged, unleashed their fury. Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light Soul Extinguishing Pupil Light 2 attacks carrying a destructive aura consecutively hit Unlock's flagship. In less than 3 seconds, his red quality energy shield overloaded completely, and then the 2 attacks bombarded the warship armor. Due to the surrounding time being completely halted, the armor, unable to activate its defensive features, quickly suffered more than 40% damage. If a few more attacks were to continue, Unlock's flagship could possibly sink right there and then. However, it was clear that it wouldn't come to that, because the moment the energy shield component overloaded, a 3,500-meter-long Xiaolu warship emerged in the heavens above. This Xiaolu warship did not belong to the Stark family but came from the imperial family of the Chengxing Principality, dispatched by the current Morning Star Duke to protect Unlock. As one of the Stark family's current direct descendants, Unlock could not afford to have an incident within the Chengxing Principality. Song Kai understood that although this Xiaolu warship did not make any other moves, its mere appearance was already a warning. A warning for him to know his limits and not to go too far. Responding to this, Song Kai obviously would not brazenly challenge the authority of a senior Xiaolu warship from the Chengxing clan. The engines of the Kaikaiang roared as the warship shot up into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon of the Chengxing Yang continent. Chapter 590, After the event, depart and leave the Starks passed behind gazing at the departing Kaikaiang. Every guest within the Saint Roland Manor had an unusual gleam in their eyes. Upon close calculation, from the moment Song Kai of the 7th sequence of the Song family appeared to the time he left, it was only about a minute in total. Though from beginning to end, he had not uttered a single word, he had left an indelible impression on everyone's heart. After all, looking at the previous battle situation, Unlock seemed to be utterly defenseless throughout, and had the Royal Xiaolu warship of the Chengxing not intervened, his flagship might have only had sinking as a possible outcome. In fairness, it was indeed cool, but isn't our Lord Kai from the Song family a bit too aloof? Haha, I totally agree. If it were me, after suppressing the opponent, I would definitely have to say something fiery like you can't bully anyone from the Dinghai Song family without consequences. That would have been so much more impactful. Think about it from another perspective. It was actually Unlock himself looking for trouble. Had he just taught the Song clansmen a lesson without going for the kill, perhaps the 7th prince wouldn't have lifted a finger. How does he manage to not say a single word? Such a perfect opportunity to display his saintliness in front of everyone. Is there a possibility that the 7th prince himself believes that being aloof is the most impactful response? Hearing the hushed conversations around him, Song Kai's expression stiffened as he silently retrieved the Kaikaiang with components like the Mirage Transformation Pearl and the Void Membrane. Internally, he was shouting in defense of himself. I'm not being aloof at all, I wasn't even on the warship, okay? Slander. This is slander. How could I, Song Kai, be someone who likes to fake sophistication? Of course, these were just trivial episodes, as the attention of the numerous guests was still mostly fixed upon the vault of heaven above. Shortly after the Kaikaiang departed, the senior Xiaolu warship of the Chengxing Principality also quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Today's incident was essentially the royal disgrace of the Chengxing imperial family, as a royal warship, staying even a second longer was face-losing. Elsewhere, Annie maneuvered her warship closer to the northern, releasing a beam of light that shot out towards it, and upon entering the northern's hull, the ship, which was nearly incapacitated, regained some of its functionality. Looking at Unlock's flagship, with the Kaikaiang and the Royal Xiaolu warship leaving one after another, Unlock recovered from the Zen Seal, external time stop feature. But now, he no longer possessed his previous arrogance and brutality, only a deep sense of fear remained. The effects of the Zen Seal, External time stop made him feel like a fish on the chopping board at that moment, without any opportunity for resistance. No matter how his thoughts raced, he couldn't find any countermeasures within the components of his flagship, and this profound sense of powerlessness filled him with dread. His gaze shifted, scanning the 3 warships ahead, and without the face to stay, Unlock and his servant left on their 2 ships, speeding away into the horizon. From the perspective of the guests below, the 2 resembled disgraced dogs slinking away from the door, eliciting inward sneers from everyone. Although most guests viewed the event as a spectacle, they were citizens of the Chengxing Principality and inherently biased towards their own compatriots. Seeing the unwelcome aggressors leave in such a manner brought them great satisfaction. After these events, the birthday banquet naturally couldn't continue, and Ansui had long lost interest. As the party was declared over, the many guests began to leave one after another. Despite the less than ideal outcome of the party, witnessing such an exciting struggle in person left most departing guests with smiles on their faces. Song Kai followed the crowd towards the manor's main gate. He had intended to look for Ansui personally before leaving, as he had already promised to give her a satisfactory birthday gift, but now he refrained from doing so. After such an upheaval, Ansui's mood was likely bad enough, and offering a gift at this time seemed inappropriate. He would have to make it up later. Upon leaving the manor, Song Kai immediately summoned the Kaikaian. However, at this moment, the Kaikaian had already been deliberately dimmed by him, making it impossible for others to associate it with the cruiser that suppressed Unlock earlier. Once he boarded the warship, the Kaikaian soared into the sky, with St. Roland Manor shrinking rapidly behind him, until it disappeared entirely from view. At the same time, within a grand bluestone hall, 6 torch ship captains with awe-inspiring presences each sat in their place, while in the center of the hall, a holographic playback detailed the entire sequence of the conflict that had occurred at the manor. Anyone from the St. Roland Manor would have recognized that the footage playing was of the recent events at the manor. When the last glimpse of Song Kai's Kaikaian shot straight into the sky and completely disappeared from the playback's field of view, the entire sequence froze. The next moment, the other 5 in the hall turned their gazes towards the female torch ship captain to the north. After about 2 to 3 seconds of silence, it was the white-haired elder to the right who finally snorted coldly, "Song Xingru, your Song family has produced a remarkable individual. Raymond, stop with your sarcastic comments. Better to hold your tail between your legs when you're outclassed in case one day you find yourself in a situation like today's, and there might not be a rank 6 ancestor of the Chengxing family to protect you." Chapter 591, Aftermath with Stark's Past Memories 2. You. Amidst the choking voices, the entire greenstone hall instantly became filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if a substantial conflict was about to erupt. In the end, it was the elder seated in the center who took the initiative to speak, effectively diffusing the potential conflict between the 2. "Enough," he said, "it's just a minor scuffle among the juniors, we old folks don't need to get involved." This person's face was similarly aged, though not as exaggerated as Raymond Stark in the eastern seat, he was also not young. Nonetheless, his words clearly had a significant effect. As he spoke, both Raymond and Song Xingru, with a cold snort, chose to remain silent. As for the reason, this person was from the Chengxing imperial family, active 3,000 years ago and was the Grand Prince of the Chengxing Principality of that era. Not only was he undefeated among his peers in the entire principality, but he also went to the Yao Han Kingdom and made a great name for himself there. Now, 3,000 years had passed, and that person's strength had become unfathomably deep. His only recent battle achievement was over 100 years ago when his flagship, with the strength of an ultimate battleship, killed a newly advanced 6th-rank evil Buddha Bodhisattva on the evil Buddha continent. It is known that the power disparity among creatures in the Shattered Starry Sea becomes larger the later it is, and by the time it reaches 5th and 6th rank, the gap between them is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention that this was under the enhancement of 7th-level floating land rules. Because of this, the few people present recognized the identity of this ancient relic from the Chengxing imperial family and were willing to lower their stance in front of him. After all, among the others present, no one dared to claim they could directly kill a 6th-rank creature boosted by 7th-level floating land rules. At the northern seat, although Song Xingru no longer continued to speak, her eyes were still cold. She would give some face to the ancient relic of the Chengxing imperial family, as the opponent's strength was greater than hers, both personally and in terms of the backing family. Of course, what really mattered was that the Chengxing clan was right there, and offending them could genuinely bring considerable troubles to the Dinghai Song family. But what was the Stark family? Their family's influence extended tens of thousands of light years away, and still, they dared such bold rhetoric in front of her? Yes, the Stark family wasn't weak, they had a heritage of more than 10,000 years and had once been respectfully called an immortal family. But that was all more than 7,000 years ago. The Stark ancestor, who had the luck to ascend to a star-annihilating warship back then, was only active in the Yao Han Kingdom for less than 1,000 years and had not left much of a 7th-rank foundation for the family before losing contact during an exploration of the alien territories. 7,000 years have passed by now, and that Stark ancestor has never been heard from again. It's highly likely that he has met his end in the alien territories. Up to this point, the Stark family is nothing more than a slightly stronger 6th-rank family, still dwelling on their brief past glory. Not saying the Stark family couldn't reach them, even if their influence really extended to the Chengxing Principality. Dinghai Song family, which now had a 6th-rank ancestor, wouldn't necessarily be fearful. Alright, it's time to discuss the serious matters. The decay period of the Immortal Realm Continent Fragment shielded a little over a year. What are your thoughts? As for the conversation between the 6 5th-ranked torch ship captains, Sonkai had no knowledge of it. After leaving the St. Roland Manor, he quickly headed to the family's Sky Rush Valley once he was sure he wasn't being monitored or followed. During the previous battle, although he had effortlessly suppressed a direct descendant of the Stark family, it was done with the aid of a component of the Golden Sanctuary. He was fully aware of this and did not feel a sense of superiority because of it. His eyes moved thoughtfully as he recalled all the details of the battle. If his perception wasn't wrong, the first to appear, the follower of Unlock, had comprehended the law of gold, and his law comprehension degree should be between 0.1% and 0.14%. The subsequent battles against the 2 civilian ultimate cruiser captains were against ordinary torch ship captains who hadn't comprehended laws. As for Sin's trusted aide, the 4th prince, he had comprehended the law of fire, but it was highly likely that his law comprehension degree hadn't reached 0.1%. And what about Annie? She followed the law of light, with a law comprehension degree of about 0.25%. Song had also comprehended the law of light, but his law comprehension degree probably wouldn't exceed 0.2%. Lastly, Unlocked from the Stark family, he too followed the law of gold, and his law comprehension degree wouldn't be less than 0.3%. Arriving at this conclusion, Sonkai's eyes flickered slightly. Just as previously mentioned, if we disregarded the quality dominance of the Perusa's Zen seal component, simply from the law comprehension angle, he didn't actually have much of an advantage. Keep in mind, although his current spatial law comprehension degree had reached 0.35%, this was after consuming 2 space law fruits. Based on his original progress, his actual comprehension should be only 0.17%. Even if understanding spatial laws is more difficult than other laws, when it really comes down to it, he isn't much different from Annie, who represents the direct descendants of major forces within the principality. Thinking this, Sonkai not only lacked a sense of superiority in his heart but also felt dissatisfied with his own speed of law comprehension. As someone who was lucky enough to hold the keys to Zhutian Ruins Market, he was not content with merely standing shoulder to shoulder with the direct descendants within the principality. Bear in mind, above the principality are kingdoms. Among torch human civilization, there are hundreds of kingdoms, and at the very top, there are the 4 great super empires. If he were truly limited to a small principality, then his future potential would likely be capped at that. The only good news now was that, with the advancement of the Ruins Market's secret realm, his current law comprehension within the secret realm also had a certain boost, complemented by the low-level law crystals. His comprehension speed was no worse than if he was in a primordial secret realm. The key was the absence of time restrictions. That was his greatest advantage at the moment. As long as he made good use of this, Sonkai estimated that his own law comprehension speed could still see a significant increase. Perhaps not comparable to the top geniuses from the 4 great super empires, but it should be no weaker than those prodigies from within the Torchlight Humanities kingdoms. Returning to Sky Rush Valley, Sonkai didn't rush to enter the Ruins Market or to visualize the mythical mech projection imprint blueprint. He didn't summon Kaikai and back. Instead, he immersed his spiritual consciousness into Chikang's number 004 breeding secret realm. His gaze focused on the spatial law tree and the silver apple mother tree within the cultivation secret realm. His eyes were full of hope and desire. According to his previous plan, if he wanted to enter the Ruins Market secret realm to comprehend laws without any concerns, he had to fully assimilate his laws into Starry Sea laws first. Only by doing so could he be completely at ease, or else, if something unexpected happened later that resulted in his law comprehension becoming permanently fragmented as secret realm laws, that would be truly regrettable. However, to accelerate this, only space law fruits could do so, otherwise, he would have to wait for more than a decade, which was obviously unacceptable to him. The secret realm accelerator has been reactivated and several months have passed in the outside world, whereas thousands of years have passed within the secret realm, hence the 4 silver apples on the mother tree are nearly fully ripe. But this spatial law tree still has yet to show any signs of fruiting. Sigh. As he gazed at the spatial law tree, Within the breeding secret realm, Sonkai sighed deeply. Although the spatial lot tree wasn't a stellar plant, its fruiting speed was excessively slow, leaving Sonkai quite helpless. Well, it is a top-rank resource for law comprehension, so being a bit more delicate is understandable. I just hope that it will bear fruit soon, for even after the fruiting, it will still take a considerable time to mature. Muttering to himself, Sonkai withdrew his spiritual consciousness and then went straight to the ghost energy cultivation platform. Since he couldn't enter the ruins market to cultivate for now, he could only use the somewhat weaker cultivation platform on board the warship to accelerate his training in the guidance technique. It was better than nothing. Chapter 592, Hunting Source Civilization, and the Floating Land's Origin Energy Core. The pitch-black starry sky suddenly erupted with intense spatial fluctuations, and following that, a battleship measuring 1,300 meters in length appeared out of nowhere. It was the Kaikaian, initiating a new deployment to the alien star domain. As soon as Answai's birthday banquet concluded yesterday, the alien star domain deployment function of the Kaikaian had already completed its buffer period. Therefore, after rejuvenating his spirits, Sonkai activated the exploration of the alien star domain at the earliest opportunity. Strictly speaking, he had actually gone quite a long time without exploring the alien star domain. If he wasn't eagerly developing the flagship of the Tri-Eyed Royal Family's dominators, he was comprehending laws in the Dragon Spine secret realm. Now that his hands were free of pressing matters and the assimilation of laws wasn't something that could be finished in a short time, Sonkai finally had the opportunity to commence exploration. I just hope that with his first serious exploration in over a decade, luck will be on my side. Muttering to himself, Sonkai shifted his gaze away from the dark projection screen of the battleship ahead and turned to look at the radar graph on the side. His eyebrows slightly raised, it seemed his results did not disappoint him. The radar graph of the peeping spirit eyes clearly showed that not far from the Kaikaian, there was a sizable piece of starry sea floating land. Both its length and width exceed 4 million kilometers. Is it actually a level 3 starry sea floating land? Sonkai was a bit surprised, not because the level of the floating land was too high, but rather, he felt it was a bit too low. The level of the Kaikaian's hull was indeed only level 32, truly aligned with the rank 3 level, but with the enhancement of numerous gold, silver, and red components, its real combat power had long since reached the level of easily suppressing ordinary 4th rank lifeforms. Therefore, even though the deployment function of the alien star domain primarily judged based on the hull level, the current Kaikaian would definitely not be classified as just a 3rd rank unit, but more likely a 4th rank. Since it was 4th rank, it was normal for the corresponding alien star domain exploration to be deployed near a level 4 floating land. Hence, this level 3 floating land actually puzzled Sonkai. With caution in mind, he first summoned 4 Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, affixed them with brainwave imprints, and sent them out directly using the fixed-point launch pad. Though the combat power of the Kaikaian was indeed formidable, Sonkai did not let his guard down because of this. One must understand that in the exploration of unknown alien star domains, even existences like star-annihilating warships run the risk of being compromised, so complacency was impossible. While controlling the warship to slowly approach the unknown level 3 floating land, Sonkai's eyes soon revealed a deep surprise. In another perspective in his mind, he saw the full view of the level 3 floating land. It was neither a life floating land nor a resource-type floating land but an almost entirely valueless desolate floating land. As far as his eyes could see, the vast territory of the floating land was covered with loose stones and pervasive yellow sand. Occasional sandstorms of terrifying diameters raged madly through it, with not a hint of life in sight. The only thing that caught Sonkai's attention was several small-scale space fortresses floating above the floating land. From the few intelligent beings still lingering in these space fortresses, it seemed likely that their presence was related to the current state of the floating land below, or at least they might be aware of the cause. Thinking this, Sonkai, using the perspective of the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, closely scrutinized for a while. After confirming there were no weapons or combat units in these space fortresses that could threaten the Kaikaian, he actively initiated a warp. The level 3 floating land was not too far from the Kaikaian, but that was only relatively speaking. If relying on light-speed cruise, it would likely take at least several dozen hours. As soon as the Kaikaian appeared in the sky above the desolate floating land, Sonkai turned his attention toward the distant space fortresses. The floating land itself had ultimately lost its value. At this moment, the alien species within the fortresses were clearly of greater significance. Though called fortresses, they were more akin to small-scale space stations with their own internal ecological cycles, much more rudimentary compared to the super-large types used during wartime. Sonkai guessed that their main purpose was probably to monitor the starry sea floating land below. After about 10 minutes, He effortlessly subdued all the alien species within the fortresses and also gathered some information he wanted. This humanoid alien race with pointed heads and 4 claws called themselves the Shaoyuan race. Their civilization was known as the Shaoyuan civilization. Based on some fragmented information disclosed by the monitoring aliens, Sonkai deduced that the Shaoyuan civilization was likely an intermediate civilization. It rose to prominence more than 30,000 years ago, founded on technology, and now had a domain spanning over 10,000 light-years, controlling nearly 1,000 life-floating lands, with a population exceeding 10 billion. The strongest combat unit under its command was named the Shaoyuan Mothership, suspected to possess 4th-rank combat power. However, these monitoring Shaoyuan race members had ordinary status and were not aware of how many Shaoyuan motherships were actually under the civilization's command. Furthermore, there was no existence of level 4 starry sea floating lands within the dominion of the Shaoyuan civilization, whether life-bearing or resource types, which greatly disappointed Sonkai. A middle-level civilization lacking level 4 floating lands is quite rare in the shattered starry sea, usually indicating lower potential and limited cultural depth, yet he had unexpectedly encountered one, filling Sonkai with complaints. Lastly, there was one more point that puzzling to Sonkai. In the memories of these Shaoyuan race members, their civilization's domain apparently contained an exceedingly large number of desolate floating lands similar to the one before him, an obvious abnormality. Generally speaking, starry sea floating lands in the shattered starry sea are primarily categorized as either life-floating lands or resource-type floating lands, with the latter accounting for over 99%. Chapter 593, Hunting Source Civilization and Floating Lands Origin Energy Core 2. In the astounding number of resource-based floating continents, they are further classified into barren floating lands, mineral floating lands, and those with special celestial resources, among others. Even barren floating lands will have scattered resource deposits of various kinds. Truly desolate floating lands that completely lack resources are exceedingly rare, even rarer than life-bearing floating lands. Based on this, Sonkai had affirmed that the situation was abnormal. Having attained the information he wanted, Sonkai casually dealt with all the Shaoyuan clansmen. Still skeptical, he specifically spent some time on this 3rd-rank floating land, using an ultrasonic geomagnetic detector component to conduct a general survey. Only after failing to detect any resources or mineral veins did he fully confirm that the starry sea floating land beneath his feet was indeed an almost worthless barren floating land. It wasn't that Sonkai was superstitious, rather, truly barren starry sea floating lands were indeed a rarity. The formation of barren floating lands could be due to intrinsic or extrinsic reasons. Within the same star domain, the dense occurrence of such floating lands suggests that it's less likely they formed naturally and more likely due to external causes. But achieving this externally is no simple feat. Aside from creatures like the insect race, which devour everything on a floating land without restraint, there is essentially only one other method: extracting the floating land's origin energy core of a starry sea floating land. Excluding the insect race, a species that would never peacefully coexist with other civilizations, there is only one conclusion left. Arriving at this conjecture, the puzzles within Sonkai's heart remained unsolved. To extract the floating land's origin energy core of a starry sea floating land, at least a 4th-rank starry sea life form is required. To extract the origin core of 3rd-rank and 4th-rank floating lands, a 5th-rank being would need to spend a significant amount of time. Considering the peak combat power of the Shaoyuan civilization, they theoretically shouldn't be able to accomplish this. So the question arises, how exactly did the Shaoyuan civilization manage to do this? Having confirmed that the floating land underneath his feet was barren, these queries emerged in Sonkai's mind. With this curiosity, he activated another warp device on the Kaikaian. Tens of light years away, just outside a 2nd-rank floating land under the jurisdiction of the Shaoyuan civilization, Kaikaian quietly emerged. Without any delay, with a Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon, and Void Membrane, concealing it, and since this particular floating land was not garrisoned by a Shaoyuan mothership, Sonkai directly steered Kaikaian into the floating land. Several hours later, when Kaikaian burst forth from that floating land, he had obtained a complete star chart of the territory governed by the Shaoyuan civilization, as well as the exact number of their motherships. Only 4 Shaoyuan motherships? In that case, there's no need to be cautious anymore. Having made up his mind, Sonkai quickly set his next destination to one of the mere 3, Floating Land 003, under Shaoyuan civilization. One of the Shaoyuan motherships was stationed on Floating Land 003, and Sonkai's goal was to meet with this mothership, proclaimed to possess 4th-rank combat power. Besides, he sought to clear up the method of extracting the floating land's origin energy core, or to obtain precise information about it, from this very Shaoyuan mothership. Extracting a floating land's origin energy core has never been an easy task. Even a 5th-rank battleship captain would need to start with a 10-year commitment to extract an origin core from a 1st-rank or 2nd-rank floating land, and it would take even more time for 3rd-rank or 4th-rank lands, where a 40-year endeavor would not be surprising. Yet, despite its time-consuming and strenuous nature, the value of a floating land's origin energy core is incredibly significant. A typical 1st or 2nd-rank floating land's origin energy core can compete in value with purple shipborne components, and a 3rd rank could be on par with orange components. As for the 4th rank, ones of higher purity could even be traded for peak red fire sources rank up. If it concerns the 5th or 6th ranks, their value is said to rival that of silver legend components. Why is the floating land's origin energy core so highly valued? The answer is simple: it can be integrated into the origin core of another starry sea floating land, rapidly strengthening it. This method can swiftly elevate the rank of a starry sea floating land. Take the Chengxing twin floating lands for example. 5,000 years ago, when they were discovered, both were typical 5th-rank floating lands. Now after thousands of years, due to the continuous provision of lower-rank floating lands origin energy cores by the Chengxing clan, Chengxing continent has advanced from the entry level of 5th rank to its current peak. Reportedly, Chengxing continent is on the cusp of rising to 6th rank, and in less than a century, it is set to become the duchy's first 6th-rank live floating land. The Dragon Spine continent has followed a similar trajectory. 3,000 years ago, it was a standard 5th-rank land, but with the ample supply of lower-rank floating lands origin energy cores from the Song family, it too is nearing the peak of 5th rank, with only 100 or 200 years to go. Therefore, even though the extraction of floating lands origin energy cores is incredibly challenging, many 4th-rank starry sea life forms still covet them greatly. This was precisely why Sonkai had such keen interest in the matter. Should the Shaoyuan civilization truly possess any special methods of extracting the floating land's origin energy core and be able to ignore the restrictions set by high-rank life forms, its value would be unimaginable. Several days later, after traveling over 1,000 light-years, the Kaikayan finally arrived at Shaoyuan 003 floating land, and Sonkai laid eyes on the somewhat astonishingly large Shaoyuan mothership. Compared to the majority of 4th-rank units in the Shattered Starry Sea with volumes around 3,000 years old, the length of the Shaoyuan mothership was a staggering 10,000 meters. At first glance, Sonkai even thought it was a 5th-rank combat power unit. However, after seeing the countless bombardment drones carried by this warship, Sonkai quickly understood. As an interstellar mothership, this warship did not follow the perfect volume proportion of a single warship system but was more inclined towards cluster bombing. The larger the volume, the more unmanned aerial vehicles it could carry, and naturally, its combat power would also be more terrifying. Yet to this, Sonkai did not pay much attention. Although the mothership carried many unmanned bombardment aircraft, the assumption was that the mothership would have the chance to let them take off. The radar on the Shaoyuan mothership was clearly not very good. Even as the Kaikayan approached within 10,000 meters, it still failed to detect the presence of the Kaikayan. This gave Sonkai ample time to prepare. Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, Soul Extinguishing Pupil Light Cannon, Electromagnetic Ray Cannon, Crimson Fire Canopy Cannon, Shadow Breaker Cannon, Cold Light Heavenly Frost Cannon, External Armor Piercing Cobalt Shell Launcher. All the weapons on the Kaikayan were ready to fire, and as the 2 main cannons finished charging, the 7 simultaneously roared to life. Sonkai did not aim for the vulnerabilities of the Shaoyuan mothership. All targets were the unmanned aerial vehicles above the mothership. Boom boom boom. Amid the intense bombardment, brilliant fireworks erupted across the entire deck of the mothership. This was not the end. The electromagnetic ray cannon and the crimson fire canopy cannon, 2 mass attack secondary cannons, now played their biggest role. The 2 continuously fired, with each round of cannon fire covering multiple unmanned aerial vehicles. In a short time, before the Shaoyuan race could react, the majority of the drone swarm above the mothership had been annihilated. By the time the other party belatedly raised a 4th-rank level nuclear energy shield, most of the ship's drones were already decimated. Without the threat of these drones, the Kaikayan could easily suppress the Shaoyuan mothership head-on. Nuclear energy shield? Under the concentrated fire of the Shadow Breaker cannon and both main cannons, it collapsed completely before long. 20 minutes later, Sonkai successfully sunk the Shaoyuan mothership. This was the result of Sonkai intentionally holding back to avoid damaging the various vital components aboard the mothership. Next was to tally the gains and collect information related to the floating land's origin energy core. After an assemblage of Void Assassin clan soldier figurines had searched the entire Shaoyuan mothership from top to bottom, Sonkai received both good and bad news. The good news was that he truly found the special device used by the Shaoyuan civilization to extract the floating land's origin energy core. The bad news, however, was that this special device was not a strange object and couldn't be disassembled from the Shaoyuan mothership. It was already automatically destroyed the moment the mothership sank. Chapter 594, The Ceremony to Steal the Floating Land's Origin Energy Core. In a vast array of possible outcomes, Sonkai had stumbled upon the very one he least wished to see. His feelings at this moment were, understandably, far from pleasant. Nevertheless, he still tried his best to control his emotions and shifted his attention to the damaged piece of special equipment before him. According to the introduction by the higher-level members of the Shaoyuan race from the mothership, this special device was named Origin Core Harvesting Device. It was a technological product developed over tens of thousands of years after the accidental discovery of the wreckage of an alien starship by the Shaoyuan Council. Just as he had suspected, this Origin Core Harvesting Device could indeed extract the origin core of a starry sea floating land. This was the reason why there were so many barren floating lands within the territories under the Shaoyuan civilization. However, the device had significant limitations. It required considerable time to extract the origin core from a piece of starry sea floating land each time it was used. Moreover, it seemed that extracting the origin core from a third-rank floating land was the device's limit. While they never attempted to extract from a fourth-rank floating land, the high echelons of the Shaoyuan Civilization's Council were not fools, and they knew their limits. Beyond these, Sonkai uncovered another point. The Shaoyuan civilization was a technologically inclined civilization, and what they had developed to extend their lifespans were special genetic optimization agents. The key factor was that the raw materials for these agents were closely related to the origin cores of floating land, which explained why, despite tens of thousands of years and the assistance of the origin core harvesting devices, they had never managed to cultivate a fourth-rank life floating land. It wasn't just because their territories spanned tens of thousands of light years in a remote star domain with no fourth-rank floating lands to be found, but also due to the limitless greed within the individuals of their race. When it comes to personal longevity, how important is the potential of a civilization's future? Perhaps a handful of visionaries would say it is, but against the overwhelming undercurrent of endless selfishness, their power was as insignificant as an insect trying to stop a chariot. After understanding all this, Sonkai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He remembered a saying from his past studies: the shattered starry sea is boundlessly vast and teems with countless civilizations. Among these innumerable societies, a single minor decision, as well as the subtle dynamics within a race, can steer the entire civilization's course, with the slightest misstep leading to destruction. This saying currently seemed particularly fitting for the Shaoyuan civilization. With a decent start, if the Shaoyuan race had less selfishness within or the leaders had more capability, in tens of thousands of years, they might have even been able to cultivate a fifth-rank floating land. With such a land as their foundation, they could conquer spatial stargate technology and continuously expand into surrounding star domains. In that case, after tens of thousands of years, the outcome might have been entirely different. Take Torch human civilization, for example. If the few warships at the beginning, after acquiring the initial source seed of Torch, had monopolized it for their own development instead of spreading it throughout the entire group, would there still have been the Torch human civilization, which has swiftly grown over 300,000 years to dominate the entire Torch human river system cluster? Perhaps they would have faced an insurmountable crisis at some point and been erased by the relentless flow of time long ago. With a moment of reflection, Sonkai quickly pulled his thoughts together. He divided the dozens of Void Assassin clan soldier figurines into 3 groups and dispatched them, rushing towards the third-rank floating land below at the fastest speed possible to scavenge for all the high-rank resources on his floating land. A third-rank floating land could not possibly be entirely without value. Without the interference from the Shaoyuan mothership with its only 4th-rank combat power unit, the pseudo-5th-rank Void Assassin clan soldier figurines faced no obstacles on a third-rank floating land, quickly clearing out all the medium-high-rank resources of the starry sea floating land. As for those low-rank resources, which couldn't be collected in a short period, Sonkai wasn't very interested. Later on, he could let the development teams within the Pulse come over or even bring over Soul Master and Soul 2 from the asteroid belt. Speaking of Soul Master and Soul 2, the asteroid belt was no longer suitable for them to stay any longer. After exploring the ancient starry sky battlefield, the family had also sent out a large development team to exploit the asteroid belt, spanning 21 light-years in diameter. Furthermore, as he had actively reported the resource point, he too would have a share in the resources obtained from the extensive development, so there was no need for Soul Master and Soul 2 to remain there any longer. Several hours later, Sonkai's expression had long lost its earlier anticipation. Truly a civilization rotten to the core, even these few remaining third-rank floating lands have been stripped of resources to the bone. Even the floating land's origin energy cores are merely maintained at the most minimal balance. Internally berating with wild criticism, Sonkai found it almost incredible, failing to understand how an intermediate civilization could be so short-sighted. After a thorough scavenging by the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, he discovered to his astonishment that even without extraction, All the usable resources on this third-rank starry sea floating land had been looted to an indescribable extent. Even the slight volume that the floating land's origin energy core itself accumulated each year by absorbing the dispersed energy of the starry sea was precisely extracted by the Shaoyuan civilization, leaving not the slightest chance for the floating land to improve, all to prolong the lifespans of the oldest members of the Shaoyuan Council. Chapter 595, The Floating Land's Origin Energy Core Stealing Ceremony. To this Shaoyuan civilization really doesn't know what sustainable development is. They act without considering the consequences for virtually anything and everything. Song Kai's brows were tightly knitted together as he thought to himself that if he had been born within such a civilization, he would likely feel despair. Worrying. Having confirmed the lack of substantial value, Song Kai naturally did not linger. The spatial jump device activated, and he set off once again towards the second level 3 starry sea floating land guarded by a Shaoyuan mothership. Over 10 days later, he successfully resolved the second target as well. However, this time he had learned his lesson and did not sink the Shaoyuan mothership. Instead, he completely deprived it of its ability to resist before taking control of it. With this in mind, the origin core harvesting device inside the Shaoyuan mothership remained intact, but the bad news was that this piece of equipment wasn't a strange object. Since it was not a strange object and could not be disassembled from the Shaoyuan mothership, in order to make use of this special device for himself, he had to package the entire Shaoyuan mothership along with it, and a group of knowledgeable Shaoyuan race individuals had to be brought along to operate the mothership. The Shaoyuan race was not a big problem. They could either be detained in the cages located in Kankaiang's hangar or placed within the ruins market secret realm. Of course, the cultivation secret realm was not included in this. It was currently undergoing secret realm acceleration. Centuries were passing by rapidly, perhaps many generations would have already cycled through by the time he returned, and without a proper education system, those newly born members of the Shaoyuan race wouldn't know the first thing about operating the mothership. The difficulty lay in the Shaoyuan mothership itself, a behemoth that was 20,000 meters long. Thinking about it, Song Kai naturally thought of the proportional scaling instrument component. Now at enhancement level 40, it was not only effective on the Shaoyuan mothership, which was also a 4th rank unit, but the maximum scaling ratio had also reached 200 times. Soon, the Shaoyuan mothership transformed from a 20,000-meter leviathan to a small and exquisite warship of 100 meters in length and was easily taken into Kankaiang's hangar. Upon successfully securing the opponent in the hangar, Song Kai was quite pleased. This meant he could one day actively use it to extract from the floating land's origin energy core, which would undoubtedly bring significant profits for himself. However, despite his contentment, he wasn't entirely satisfied. After all, the upper limit of this origin core harvesting device was apparent. It had value, but its capabilities did not reach an outrageous level, especially considering that the time required for it to extract a floating land's origin energy core was not significantly shorter than if a 4th rank life form performed the extraction manually. Therefore, Song Kai still had a greater desire in his heart for a device that could be converted into a shipboard component. After dealing with the second Shaoyuan mothership, Song Kai's subsequent actions were the same as before, beginning to scavenge the nearby level 3 floating land, though the result was still much the same. Like the previous floating land, the value of this level 3 floating land had also been nearly fully stripped. He barely managed to secure any truly valuable resources from it. With no other choice, Song Kai could only proceed to the final floating land. This level 3 floating land, named Shaoyuan 001, was the fundamental floating land of the Shaoyuan civilization. Originally a peak level 3 floating land, just one step away from level 4, it had regressed to ordinary level 3 status due to prolonged exploitation by the Shaoyuan race. However, as the civilization's fundamental floating land, the last 2 Shaoyuan motherships were stationed near this floating land. For a cruiser of respectable strength, this might pose some trouble, but for Song Kai, the difference between fighting 1 or 2 motherships really wasn't much. The flame giant only made a brief appearance before easily intimidating both ships, which Song Kai then successively took over one after the other. After searching through the 3rd Shaoyuan mothership, Song Kai's brows were still furrowed. 20 minutes later, an excited shout suddenly came from the main control room of Kankaiang. Through the vision of Void Assassin Clan soldier figurines, he saw a starry sea oddity within the last Shaoyuan mothership that emitted an enchanting orange glow. Strange object. Origin core harvesting device, quality, orange grade, convertible, floating land's origin energy core energy theft instrument. Remark, a special device created by the Shaoyuan civilization through the utilization of an unknown wrecked warship, which after 20,000 years of gradual evolution, transformed into an orange oddity, floating land's origin energy core stealing artifact level 0, quality, orange grade, feature, energy theft, feature 2, 25% reduction in cool downtime, consumption. 10 spectral energy points per second, Charge, 1 hour. Buffer, 7.5 years. Effect, consumes 10,000 spectral energy points, after a certain period of operation, which varies depending on the enhancement level of the component and the level of the floating land affected. It steals the origin core from a designated starry sea floating land that does not exceed the enhancement rank of the artifact. Upgrade requirement, 10 points of rank 0 floating land's origin energy, 1,000 spectral energy points. Energy theft. Warships equipped with this component will gain a special energy theft feature, which can autonomously absorb free energy from the environment to empower the ship's energy supply components, boosting the energy supply efficiency of said components by 45%. Upon examining the two attributes of this strange object, Song Kai exclaimed it was top-notch. He was already coveting the ability to steal floating land's origin energy cores, but the mere appearance of the first feature, energy theft, had him ecstatic. Although the light energy aggregation engine on board the Kaikaian had been enhanced to level 59, as the enhancement level of the gold, silver, and red energy-consuming components continued to rise, coupled with the recent addition of another silver component, the energy supply of the Kaikaian was about to fall into imbalance once again. And it was known that the Mirage Transformation Pearl of the Mirage Dragon component was only enhanced to level 20 at the moment, and it was inevitable that the energy supply would be completely out of balance if there were attempts to enhance it to the 4th or even rank 5 in the future. Song Kai had been troubled by this, but the emergence of the energy theft feature undoubtedly perfectly solved the problem. Even if the light energy aggregation engine component would eventually be replaced, the beneficial effects of the energy theft feature would not change, and once Kaikaian replaced it with a higher quality engine, the benefits it could provide would be even more astonishing. As for the fundamental ability of the component to steal the origin core of the floating land, it was not yet entirely apparent from the properties panel alone, and its full effects would only be known after personal testing. However, it was certain that, once enhanced to the 5th rank, it would definitely be able to extract the origin core of level 5 starry sea floating land. A level 5 floating land's origin energy core, that's equivalent to a silver legendary oddity, but I wonder how long the stealing process will take. Muttering to himself, Song Kai then proceeded to tow both of the Shaoyuan race's mother ships into the Kaikaian in the same manner. One of them was fitted with an ordinary origin core harvesting device, which would be extremely valuable whether he kept it for himself, or gave it to those within the Pulse or to the Song family. Inside the Kaikaian main control room, several pointed-eared, four-clawed members of the Shaoyuan race were lying prostrate on the ground in terror. These four were the highest authorities of the Shaoyuan Civilization's Council and had been brought over directly by the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines. Song Kai's goal was very simple. Is the wreckage of that alien starship from 20,000 years ago still around? Can you still make this origin core harvesting device now? Since the technology of the origin core harvesting device originated from the wreckage of that unknown alien starship, its value was self-evident. If some of the technological data from that starship wreckage could be obtained and then handed over to the Family Research Institute, it was expected to be highly valuable. If this led to controlling the technique to mass manufacture the origin core harvesting device, it would certainly become a fresh foundation for the family. The imagination was indeed beautiful, but reality was brutally harsh. The answer Song Kai received was that the remains of the alien starship had turned to ash in the scramble for it long ago, although the origin core harvesting device could still be manufactured. But don't get too excited too soon. The core materials for this device were obtained from the wreckage of that alien starship and were now nearly depleted, only enough to manufacture 5 more origin core harvesting devices. Song Kai examined them carefully for a good while and couldn't recognize the origin of the materials, which were not recorded in the Dinghai Song family's database. Chapter 596, News about Shenran. With a long sigh, Song Kai could only dismiss this idea. However, he didn't show too much of a reaction. From beginning to end, he had not harbored great expectations. Mass production and the like was indeed too exaggerated. The simplest point being, if one wanted to use machinery to extract the floating land's origin energy core, the main materials would at least have to withstand the violent energy erosion constantly emitted by the origin core. Just finding such materials was by no means easy. After spending 2 days, Song Kai packaged all the materials from the Shaoyuan civilization he deemed valuable, including technology related to the Shaoyuan mothership and the origin core harvesting device, and left a pathfinder mark in this sealed star domain. Only then did he use the ruins market as a transfer point to return to Chengxing Yang continent. Actually, he could have sent everything directly back to the Dragon Spine continent, but that would have exposed the existence of the spatial anchor point. After considering, Song Kai still chose not to do so. Instead, he transferred all his gains to Song Yufeng, instructing him to notify the family to come and retrieve them. Of course, he kept one of the Shaoyuan motherships, including the compatible Shaoyuan race that operated the mothership. Although he acquired the floating land's origin energy core theft instrument component, he was still unclear how long each extraction by this component would take. If the duration was too long, that would be problematic. But the Shaoyuan mothership was different. He could completely assign the Shaoyuan mothership to Soul Master or Soul 2, letting them extract the floating land's origin energy on his behalf, so Sonkai would not need to waste his time. As for the other two Shaoyuan motherships that were handed over, one of them lacked the origin core harvesting device, and the other was intact and designated for the 10th direct vein. The family mainly received the last 5 main manufacturing materials. With the family's resources, they would be able to quickly build 5 complete Shaoyuan motherships. In this way, the family effectively gained 5 5th-rank battleship captains capable of extracting 3rd-level floating lands origin energy cores without any regrets. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the family's influence. Just wonder what kind of rewards the family will offer after, an orange component? Or maybe a red component? After briefly speculating, Sonkai did not dwell on it further. The primary matters at hand were still to continue comprehending the space law and cultivating the guidance technique. Of course, the most important event was the upcoming expedition to the Immortal Realm continent fragment in a year. Holding multiple items related to the Immortal Realm civilization, such as the Shutian Ruins Market and the Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield, Sonkai was quite looking forward to this trip. Comprehending laws, practicing the guidance technique, spiritual visualization, deepening proficiency in the 2 secret techniques. Time flew by in such a fulfilling daily life. Half a year later, the acceleration in Chikang's number 004 cultivation secret realm ended, and Sonkai used a Zen Seal, inner speed feature to reduce the cooldown of the secret realm accelerator to just over 2 months. He entered the cultivation secret realm at the first opportunity. A year had passed on the outside, while all the plants within the secret realm had gone through a lengthy span of more than 20,000 years. The only things that remained unchanged were the dragon blood fruit tree and the divine tempering fruit tree, which were still in their fruit-bearing stagnation period. The 2 law trees, however, after 20,000 years, had finally experienced a change. The light attribute law tree and the space law tree both started bearing fruits. Each tree produced 3 respective law fruits. Of course, they were not yet mature. It's uncertain how much longer it will take for the 6 law fruits to fully mature. Then there was the silver apple mother tree. For this unique stellar plant, Sonkai was somewhat puzzled. The cultivation secret realm had already been enhanced to level 50, and theoretically, the mother tree should have also ascended to the 5th rank. Yet, after tens of thousands of years of acceleration, it remained unchanged, reaching the peak of the 4th rank but showing no signs of returning to the 5th rank. He thought about it for a long time but was never able to understand why. However, the 4 silver apples on the mother tree had fully matured, that is, those of the 4th rank. After picking each of the 4 silver apples, Sonkai already had plans for them. Upon exiting the cultivation secret realm, his first action was to turn his attention to the components aboard the Kankai. The first component needed no further mention. Among the remaining blue components on the Kankai, the only one with a feature was the winged launch platform. Following its use, this component was upgraded to purple quality, and its special feature directly increased the number of launch pads by an additional +3. A normal purple quality launch pad should typically have a feature of about +2. With this quality improvement, the feature has exceeded the normal range for purple components. Meaning, just this winged launch platform alone now had 4 launch pads, capable of deploying 16 soldier figurines at once. Together with the fixed-point launch pad, that made 20 figurines, a truly astonishing capability. After enhancing this component, Sonkai entered the ruins market and placed the 3 4th-rank silver apples in the oddity exchange shop. Subsequently, the 3 would become one of the unique trading resources in the oddity exchange shop. The feature of silver apples was to upgrade the quality of a specific Starry Sea oddity by 1 rank. For a Starry Sea alien race, they could likewise make use of it. For those alien races that had top-rank blue strange objects, the value of a 4th-rank silver apple would be far higher than a purple relic. This could bring far greater returns than using it on Kankai's remaining few blue components that had no potential and were bound to be replaced sooner or later. Purple components without features are not much stronger than blue ones. If one could acquire a component with features of the same category, it would be more cost-effective to enhance the latter. Why bother with the former? Chapter 597, News about Shenron 2. However, the silver apple was hard to come by after all, and Sonkai had decided not to exchange it unless it was a top-rank convertible strange object. He preferred to go without that to make do with an inferior product. Well, strictly speaking, it was more like an alternative backup, except that during the backup period, he would incidentally see if there could be any unexpected joy. After the Kenkian was reclaimed, Sonkai planned to continue with his usual daily cultivation tasks, But it was interrupted by an unexpected incident. Feeling the continuous pulsations of the seed of torch in his ancestral aperture between his eyebrows, Sonkai grew suspicious. He knew this meant someone was actively trying to contact him through the local network. Could it be Song Yufan? Or is it from Wang Zhen's side? As his spiritual mind fully immersed into the ancestral torch, connecting to the Torch Bureau's local network, his eyebrows shot up. Answai, why is she contacting me at this time? Could it be? After a brief surprise, a gleam of excitement flashed through Sonkai's eyes as a surge of excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. For various reasons, the two had not become friends yet, and it was clear Answai had contacted him by actively searching for him, and her tone was completely inconsistent with their ostensibly unfamiliar relationship. Alright then, you sure kept it hidden well, sister. Seeing this short message, Sonkai instantly understood that the other party had confirmed his identity. After all, during his time on the White Tower floating land, his family did not hide their relationship with the Shen family at all, which could be easily elucidated with a little inquiry. To this, Sonkai didn't react much. From the moment he initiated contact and asked her to investigate, he was well aware that his identity could not be concealed and did not mind. He was only focused on one thing. News about the Shen family and Shen Yuan. To tell the truth, you are not that much better than me. Did you manage to find any news about the Shen family? TSK, you're just trying to find your little girlfriend, aren't you? Why hide it and hold back in front of sister? That's not like the aloof Lord Sonkai we know. Sonkai fell silent instantly. He found that every time he spoke to this woman, it took less than 3 sentences to become exasperated. Before he could respond, Answai on the other end sent another message with laughter. I'm just teasing you. Let's talk in person, sister here has found some information. Sonkai's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing became somewhat erratic. A dozen minutes later, on Star Street, at the legendary guild. As the door to Answai's private office opened, Sonkai walked in and immediately threw something in his hand to the seated Answai on the inside. Metal attribute law fruit, a gift for your last birthday party. Catching the law fruit emitting a strong metallic mysterious aura, Answai's smile grew even more intense. The Chengxing clan's main cultivation was the law of metal. This law fruit was perfect for her. Then, this humble girl thanks Lord Kai of the 7th Hall for his gift. Long live the Lord. Seeing the conversation subject seemed to shift right away, Sonkai hurriedly said, Answai, what have you found? What has happened to the Shen family? And is your An alright? Answai's smile quickly faded from her face, and she became serious. The Shen family's background is intricately entangled, with forces actively obscuring their traces. I didn't find much information. Seeing the urgency in Sonkai's eyes, Answai didn't beat around the bush and continued, the Jiangyuan City Shen family you mentioned is very likely related to Baiqiang Shen. Baiqiang Shen? Sonkai was at first puzzled, then his eyes suddenly narrowed. The Yaohan Kingdom's Northern Firmament King? Seeing Answai nod, a storm surged within Sonkai. The Baiqiang Shen family, also known as the Northern Firmament King's Mansion, was one of the only 2 non-royal king's mansions in the Yaohan Kingdom, and one of the kingdom's 3 major immortal powers out in the open. Unlike the Stark family, they were a truly immortal clan. The star-annihilating starship had suppressed the mansion for over 20,000 years, a true dominator of the heavenly disk galaxy. A single stomp would make the entire galaxy quiver. If Shen Yuan's family truly belonged to a branch of the Northern Firmament King's mansion, then it was clearly not good news for Sonkai. At the very least, there would be many more obstacles between him and Shen Yuan. Musing over this, the resolve in Sonkai's eyes gradually firmed. Whether it was true or not, he would never step back. Can you be sure? He looked up again to ask, only to receive a swift shake of the head from Answai. As I said, there's not much information available. I only know that over a decade ago, someone from the Baiqiang Shen family was spotted on the White Tower floating land. As for whether the Shen family your girlfriend belongs to is connected to them or where exactly they went, that's all unclear, she said. Sonkai's brows furrowed, his eyes rapidly flickering with thought. At that moment, Answai offered another key piece of information. However, there's some good news. Just before your girlfriend disappeared, she rented a high-level safety deposit box at the city's Chengxing First Bank for 50 years. A safety deposit box? Sonkai suddenly stood up from the sofa, his intuition telling him that this box was most likely left for him by Shen Yuan. The answers he had been desperately seeking were bound to be inside this box. As for the Chengxing First Bank, acting as the official bank of the Chengxing Principality, it was backed by the Chengxing imperial family. The various services under its jurisdiction were indeed trustworthy. Since it is a high-level safety deposit box, I don't have the authority to access it without permission, so it's still on the White Tower floating land. You'll have to personally make a trip to the Golden Shark Starfield, she explained. Sonkai nodded. The Golden Dragon Star domain wasn't close to the Golden Shark Starfield, and to jump over using a warship would take at least half a year round trip. This would undoubtedly delay the upcoming opening of the Immortal Realm continent fragment in 6 months. But Ansui had already taken the initiative to get him a Stargate transport ticket for 2 days from now, which would save him a lot of time. Half a month later, Sonkai successfully arrived outside the White Tower floating land. A strange cruiser descended from beyond the skies, immediately catching the attention of the rank 3 torch captains on the White Tower floating land. But Sonkai couldn't be bothered with them and headed to T City with the utmost speed. In the center of T City, the Chengsing First Bank's branch on the White Tower floating land. Sir, please enter the withdrawal password. As the highest level safety deposit box, it was naturally equipped with passwords, and more than one. Sonkai thought for a moment and then began to input. Beep, password incorrect. You have 4 more chances. His eyebrows immediately shot up in surprise. It's not the girl's birthday. Thinking it over, he tried to input his own birthday, and the prompt then informed him the password was correct. Then came the second password. This time he entered Shinran's birthday, and the result was again correct. As for the final third password, Sonkai chose the day he first awakened and went to Jiangyuan City to meet her. The answer was also correct. After all 3 passwords were entered, Sonkai finally retrieved the item Shenran had left in the bank from the high-level safety deposit box. A small mechanical box. Having acquired the mechanical box, Sonkai didn't immediately try to open it, but instead quickly left the bank, summoned the Kankian and soared into the sky, disappearing into the White Tower floating land's horizon in an instant. At the Zhutian Ruins Market, Sonkai toyed with the mechanical box in his hands, a hint of a smile in his eyes. This mechanical box appeared to be a special device, also password protected, and with only 1 attempt allowed. If the password was entered incorrectly, the box was likely to self-destruct. However, this posed no challenge to Sonkai. Because engraved on the side of the box were the words Starry Night. Sonkai pressed a few times back and forth, and soon the mechanical box clicked open with ease. As for the password he'd entered, it was the day the two of them confirmed their relationship, a night filled with dazzling stars. The moment the mechanical box was opened, a burst of shining silver light spread out suddenly, and Sonkai squinted his eyes instinctively. Once he'd adjusted, he refocused his attention on the item inside the box. There was only one object, a token flickering with silver light. Strange object, Big Dipper 7 stars Hall, Yao Guang star rank, quality, silver grade, convertible, no, note, a mysterious Big Dipper 7 stars Hall entry token, which, once activated, allows temporary access to the Big Dipper 7 stars Hall. The hall encompasses the highest order, ensuring absolute safety for those who enter. Remark, the token cannot be activated actively. Remark 2, next activation in 2.5 out of 10 years. After examining the token's attributes, Sonkai's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind working like a high-speed computer, calculating something intensely. It was not difficult to discern from the token's attribute panel that this, Yao Guang star rank, was a special entry token that could be used to enter that Big Dipper 7 stars Hall. As for what exactly the Big Dipper 7 stars Hall is, whether it is like the Pujiwo Heritage Tower or similar to the Zhutian Ruins Market, that was currently unknown. However, the last note about the activation timing was a rather large restriction. Open only once every 10 years, and during that period, one cannot enter at will, which obviously falls short compared to the Zhutian Ruins Market. Yuran must have had her reasons for specifically leaving this token for me, so what could they be? Does she also have one of these tokens? Or does she want me to use the advantages and conveniences of this token to rapidly enhance my own and my flagship's combat power? Or is there some other secret about this token that is unknown to others? In just a few breaths of time, a multitude of conjectures surfaced in his mind, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, it was clear that an answer would not be forthcoming in the short term. Everything would have to wait until 2.5 years later, when this Yao Guang star rank is activated and he enters the Big Dipper 7 stars Hall, to have the final answer. He took the token into his ancestral torch, and as a strange object, it naturally could be taken into the ancestral torch like other Starry Sea oddities and components. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Sonkai no longer dwelled on it and left the ruins market once again. Outside, aboard the Kaikaian. Once Sonkai appeared, the warship which was hovering stationary started flying at extreme speed once again, turning into a streak of light that quickly disappeared into the pitch-black starry sky. The Stargate teleportation tickets previously provided by Ansui were round-trip tickets. As long as he returned within the specified time, he could still use the teleportation array in the Golden Shark star field to return directly to the Golden Dragon star domain, saving a considerable amount of time. a dozen days later, in Yang continent. Piercing through the clouds in the sky, the Kazekage headed towards the Sky Rush Valley for landing. At the same time, Sonkai also took the initiative to send a message of thanks to Ansui. Although he had not found out the specific whereabouts and outcomes of Shenron, at least he saw hope, and all of this was the result of Ansui's assistance. Gratitude was due. How did it go? A reply quickly came from the other side. Sonkai only returned with a single word, alas, without elaborating further, and he certainly did not reveal anything about the Yaoguang star rank. He still did not fully understand the value of this Yaoguang star rank, and it would be extremely unwise to reveal it rashly. Just a mere entry token, yet it is of silver quality. One could only imagine that what lies behind the Big Dipper 7 Stars Hall would not be of low stature. This made him think of the Fujiwo Heritage Tower. With similar high stature and both requiring transportation for access, there were a number of similarities between the two. The value of the Fujiwo Heritage Tower was undeniable. The sole golden component currently mounted on the Kazekage came from it, yet the terrifying melee from before remained vivid in Sonkai's memory. A myriad of creatures of the 4th rank and above attacked at once, turning that star field into a starry space inferno in an instant. Since then, Sonkai had a deeper understanding of the principle to hold a jade is to invite trouble. The higher the value of something, the greater the benefits it brings and, often, the greater the dangers and threats that accompany it. After all, that melee was essentially triggered by the Perusa Zen seal. Seeing that Sonkai lacked enthusiasm and was thinking about a lot of things, Ansui did not reply further. In her view, it was best not to disturb Sonkai at such times. Back in Sky Rush Valley, Sonkai forced himself into a new round of daily cultivation. And with that, time passed swiftly. But just when he thought he would continue this way until the Immortal Realm continent fragment opened, an unexpected event occurred. However, this time it had nothing to do with Shenron or the Shen family but involved his own venerable ancestor summoning him. Ruzu is also in Yang continent? When he first received this notification, Sonkai's initial thought was surprise, followed by speculation about why Ruzu would summon him. Is it about the previous suppression of Unlock Stark, or about the harvesting civilization and the origin core harvesting device? With questions in mind, Sonkai controlled the Kazekage to arrive at the main manor in Sky Rush Valley. Grandson greets Ruzu. In the main hall of the manor, Sonkai bowed respectfully to the person at the head seat. Through the corner of his eye, Sonkai noticed that this Ruzu, who hails from the earth vein, looked like nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged woman. She was devoid of any pressure that a level 5 life might possess, smiling gently as she looked at him and then spoke softly. That move you made half a year ago was very good, neat and decisive, displaying the dignity our Song family should have. Some families who fail to recognize their own situation indeed should not be indulged. However, there was one point in which you did not do well. Hearing this sudden change in tone, Sonkai's heart instinctively skipped a beat. Grandson acknowledges his fault and is willing to heed Ruzu's guidance. Originally, he thought Ruzu would next say some words of warning, but it turned out she did not play by common rules. Chapter 599, Big Dipper 7 Stars Hall, Yaoguang Star Rank, Family Reward 2. Since you've taken action, you should not have shown mercy, at least you should have killed that servant who started the trouble, to give the other side the greatest deterrence. Sonkai's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly downward. He had long heard that Ruzu of the family had the most volatile temper, and hadn't felt it too much before, but now it seemed to be true. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was indeed the case, as he was unable to deal a killing blow to Unlock, but a servant was no problem at all. As he was thinking this, Ruzu spoke again from the head of the table. This time she finally got to the point. Her summoning of Sonkai was certainly not just to offer him simple praise. The information related to the harvesting civilization that you submitted earlier has been carefully reviewed by all the high-level members of the family, and it indeed helps the family a lot, but a level 3 floating lands origin energy core isn't of much use to a level 5 dragon spine continent. Speaking of this, Song Xingru paused for a moment. The consensus in the family is, we want to ask if you have obtained the corresponding shipborne components? Upon hearing this, not just Sonkai, but also Song Xingru and all the clan elders of the Song family who were aware of this matter probably knew what was obvious. After all, one of the harvesting mother warships that Sonkai had turned in didn't have an origin core harvesting device installed, and given that the harvesting device could not be removed, the result was clear. For this, Sonkai actually had no intention of hiding it, in fact, it was deliberate. Sonkai pretended to be pained as he took out the floating lands origin energy core energy theft instrument, voluntarily. When Song Xingru received this orange component, joy quickly surfaced on her face. Good, good. This component is of great use to the family, especially recently. With its help, Perhaps the Dragon Spine continent could quickly advance to level 6 after the Chengxinyan continent, and then Shi Yuan may be able to make a push for rank 6 in one go. Listening to the elder's words, which sounded more like a murmur to himself, Song Kai curiously asked in a low voice, Ruzu, can the advancement of floating lands actually improve the success rate of warship advancement? Song Xingru, brought back from her joy, thought for a moment before explaining, when a piece of floating land advances, anyone who has contributed to the advancement of the floating land can benefit from the energy tide triggered by the successful advancement of the floating land, and the tortoise ship, being bound to ourselves, can also receive this benefit. Of course, the energy tide triggered by the advancement of floating lands of different levels is also different. To benefit a warship at the battleship level, the floating land must at least advance from level 4 to level 5. Song Kai suddenly understood. He had not heard of this before, but now he had gained some knowledge. However, he quickly turned his gaze to the floating land's origin energy core energy theft instrument in Ruzu's hands, and a clear look of reluctance appeared on his face. This scene was naturally caught by the elder at the head. Song Xingru laughed a bit annoyed. Alright, I know you're reluctant to part with it, and no one is going to fight you over it. However, the family needs to borrow it for a while, the kind that pays. So, tell me, what do you want? Song Kai, who had already considered his answer, did not need any extra thought and quickly gave his reply. Titanium crystals, law stones, 5th rank floating lands origin energies. A look of surprise crossed Song Xingru's eyes. You don't need a 4th rank floating lands origin energy? Song Kai shook his head, as he had synthesized nearly 1,000 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy in the past half a year, and with his previous stockpile, he already had over 1,000 and truly didn't need any more. Song Xingru nodded, then pondered for a short while before she gestured, and 3 piles of resources soon appeared in the main hall. 15,000 titanium crystals, 1,500 law stones, 20 points of 5th rank floating lands origin energy. Song Kai was very satisfied with these 3 types of resources. With them, he could strengthen multiple components and thoroughly enhance the Kaikaian. However, what troubled him was that with the removal of the floating lands origin energy core energy theft instrument component, the energy supply issue of the Kaikaian had re-emerged. At this moment, the elder Song Xingru continued, these are just the rewards for the family borrowing this component over the next several decades, and the merit you achieved with the harvesting civilization isn't included. Think about it, what else do you want? These words were like the sound of heaven to Song Kai, filling his heart with immense joy. He still didn't ponder too much. Ruzu, I want a special component that can amplify the energy supply efficiency. Reporting all the merits of the harvesting civilization couldn't possibly make the family directly reward him with a silver-quality shipborne engine. Thus, he had to settle for the next best thing, something akin to the energy theft feature he had before. And you wouldn't believe his luck, Song Xingru had on hand a component just like that. However, its quality wasn't all that high, it was merely a purple component. Multifunction converter level 0, quality, purple grade, feature, conversion effect increased by 25%, consumption, 7 spectral energy points per second, no charge and buffer required, effect, capable of converting various starry sea stray energies to assist the warship engine, enhancing the engine's energy supply effect by 45%, upgrade requirement, 7 points of rank 0 floating lands origin energy, 700 spectral energy points. Just in terms of energy supply enhancement, this component even outperformed that floating lands origin energy core energy theft instrument. After all, it was a single function component, and the energy theft feature of the floating lands origin energy core energy theft instrument was only a secondary function. Stealing the origin core was the main feature. It goes without saying which one holds more value. As for this, Song Kai was entirely satisfied. Let's not forget that he had reserved a harvesting mothership for himself. If he wanted to extract the floating lands origin energy core, he could simply have it done by Soul Master and Soul Second, without spending a minute of his own time. Right now, his primary difficulty was energy supply, making the multifunction converter more suitable for his current needs. As for the future, well, that was a matter for another time. After sorting this out, Song Kai quickly returned to his own estate and eagerly commenced a new round of comprehensive enhancements for the Kaikaian. First, he enhanced the newly installed multifunction converter component, all the way up to level 40. After 4th rank, the improvement to the shipborne engine's energy supply efficiency reached 90%, which left the Kaikaian with a considerable surplus of energy, allowing him to comfortably enhance the other components. Second, he enhanced the Perusa seal component. Although he had enhanced it once before, it had only reached level 40 due to a lack of titanium crystals. Now, his resources were ample, and he still had over a kilogram of sand of time, entirely sufficient to enhance this component to level 50. After the Perusa Seal came the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon, a component with significant importance, but currently only enhanced to level 20, which Sonkai found unacceptable. He continued enhancing until the Silver Legend component reached level 50, significantly improving the component's attributes. It not only further weakened the effects of the illusion realms and illusion arrays on the warship, but its invisibility feature was also remarkable. Coupled with an astonishingly high priority, it became extremely difficult for other components of similar quality and enhancement level, such as monitoring or radar components, to detect the hidden Kaikaian. After these three components, Sonkai fell into hesitation, finding it difficult to choose which component to enhance next. Ship cannon, radar, energy shield, warship armor, special component. There were so many components that could be enhanced, and there was definitely no rule that enhancing one would yield a higher return than enhancing another. Of course, this didn't include the two composite components, the Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield and the Neutron Star Core Armor. Chapter 600. However, even though they were combination components, the enhancement benefits were far greater than other components, but Sonkai still promptly excluded them from the subsequent enhancement candidates. For a simple reason, both components had already been enhanced to the 5th rank, and with the limited 5th rank floating land Zorajan energy currently in hand, it was impossible to enhance either of them multiple times. The primary target of his enhancement this time was, frankly, a host of 4th rank components. After some consideration, he selected several components. The first was the Divine Binding Chains, Imitation, as an active binding and control component, which would likely be key in Kaikaian's battles for a considerable time to come. After all, the Perusa Seal was the ultimate trump card and couldn't be used casually. Therefore, Sonkai enhanced it from level 30 to level 40. Next was the Winged Launch Platform from level 39 to level 40. Then came the firepower for the Kaikaian. Both main cannons were already at the 5th rank, which was hard to enhance for the time being, but there was still a lot of enhancement potential for the two orange secondary cannons. Crimson Fire Canopy Cannon, from level 40 to level 50. Shadow Breaker Cannon, from level 44 to level 50. After enhancing these 4 components, Sonkai had used up the vast majority of his resources, only enough to enhance one more component to the 5th rank. He thought about it and finally turned his attention to the Life System Medical Repair Pod. So far, this component hadn't played any role, but if there ever came a time when it was needed, it would be a lifesaver, and Sonkai had never overlooked this fact. Life System Medical Repair Pod from level 40 to level 50. With the enhancement of this component to level 50, this round of enhancement came to an end. Sonkai withdrew the Kaikaian contentedly and then once again entered the routine of daily cultivation. There were still several months left until the weakening period for the Immortal Realm Continent Fragment Shield. In the silent expanse of space, a fleet of over 1,000 ships was speeding ahead at full velocity. In the heart of the fleet, a torture ship of the Zulu class, spanning over 3,000 meters long, served as the command flagship of the entire fleet. Fleet Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat members of the Song family clan were rapidly exchanging information, and among the dozens of individuals, Song Z was one. 10 ship, Song Z, although according to the initial action plan, we are still far from the target floating land Phantom Spirit 015. The Phantom Spirit clan civilization excels in various illusion abilities, and ambushes and delays are their habitual tactics. In order to ensure that the fleet arrives at the Phantom Spirit 015 floating land within the specified time, my suggestion is to form an advanced scouting team composed of cruisers with outstanding detection abilities to clear out any possible dangers in the fleet's course and warp jump point areas. Supreme Profound Spirit Calming Ship, Song Zoan, Dan Ship's suggestion is good. But does anyone have enough confidence in their own flagship's detection capabilities? Soon, 3 cruisers broke away from the fleet, taking the lead along the detailed route of the fleet at the fastest speed. Their main task was to ensure that there were no Phantom Spirit clan civilization ambush fleets on the detailed navigation route of the fleet. If an ambush fleet was discovered in advance, they would notify the main force behind him through a special short-range communication component. Such a Song family fleet, at this moment, had nearly 20 groups in the nearby tens of thousands of light-years of star systems. All these fleets targeted the Phantom Spirit clan's starry sea floating lands, ranging from rank 3 to 4th rank. The Phantom Spirit clan civilization, a rank 5 level intermediate civilization of shattered starry sea, with a heritage exceeding 50,000 years, has a dominion exceeding 30,000 light-years. The strongest combat unit in the civilization has 5 rank 5 level Phantom Spirit warships. Its strength in starry sea civilizations of the rank 5 is considered average. This civilization was discovered and reported by a rank 3 member of the second direct lineage nearly 1,000 years ago, and since then, both the second direct lineage and the Song family have invested considerable manpower in this star domain. And now, it has officially become the Song family's target of conquest. In this expedition, the family has committed over 300 cruisers, more than 34th rank Zulu warships, 3 rank 5 battleships, and 1 fearless ship. As for escort ships and lower class vessels, the number exceeds 5 figures. This magnitude of mobilization was naturally not a minor skirmish. The goal of the Song family was to capture the Phantom Spirit continent of the Phantom Spirit civilization, which had ascended to rank 5 just over 1,000 years ago. Ever since Song Xingru brought back that floating land's origin energy core pilfering device component to the family, after nearly half a month of discussion, the higher-ups of the clan decided to launch this foreign expedition. There was no choice. Only a starry sea floating land's origin energy core of the same rank could maximally shorten the time required for Dragon Spine continent to ascend to the rank 5 peak or even to the rank 6 floating land. After enhancing the floating land's origin energy core pilfering device component to the rank 5 limit, the Song family launched this foreign expedition without delay. Phantom Spirit Civilization, Core Star Domain, Phantom Spirit Continent. As the civilization's stronghold, the Phantom Spirit Continent was garrisoned by 3 of the rank 5 Phantom Spirit warships, making it the most secure and well-defended location in the entire civilization. However, about half a month ago, many administrative star domains under the civilization had been attacked one after another, plunging the entire Phantom Spirit clan on the Phantom Spirit continent into intense unease, resulting in the activation of the floating land shield at that time. Enveloped by the rank 5 level floating land shield, the whole Phantom Spirit continent was like clad in a suit of armor with an astonishingly powerful defense, where normally no entity too headstrong would intentionally collide with it. However, on this particular day, there actually arrived 3 uninvited visitors. High above the rank 5 floating land's vault of heaven, on the inside of the floating land shield, quietly floated 3 rank 5 Phantom Spirit warships and a dozen 4th rank ships, all belonging to the Phantom Spirit civilization. Chapter 601, Family Action, Level 5 Starry Sea Civilization 2. Inside these warships, countless members of the Phantom Spirit clan looked up with uncertainty, gazing beyond the floating land shield, or more precisely, at the alien starship outside the shield that measured 100,000 meters. Strange warship from alien territories, please state your purpose. Through the floating land shield, the Phantom Spirit clan inquired in the most standard starry sea lingua franca. In response, the 100,000-meter warship and its 2 10,000-meter companions behind it chose not to reply. In the torch warship's magnetic wave communication group chat, the voice of the old ancestor suddenly rose. So as not to drag this out, take action. No sooner had he spoken than all the main cannons and the super main cannons on the 2 battleships and 1 fearless ship simultaneously unleashed a terrifying barrage of firepower. The dreadful beams of fire rapidly breached the floating land shield, which was imbued with rule power. Boom. 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 In the midst of a horrifying cacophony of booms and explosions, intense ripples spread across the floating land shield of the entire Phantom Spirit continent, and the brilliance of the circular shield rapidly dimmed. Though a 5th rank level starry sea floating land was a rare sight and the floating land itself provided a stunningly endless supply of energy, it faced the combined full force attack of a 6th rank, plus 2 peak rank 5 entities. Coupled with the torch warship's renown for its powerful firepower, such a concerted attack naturally had a significant impact on the floating land shield. Inside the floating land shield, the horrified Phantom Spirit clan watched with pale faces as the shield above them flickered. However, their response was swift. After a brief moment of shock, all Phantom Spirit warships turned their hulls and began firing ferociously at the 3 enemy warships outside the floating land. Particularly after seeing that the floating land shield above them had only dimmed grayly, without completely collapsing, the Phantom Spirit clan quickly recovered from their shock, their faces lighting up with excitement. They were well aware that the floating land shield was supported by the entirety of the floating land, and as long as it didn't collapse instantaneously, the terrifying energy supply of the floating land itself would soon restore it to its peak. Outside the floating land shield, a barrage of fire fell upon the surface energy shields of the 3 warships, their luminance also gradually dimming. It was only because the energy shield components installed on the 3 warships were of such high quality, with their enhancement levels being at least 6th rank, that they were able to hold out for a short time. In the group chat, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as the Phantom Spirit clan had imagined. The 3 exchanged glances before the immovable Minking activated a special component on the warship. Meanwhile, hundreds of light years away at the periphery of an asteroid belt, 10 Zulu warships lay hidden in the void. At this moment, Clan Elder Song Danshu's flagship seemed to receive a transmission. He quickly spoke up in the group chat, received a transmission from the Prime Ancestor. Everyone pay attention, coordinates are XXXX, XXXX, initiate a spatial jump immediately. Dozens of seconds later, to the horror of the watching Phantom Spirit clan on the continent, 10 Song family Zulu warships, each stretching over 3,000 meters, appeared thousands of miles above the Phantom Spirit continent's airspace. Without waiting for them to react, a dozen pre-charged attacks suddenly burst forth. Though there were only a dozen or so attacks, each of them carried the armor-breaking attribute. Boom. 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 Amidst violent explosions, the already not fully recovered floating land shield of the Phantom Spirit Continent abruptly manifested countless fine, web-like cracks. Though it had not completely collapsed, it was evident to any observer that the floating land shield was on the verge of breaking. It was at this moment, seizing the opportunity, that the Song family's fearless ship dashed forward fiercely. At the prow of the ship, an unknown transformation had occurred, creating a ram shimmering with silver light, and the entire warship was engulfed in the massive phantom of a dragon whale. Roar! The dragon whale let out a long cry as the fearless ship surged forward with unstoppable momentum, vowing to shatter the floating land shield below in a single strike. At that moment, within the floating land shield below, a dazzling silver light suddenly emerged. The leading 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship threw out a silver legendary oddity. As a civilization that had inherited tens of thousands of years, how could they not have some trump cards up their sleeve? However, in the eyes of the Song family's 6th-rank clan elder, this so-called trump card wasn't all that impressive. After all, his flagship was equipped with multiple components of gold quality. In terms of trump cards, a silver legendary oddity didn't seem very threatening. The silver oddity thrown by the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship quickly morphed into an arrow tens of thousands of meters long. Flickering with a chilling glow, one could imagine it indeed carried a formidable armor-breaking effect. The silver arrow shot forth suddenly, piercing through the floating land shield and heading straight for the fearless ship rushing below. To this, the fearless ship, which was 100,000 meters in length, seemed as if it hadn't even registered the existence of the silver arrow. There was not the slightest hint of hesitation in its oncoming clash. In fact, the Song family clan elder on board the fearless ship really didn't think much of this silver legendary oddity. It wasn't that he was underestimating the enemy, but rather that in the shattered Starry Sea, not every civilization could, like the torch warships of the Torch civilization, bridge a gap of 2 great ranks to exploit a Starry Sea oddity to its utmost potential. In fact, within the majority of civilizations, what determines the might of a strange object is not its inherent quality, but the power of the user. To put it simply, the strength of the creature using the strange object corresponds to the level of might the object can express. This arrow oddity, despite being of silver quality and capable of unleashing a 7th-rank level of might, was being wielded by a mere 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship. Therefore, even though it seemed intimidating, it was merely a 5th-rank level attack in reality. In the face of the fearless ship's energy shield and warship armor both enhanced to a 7th-rank level, it would hardly be able to breach the defenses. The silver arrow collided with a fearless ship, and this trump card that the Phantom Spirit civilization took pride in couldn't even penetrate the dragon whale's phantom that enveloped the ship. It was repelled in an instant. The next second, a succession of clanging sounds followed. Beneath the intense tremors, a series of cracking noises ensued, until at last, the floating land shield could hold on no longer. Beginning from the point of contact between the fearless ship's ram and the floating land shield, the entire shield began to fracture rapidly. And it didn't end there. After breaching the floating land shield, the fearless ship didn't halt its advance but continued its charge towards the leading 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship below with somewhat diminished might. As the floating land shield completely shattered, the entire Phantom Spirit continent's populace, including those within the 4th and 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warships, wailed in agony. It was as if they had lost their last will to resist. Even with the enhancement from the floating land's rule power, they couldn't mount any significant resistance. 3 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warships were held at bay by the Song family battleship and the fearless ship, while the other 4th-rank Phantom Spirit warships clashed with the 10 newly arrived Zhilu warships. Initially, both sides managed to maintain a relative equilibrium in the battle. But as soon as the Song family's fearless ship decisively eliminated a 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship, this fragile balance immediately collapsed, and what followed was nothing short of a unilateral slaughter. With the assistance of the now free fearless ship, the remaining 2 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warships were quickly dealt with, and then it was the turn of the dozen or so 4th-rank ships. In a mere matter of minutes, over 70% of a level 5 civilization's peak combat force was utterly obliterated, testament to the power of torchlight humanity. Considering that the Song family was merely a family from a minor duchy within torchlight humanity, and yet capable of annihilation of an intermediate civilization so effortlessly, one can only imagine the terrifying strength of the entire torch human civilization. Of course, the Song family members didn't become arrogant because of this. Everyone was well aware that the reason this operation was so smooth was principally due to the efforts of the clan elder alone. It was the presence of the 6th-rank fearless ship's full-strength intervention that made it possible to easily breach a floating land shield of a level 5 floating land. Prior to the Elders' centuries of seclusion, the Song family would never have dared to contemplate acts against the Phantom Spirit civilization. Chapter 602, Sustainable Development, 10 Red Curios. The battle at Phantom Spirit Continent concluded quickly, but that didn't mean things were going as smoothly for the other fleets of the Song family. Let's not forget that beyond Phantom Spirit Continent, there were still 2 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warships in existence. One of them was being dealt with by another 5th-rank battleship from the Song family, with limited impact on the battle situation, but the second one was much more troublesome. 5,000 light-years away from Phantom Spirit Continent, 3 Zulu warships of the Song family were doing their utmost to deal with a Phantom Spirit warship that was 10,000 meters long. After more than 10 minutes of battle, the energy shields on the exterior of the 3 Zulu warships had dimmed significantly, with one of them completely overloaded and now using the Dragon Whale state secret technique as a makeshift, weakened version of the energy shield. All 3 Zulu warships were engaged in their warship forms, with no one transforming into mythical mecha form. With tens of thousands of years of accumulated experience, Torch human civilization had long since developed a comprehensive combat system. One of the most basic rules concerning Torch warships, starting from the Zulu warship level, was, when fighting within floating land, give priority to engaging the enemy in mythical mech form. And when fighting in the infinite starry sea, prioritize fighting in warship form. This rule corresponds to the advantages inherent in each of the Torch warship's 2 forms. Suddenly, the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship used some unknown means to fully charge its super railgun at the bow, which normally required a minute to charge, in just 6 seconds. The result was that the Zulu warship with its energy shield already completely overloaded had no time to react. In the next second, as the super railgun fired, it was obviously too late to try to dodge. Helplessly, the clan elder, who was the captain of the Zulu warship, could only boost the power of laws with all his might, making the ethereal dragon whale projection on the ship's surface more solid. His flagship's warship armor had activated its active defense feature earlier, and the energy shield was overloaded long ago, so all he could do now was to enhance the defense of the phantom dragon whale. Yet, even so, he had no sense of security. His mastery was of the law of light, and the dragon whale formed by the dragon whale state secret technique was not adept at defense, whereas the incoming strike was a terrifying 5th-rank level attack. One could imagine that once this strike landed, the flagship guarded only by a phantom dragon whale faced a high risk of being sunk. At the critical moment, the other 2 Zulu warships nearby almost simultaneously sprang into action. One of them manifested spatial fluctuations around its hull and, in the next instant, bypassed the distance of over 100,000 meters to position itself directly in front of the Zulu warship with the overloaded energy shield. At the same time, its orange-quality warship armor, enhanced to 5th rank, immediately activated its defense feature, a hefty layer of armor now hugging the ship, tightly encasing the warship within. Boom! The kilometer-wide annihilation light wave of the railgun struck first against its already dim energy shield of red quality, which only held up for a second before being completely overloaded. With no energy shield left to hinder it, the light wave then crashed onto the armor layer. Inside the Zulu warship, alarming buzzers sounded urgently. While it was bearing the brunt of the railgun's frontal attack, the other Zulu warship did not delay either. While the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship's attention was mainly on the opposite side, its red super main cannon rapidly charged, and a series of metallic grinding noises were heard from below the warship as an orange-quality external launcher, also enhanced to 5th rank, was activated. Just before the 2 5th-rank attack components launched their assault, the warship fired a pale arrow-shaped mark. This arrow-shaped mark was triggered by an orange feature component. Once it marked a designated unit, it would immediately reduce the enemy's defense attributes by 30%. The next second, the red super main cannon and the external launcher both erupted simultaneously. But that wasn't all. To maximize the effect of this round of attacks, the Zulu warship rapidly transformed, quickly becoming a 3,000-meter mech giant. In the mech giant's hands was an orange long halberd, where massive amounts of space lore rapidly converged at the tip, finally condensing into a several hundred meters long void halberd light. As the mech giant swung the long halberd horizontally, the void halberd light formed by space law shot out, leaving tiny cracks in the fabric of the starry sea void wherever it passed. 3 attacks landed one after another on the rear section of the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship, causing a succession of booming echoes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was in this split second that the tide of battle in the silent stellar space underwent a massive shift. The initiative that had been controlled by the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship now quietly passed to the 3 Zulu warships of the Song family. The annihilation light wave of the railgun ultimately failed to completely destroy the defense layer condensed by the 5th-rank orange warship armor, meaning that all 3 of the Song family's warships retained their combat power. Looking at the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship itself, After having its defense attributes passively weakened by 30%, the subsequent 3 strikes caused significant damage to the warship's thrusters at the rear. Having lost the boost from its thrusters, its speed was greatly weakened, which, in front of the 3 Zulu warships, was a significant vulnerability. Without the boost to its mobility, the 5th-rank Phantom Spirit warship was like a massive target. No matter how resilient it was, under the relentless bombardment by the 3 Zulu warships, it could only be sunk over time. Back on Phantom Spirit Continent, receiving victorious reports from the various fleets of the clan, the 3 clan elders could finally rest easy and carry out the ultimate goal of this war in the alien star domain. Chapter 603, Sustainable Development, 10 Red Curios 2. Extract a Level 5 Floating Lands Origin Energy Core. The Phantom Spirit Continent, as a Level 5 life-form Starsea floating land, may not be as large as the Dragon Spine Continent, which is on the verge of reaching Level 5 peak, but it still has a diameter of 6 light-years. On such a vast floating land, finding a suitable extraction point for the floating land's origin energy core naturally isn't an easy task. Although the floating land's origin energy core extraction device component can be activated at any location on this floating land to extract the origin core, in reality, there is a significant difference. It had already been tested on the Dragon Spine Continent that a suitable extraction location, which is closer to the origin core at the bottom of the floating land, can greatly reduce the time required for extraction. Now, enhanced to the 5th rank, the floating land's origin energy core extraction device component normally takes 50 years to extract a portion of level 5 floating land's origin energy core, but if a suitable location is found, this time could be reduced by half at most. Therefore, choosing the right extraction location is still very necessary. In the eastern central province of Phantom Spirit Continent, within the Qingming Mountains, 3 warships had successively docked amidst the mountain range. According to the display, it's right here. If we carry out the extraction here, it will only take 22 years. Then let it be this place, Shiuan, you will take care of the extraction. With these 22 years, including the 2 portions needed to promote to level 6 from level 5 peak, it should not exceed 50 years in total. 70 years in total to exchange for a 20% success rate for the immovable Minking's promotion. Such opportunities are indeed rare. Hearing the words of the ancestor from the fearless ship, Song Shiuan nodded lightly. However, ancestor, what should be the extraction ratio set at? Or should we extract it entirely? Upon this question, the warship communication chat was momentarily silent, and a few seconds later, a reply came from the fearless ship, 60%. This ratio is just enough to allow this floating land to maintain stability at level 5 in the future without falling. Complete extraction may have a greater effect on the Dragon Spine Continent, but it definitely wouldn't directly promote it to level 6. The cost, though, would be the complete collapse of this floating land under our feet, which is too detrimental to both heaven and nature. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to take this step. Song Shiuan nodded again and inwardly felt relieved. He, himself, would find it difficult to accept a total extraction. After all, without considering the merging of the floating land's origin energy core, the birth of a level 5 Starsea floating land normally takes at least tens of thousands of years. To destroy a level 5 floating land just for the immediate benefits truly isn't necessary. This method of draining the pond to catch all the fish is something that all civilizations in the Shattered Starry Sea tacitly avoid. After all, no matter how vast the Shattered Starry Sea is, if such unrestrained exploitation continues, it will eventually reach a point of complete exhaustion. And like now, only extracting 60% of the floating land's origin energy core, the remaining 40% of the core will continue to absorb external free energy to replenish itself. In about 1,000 years or so, it should be able to recover essentially. It may not return to its peak, but at the very least, it can nurture new resources and the like on the floating land again. Of course, creatures like the void demons and the starry sea insect race are not included in this, they only have the instinct to devour. Sustainable development? What's that? Is it edible? With everything arranged, the immovable Minking battleship began to descend slowly and stopped in a valley. Song Shiuan activated the floating land's origin energy core extraction device immediately. Above the vault of heaven, the fearless ship and another battleship quickly ascended and soon disappeared into the sky of the Phantom Spirit Continent. In the next 22 years, the immovable Minking will stay on the Phantom Spirit Continent, and Song Shiuan naturally can't leave, so they can't linger here for long. This operation saw the family's elites fully deployed, except for Song Xingru, who remained on the Chengxingyang Continent. Now the Dragon Spine Continent's defense was very vulnerable, and it was imperative for someone to go back to take charge. As for the Phantom Spirit Continent and the Phantom Spirit Star System, it is, after all, tens of thousands of years of accumulation by an intermediate civilization, and holds tremendous developmental value. The family will continuously send more personnel to speed up the development of this star system's resources. It's not that the clan is unwilling to establish a new branch here for a slow and steady growth, rather, the Phantom Spirit star system is not an area isolated from the outside world. To the north of this star system, there are many territories of intermediate civilizations, and among them are some races with rank 6 combat power. Because of this, the Ancestors' fearless ship will need to be stationed in the northern star domain for the next few decades to deter any potential probing from the north. Another battleship will return to the Dragon Spine continent to take charge of the clan's headquarters. Far away in the Golden Dragon star domain, Sonkai was naturally unaware of everything happening in his clan. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. This day, Sonkai rarely took a break from his daily cultivation and happily gave himself a day off. Last night, he had a minor breakthrough in the space law. His comprehension had increased from 0.35% to 0.36%. Although the improvement was not significant, it was still a cause for happiness for Sonkai. Every journey begins with a single step, and all progress is made from accumulation. Moreover, every increase in comprehension now would be returned tenfold upon breaking through to 4th rank. Another key piece of information was that this breakthrough occurred just 1 month before the shield of the immortal domain floating land fragment would weaken, making it impossible to continue cultivating at will as before. Because the imperial family of Chenxing could at any moment open the teleportation stargate to the Dusk Star domain, missing it would mean he would have to travel there himself. The Dusk Star domain was not close to the Golden Dragon star domain, a distance not traversable in a mere month. Unless the Kaikaian was fitted with higher quality warp components. With this in mind, Sonkai did not continue his retreat. He left Skyrush Valley and hurried to the Dragon Spine shops. Song Yufeng's personal office. Sonkai quickly inquired about the acquisition of starry sea oddities. Previously, in just 20 days, he had acquired a total of 3 red curios. Now, with over 5 months having passed, he was somewhat expectant of Song Yufeng's results. However, the answer wasn't very satisfying. Perhaps the significant effects from the first 20 days were due to it being the initial acquisition. Subsequent to that, the past 5 or so months had seen much less success. Of course, the base number of torch ship captains from Chenxing Yang continent was there, so even if the acquisition effect couldn't keep pace with the very first, Song Yufeng still had stockpiled 10 red curios, over 40 orange oddities, more than 100 purples, and countless whites and blues. Upon a thorough inventory check, Sonkai found that the oddities handed to him by Song Yufeng astonishingly exceeded 4 digits. Less than half a year, 4-digit oddities, and these are just the ones that can't be converted into ship components. The convertible ones will only be more numerous. Indeed. The population base is the greatest wealth of a power, Sonkai mused internally, but then he added another sentence. Of course, this population base refers to the kind that is self-sustaining, without needing support from oneself. Why? That was simple. Within various powers, having more people isn't always better. After all torch ship captains need resources to support them in the early stages, and if something goes wrong in the alien star domain, it would all be for naught. Therefore, among the various powers, many opt for a half-population, half-elite strategy. After depositing all these oddities into the Ruins Market Oddity Exchange Shop, Sonkai took out a sum of floating land's origin energy and handed it to Song Yufeng to continue the acquisition on his behalf. Of course, as time went on, the effect of this acquisition would only weaken, but Sonkai still wanted to persist. Being the owner of Zhutian Ruins Market, each acquisition of an oddity was making him money, though the conversion might take longer, he could wait. Besides the issue of Starry Sea Oddities acquisition, Sonkai quickly changed the topic. By the way, has there been any change in Holy Star City recently? Have any foreign powers appeared? Chapter 604, Convergence of Storms. Gathering from all sides, already highly attentive to the matter and having received many secret messages, Song Yufeng replied immediately, Your Highness, indeed, many forces have arrived in Chenxing Yang continent in the past few months, not just from within the principality, but also from other principalities, and even the major forces from Yao Han Kingdom. As he spoke, Song Yufeng tapped on the quantum communication bracelet on his left arm, and soon a clear holographic screen displaying the information of multiple forces appeared in front of Sonkai. Golden Dragon Zhao Clan Battleship, Heavenly Frost Xuanlong, carrying Zhao Clan's current 2nd and 3rd sequence in person. Golden Shark Chen Clan 4th rank Zilo warship arrived a month ago with the 1st sequence. Golden Horn Lu Clan's current 2nd sequence Lu Yuankong has also been suspected to appear. Battleship of the Qi family of the Southern Qi Principality royal family carried the 4th prince and arrived half a month ago. Yao Han Kingdom Eastern Region Consortium battleship comes with the consortium's pride, Yaohan Kingdom Stark Ducal Family Current Third Sequence Anderson Stark arrived at Chengxing Yang Continent 2 months ago. Looking at the list of information on the projection screen, Song Kai pondered. Just based on the forces that had already arrived, the lineup could be described as luxurious. From this, one could also see that the value of the Immortal Realm Continent fragment of the Dusk Star domain was still extremely high, otherwise, it would not have been possible to attract so many forces. Setting aside the forces within the principality, like those from Southern Qi Principality and Yaohan Kingdom, they are far more than just tens of thousands of light years away from Chengxing Principality. Distances of hundreds of thousands of light years, even if one could use long-distance teleportation stargates along the way, the time required is certainly not short. Without sufficient attraction, it would be impossible for these forces to gather together. Having confirmed this, Song Kai's curiosity about the Immortal Realm Continent fragment grew even greater. A week later, a message came from the Chengxing Imperial family that the teleportation stargate to the Dusk Star domain would officially open the next day, and all forces wishing to go to the Dusk Star domain must gather by tomorrow morning. As soon as the news spread, the entire Chengxing Yang continent was instantly stirred. Not just the various forces, but the matter of the Immortal Realm Continent fragment had already been widely discussed. All ordinary torch ship captains were also aware of it. However, although it was known that the Immortal Realm Continent fragment would open again, not everyone had the opportunity to enter. According to the discussions among the Chengxing clan and other major forces of the Principality, there are only 100 entry slots reserved for all ordinary torch ship captains, and the specifics of the distribution did not require arrangement by the major forces. The next day, King Kaian set off early, accompanied by Ru Zuz, Purple Moon Chand, and dozens of second and rank 3 clan members from the family, exactly 50 people including Song Kai. These were the Song family members Dinghai Song family had selected to enter the Immortal Realm Continent fragment this time. Outside Chengxing Yang Continent, closer to Chengxing Yang Continent, was a stretch of starry sky. This place was the only mid-distance teleportation stargate of the Chengxing Principality. Because it was not frequently opened, the number of warships passing by was very few on regular days, but today was completely different. Warships at least 100 meters in length gathered in this starry space, among them many 1,000, 3,000, or even 10,000 meters long torch warships, almost completely filling the space. In front of the mid-distance teleportation stargate, leading the way were 2 monstrous fearless ships, each 100,000 meters long, the Chengxing Imperial families, White Knight Chengxing, and Golden Horn Lu clans, Golden Light Dominance. Flanking these 2 fearless ships were a host of 10,000-meter-long battleships. As gazes moved across these warships, the communication chat groups of the many second and rank 3 warships behind had already exploded with discussions. It turns out to be our Principality's 2 fearless ships leading the pack. Weren't there people from the Stark family and the Yaohan Kingdom Eastern Region Consortium as well? Not a single fearless ship present? Nonsense, do you think fearless ships are as common as cabbages? Even among the large forces of the Yaohan Kingdom, the number of fearless ships can be counted on one hand, and they are also needed to guard important star domains under their control. How could they be sent out so lightly? Right, and besides, please get one thing straight, the fragment shield of the Immortal Realm Continent fragment is entering a weakening phase. It's enough to tear it apart with 3 fearless ships plus a host of battleships. There's no need for more fearless ships to take action. Within the group of warships, King Kaian and a group of Song family warships had gathered together, not joining in the unsubstantive private chat. At this moment, a beeping sound suddenly came through, turning heads to see that it was Song's Northern that had initiated a private chat. After connecting, words of gratitude immediately came from the other end. Song Kai bro, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet for the help before. Song Kai wasn't concerned, instead he replied with a smile, no need to stand on ceremony with family, but what's the deal with you and Annie from the Dusk family? Hearing Song Kai bring up this matter, Song scratched his head embarrassedly, and after a weak response, he said, well, how should I put it, since I failed the family sequence contest, I came to the Golden Dragon Star domain. Afterwards, by a stroke of luck, I ventured on an expedition to the Alien Star domain with Sister Annie, and then we gradually got to know each other better. Quietly listening to the other side's story and judging that it didn't seem like a deliberate arrangement from the opposite party, Song Kai set aside his other thoughts and encouraged Song. Not bad, keep it up. If you can make the current sequencer of the Dusk Marquis family a wife of the Song family, I'm sure it would make the clan elders' faces shine. Go for it. Chapter 605, A Gathering of Heroes. All parties converged to as Song Kai spoke. The Song on the other side became increasingly embarrassed. Although he had a good impression of Annie, this was the first time someone had been so direct with him in person. While chatting, the mid-distance teleportation stargate in front finally began to charge, and all the warships in the starry sky slowly started moving toward the Stargate. Despite the frightening number of warships gathered in the starry sky, the diameter of this mid-distance Stargate was also astonishing. It was not difficult to accommodate and teleport all warships at once. Once all the warships had entered the Stargate, the charging of the entire Stargate also quickly ended, followed by an amazing diameter of white light shooting upwards. The next second, the neatly suspended innumerable warships within the Stargate all simultaneously plunged into intense weightlessness. Accompanied by violent spatial fluctuations, all the warships disappeared from their original location. In the southern part of the Principality, nearly 10,000 light-years from the Golden Dragon Star Domain, lay the Dusk Star Domain. As the pioneer territory of the Dusk Marquis family, the Dusk Star Domain, just like the Dinghai Star Domain, nominally belonged to the Chengxing Principality, but in reality, it was the personal domain of the Dusk Marquis family, which had absolute control over this star domain with a diameter exceeding 2,000 light-years. Today, intense spatial fluctuations emitted from the mid-distance Stargate transfer station in the northern part of the star domain, followed by an astonishing number of torch warships appearing within the Dusk Star Domain. This location was still hundreds of light-years away from the Immortal Realm continent fragment, so the group of warships did not linger long and activated spatial jumps one after another. A few days later, in the Dusk Star Domain, Fragment Star Region. As the location of the Immortal Realm continent fragment, this star region was simply named the Fragment Star Region. Sonkai did not know when the torch ship captains of the Dusk Star Domain had arrived. By the time the Kangkyung arrived, the group of torch warships from the Dusk Star Domain were already there, led by the flagship of the Dusk Marquis, also a 6th-rank Fearless-class torch warship. Compared to the Golden Horn Clan's Radiant Golden Vessel, the flagship of the Dusk Marquis could only be considered an up-and-comer, but none dared to underestimate it. Because everyone in the Chengxing Principality knew very well that the Dusk Marquis must have had an unusual encounter. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to advance his flagship to rank 6 in just over 2,000 years. Because outsiders did not know exactly what opportunity he had obtained or what kind of trump cards were on his warship, the Dusk Marquis became ever more mysterious. Alright, the time is almost up. All Zulu warships and those of higher ranks listen to our 3 commands and get ready to act against the Immortal Realm Continent Fragment Shield, said the voice of the elder of the Golden Horn clan in the group chat. Duke Rosetta had not come personally, so naturally, he was the main commander here, given that his flagship had been upgraded to a Fearless class for the longest period, even longer than the Dusk Marquis's flagship and the White Knight Chengxing, combined. In the main control room of the Kangkyung, as this voice sounded, Sonkai once again turned his gaze towards the distant block enveloped in the circular energy shield, which completely obscured the interior view of the floating land. Fragment. Even if one could not capture the entire picture of the other party, the specifications of the floating land shield itself allowed for a preliminary estimate of its rough area. They called it a floating land fragment, but Sonkai estimated that the diameter of this fragment would not be less than tens of millions of kilometers, far exceeding the area of a third-rank starry sea floating land, making it hard to imagine that it was just a tiny fragment broken off from another starry sea floating land. Outside this floating land fragment, the circular light shield covering it entirely was even more astonishing. A significant amount of mysterious power circulated above it, with a great deal of floating land rule power adhering to the shield, providing terrifying defense to this floating land fragment shield. Just with one distant glance, Sonkai instinctively felt it was invincible, and that was the weakened state of the fragment shield. One could only speculate how formidable the defense must be at its peak. No wonder they say that even Rosetta Duke and the Liu family ancestor, when they combined their full strength, couldn't even slightly harm the fragment shield at its peak. With a sigh in his heart, Sonkai instinctively thought that this was just a small piece that had broken away from the main floating land, and immediately felt a sense of alarm, struggling to remain calm. Merely a fragment of the floating land possessed such might, one could imagine just how terrifying the Immortal Realm continent behind it must be. A 7th-rank floating land probably wouldn't qualify, it would have to be at least of the 8th rank, a life-form type within the starry sea floating land. Only a floating land of this level could contain such fierce power. While he was lost in thought, the fearless ships, nearly 10 battleships, and dozens of Zulu warships simultaneously launched an assault, unleashing terrifying attacks from the super main cannons at the bow, charging violently towards the distant Immortal Realm continent fragment shield. These nearly 100 attacks consecutively hit the same point on the floating land fragment shield, with their terrifying might continuously bombarding the already severely weakened energy shield. It wasn't long before the fragment shield could no longer withstand it. Crack, crack, crack. As the subtle sounds of fracturing reached the ears of all the torch ship captains present, a myriad of cracks followed soon after. But don't think it was over just yet. The resilience of this floating land fragment shield was far beyond imagination. At the moment, this was merely a sign of slight fracturing. To truly tear open a small hole in the shield, which would allow the subsequent cruisers to enter and exit, the Zulu warships, battleships, and fearless ships needed to continue their bombardment. One day later, more and more cracks appeared on the floating land fragment shield, resembling an ever-expanding web. Yet, it still showed no sign of tearing apart completely. After 3 days, it was still the same, the only difference was the cracks on the shield had widened considerably. On the 7th day, these cracks finally shattered completely, opening a fissure over a kilometer in diameter on the floating land fragment shield. Just as all the escort ship and cruiser captains were getting excited, the voice of the Lu family ancestor once again echoed through the space. "Alright, this fissure will only last for half a year. Everyone must return within half a year, otherwise, bear the consequences." Hearing this icy statement, a chill ran through everyone, and the excitement and impulse in their hearts slightly subsided. As for the outcome of not returning within the set time, everyone was clear, as such situations had occurred before, and the results were almost always extremely cruel. The weakening period of this immortal realm continent fragment shield may only last 100 or 200 years, which for the cruiser captains with a lifespan of 600 years might seem acceptable, but this had nothing to do with lifespan or time. It was about the unimaginable dangers contained within the immortal realm continent fragment itself. Although there were many opportunities, the key question was whether one had the life to seize them. Forget 100 or 200 years, even spending just 2 or 3 years within could mean a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Historically, cruisers that had lingered inside mostly ended up sinking, over 90% of them. Only a handful managed to come out when the floating land fragment shield opened for the second time. Moreover, these few people mostly shared one trait: during those 100 or 200 years, they had mostly dared not to explore afar, instead staying within relatively safe areas, biding their time for decades or even a century, which allowed them to last until the second opening of the floating land fragment shield. If that were all, perhaps people wouldn't be so frightened. The temptation of incredible opportunities was not small, and if one could use this as a method, further assisted by remotely controlled soldier figurines to slowly explore, it wouldn't be unacceptable. The crux of the matter was that within this immortal realm continent fragment shield, it was impossible to commence exploration of the alien star domain, which meant that the torch ship captains staying within would be unable to improve their strength or foundation for the nearly 200 years to come. This was the most unsettling point. Nearly 200 years without any advancement in strength essentially cut off a cruiser captain's path to further advancement. Chapter 606, Immortal Domain Formation Patterns. "Alright, hurry up, everyone get in." With these words from the Lu family's patriarch, all the torch ship captains about to enter the fragment regained their senses and began to enter in an orderly fashion. Ranked at the front were naturally the forces of the 5 great households of the Chengxing Principality, as well as the torch ship captains who had come from afar from the Yao Han Kingdom. As a member of the Dinghai Song family and part of the direct lineage of the current generation of the Song family, Song Kai was also among the first batch to enter. However, before entering, he received a provocative communication from the Stark family. It was not from Inlock, but from Andre Stark, who came after him. Towards this third in line of today's Stark family, Song Kai could guess the reason why the other side was so eager to come from the Yao Han Kingdom. It was nothing more than the fact that he had previously crushed Inlock with overwhelming force, causing the Stark family to lose face, so they had hastily dispatched Andre Stark over. If he wasn't mistaken, this man was bound to trouble him eventually. Although he was aware of this, Song Kai didn't take it to heart. With the current configuration of the Kaikaian, it was difficult for any warship of the same rank to contend with it. If it had been the first in line from the Stark family, he might have been a bit more interested. As for the third in line, not so much. Seeing Song Kai's indifference, the Andre Stark inside the warship felt a great insult. His gaze towards the Kaikaian, wrapped in the 5-colored light shield, was filled with chilling coldness. But no matter how angry he was, he could only hold back for now. He wasn't foolish enough to make a move in front of the patriarchs of the Chengxing Principality's major forces. With the engines roaring, Song Kai controlled the Kaikaian and passed through the crack into the Immortal Realm continent fragment. The moment he passed through the shield's crack, the scene inside the Immortal Realm continent fragment unfolded before his eyes, which was quite different from the misty, sanctified view of the immortal lands that he had imagined from past movies and TV dramas. What met his eyes were shattered lands, severed mountain ranges, and the sky was filled with cracks and a variety of patterns of laws, some of which were nothing but a mess of scars. Of course, he had some understanding of this before. In the nearly 2,000 years, hundreds if not thousands of the Song family members had entered the fragment and naturally recorded some of the conditions inside. And these were not just rough records. Turning his gaze away from the broken lands below, his eyes kept flickering. Although he was prepared, actually seeing this scene of extreme destruction still made it difficult to remain calm. This floating land fragment was at least part of an 8th level starry sea floating land. The magnitude of destruction inflicted upon an 8th level starry sea floating land indicated just how terrifying the battle from the unknown ages past must have been and what kind of horrifying combat power the parties involved possessed. Without dwelling on these thoughts, Sonkai focused his attention on the map projected by the quantum communication bracelet in his hands. This detailed map is the result of successive generations of the Song family entering this floating land fragment over the past 2,000 years, recording and supplementing it step by step. It recorded some special regions on the fragment below. He easily spotted multiple marked areas on the map. Large void rift zone, extremely dangerous. Dense distribution area of traces of law, extremely dangerous. Map of routes directing to the northeastern area of the floating land fragment, relatively safe. Immortal sect ruins of dustless sect, relatively dangerous. Beast breeding secret realm of dustless sect, value almost none after exploration by various forces. His sight moved continuously as Sonkai eliminated many regions one after another. Although most of the areas marked on the map had been explored many times and were mostly of little value, Sonkai still did not dare overlook a single detail. This was a territory even more vast than a 3rd level floating land, plus, with the traces of law scattered across the vault of heaven, randomly wandering without a plan would not only pose a risk of danger, but also made the probability of finding the relics of the various sects in the immortal realm continent incredibly slim without any guidance. Even spending the entire 6 months of time on travel was highly possible. After checking the map, Sonkai eventually set his gaze on the immortal sect ruins of Dustless Sect. In the map's annotation, the immortal sect ruins of Dustless Sect were not too far from the current location of Kenkaian, and it was also an unexplored ruin that had a small probability of containing high-rank oddities. Once he set a goal, Sonkai did not dawdle, following the safe route marked on the map as he flew slowly. Although it was a safe route, no one could guarantee that it would be completely free of any danger, so it was impossible for Sonkai to let the Kenkaian rush forward without any care. However, before the Kenkaian started its journey, he conducted an important test. He applied a layer of plasma monomer shield to himself and took out a Ruins Market walking rank. He then activated the law enhancement effect of the token. In an instant, Sonkai's whole body Zora surged, and a 4th rank level energy fluctuation spread from his body. Feeling the surging power within his body, Sonkai took a deep breath. Then with a shift in his spirit, the Starry Sea Ruin Market rank within the Ancestral Torch was activated. At this moment, his entire spirit was focused on his body. What's the greatest constraint in this immortal realm continent fragment? It's nothing but the fact that space beacons cannot be set within it, and the spatial transport capabilities of the torch warships also cannot cross the outer fragment shield to freely enter and exit. Otherwise, the major power patriarchs of the Chengxing Principality would likely have already scoured everything clean from this fragment. Chapter 607, Immortal Domain Formation Patterns 2. Based on this, if the Ruins Market secret realm could be free of such constraints, and a spatial anchor point were set up, then Sonkai could freely use the Ruins Market as a transfer point and come and go from this immortal realm continent fragment as he pleased in the future. In this way, he would have plenty of time to explore the entire floating land fragment. Accompanied by a familiar pulling force enveloping his body, Sonkai's face lit up with joy, and immediately his figure quietly vanished within the Kenkaian. Zhutian Ruins Market. Realizing he had indeed successfully entered the Ruins Market, Sonkai felt a deep excitement welling up inside him. Now, he could truly explore the immortal realm continent fragment whenever he wished without having to worry about the constraints of time. When he exited the Ruins Market again, the smile on Sonkai's face had already faded, for he still needed to confirm one last thing. The setting of the spatial anchor point. Inside the immortal realm continent fragment, space beacons were ineffective, and strictly speaking, the spatial anchor points of the Ruins Market were also a kind of special space beacon. If they too were subject to the constraints of the immortal realm continent fragment, then all his previous joy would be for naught. Thinking this, Sonkai was already praying silently in his heart. The value of this immortal realm continent fragment was immeasurable. It could even be compared to the flagship of the Tri-Eyed royal family. If he were to miss such an opportunity, Sonkai would find it completely unacceptable. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he found a suitable area and tentatively set down the spatial anchor point which was originally placed at the Sky Rush Valley. The next second, delight appeared on his face, and this time he didn't hide it at all, because the spatial anchor point had been successfully set up. This meant that the last restriction on his unfettered exploration of the immortal realm continent fragment was now lifted. Returning to the Ruins Market once more and actively activating this spatial anchor point, only when he truly appeared at the location of the spatial anchor point did Sonkai completely confirm its usability. Indeed, the standing of Zhutian Ruins Market far surpasses imagination. The true body of this immortal realm continent fragment was at least an 8th rank floating land, its standing already beyond imagination, which is why it could restrict the effectiveness of all spatial-related components. Since the Ruins Market was not affected by it, this meant that the standing of the Ruins Market itself was even higher, and that was one of the reasons for Sonkai's excitement. The Zhutian Ruins Market was his most fundamental and important ace up his sleeve. The higher its standing, it also implied that the heights he could reach as the Ruins Market Lord would be higher too. By comparison, this was the most gratifying event. Only after a good while did Sonkai suppress the joy in his heart, as the Kaikayan once again slowly moved toward the dustless sect Immortal Sect ruins. Although there would be ample time for him to explore later, he couldn't waste the current half-year, and exploration that needed to be done had to continue, otherwise, if discovered by outsiders, it could arouse suspicion. Boom, boom, boom. On his way through, even though Sonkai had already slowed down to the slowest speed and had dispatched all the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines to scout ahead, he still triggered an excellently concealed law trace in the midst. This sudden law outbreak caused the warship armor of the Kaikayan to sustain 30% damage, and the warship itself also sustained some damage. Despite the warship armor of the Kaikayan having been enhanced to the 5th rank, the law traces spread throughout the Immortal Realm continent fragment were astounding in their attack, far exceeding those battlefields of the ancient star domain. Clearly, the beings that left these law traces were far stronger than those suspected 5th rank unknown creatures they encountered before. Allowing the neutron star core pulse feature to repair the armor layer, the Kaikayan's speed became even slower. Since Sonkai had already established that he could enter the floating land fragment at any time in the future, the sense of urgency in his heart had long since dissipated, and now, he was more concerned with safety above all else. Under such careful advancement, it took a full 2 months for the Kaikayan to finally reach the dustless sect Immortal Sect ruins. Looking at the scattered, broken giant mountains and various damaged white jade pillars, Sonkai could imagine what kind of paradise this place must have been in the unknown past. However, time changes everything, and even a powerful civilization like the Immortal Realm had long been obliterated in the long river of time. Just what kind of existence was it that eradicated the Immortal Realm civilization? Muttering to himself, Sonkai didn't rush to search, considering that the collapsed boulders spanned an area of 100,000 kilometers. If he were to search every corner, being rewarded within just a few months would be nothing short of a miracle. For such a situation, the Kaikayan just happened to have a targeted component. As the same named feature of Peeping Spirit Eyes was activated, Sonkai fell into waiting. Peeping Spirit Eyes, now strengthened to the 5th rank, had the ability to detect the presence of starry sea oddities of red quality and below within a certain range, far more quickly and precisely than blundering around like a headless fly. Once the detection charging time ended, an undetectable wave of detection spread from the Kaikayan, and soon Sonkai obtained the details of most of the oddities within the entire Immortal Realm continent fragment. The range that the 5th rank, Peeping Spirit Eyes, could detect had reached an astounding level, such that even 1 out of 10th of its capacity was enough to cover the entire Immortal Realm continent fragment. However, staring at the radar map displaying the number, quality, and distribution of oddities, Sonkai's face did not show much joy. Instead, it was filled with disappointment. 4 red curios, 18 orange oddities, and a number of purple and lesser oddities. Seeing the result, Sonkai was very disappointed. A piece of floating land of at least the 8th rank only yielded 4 red curios? Even if it had already been explored several times by the principality, this outcome was far below Sonkai's expectations. Yet on second thought, he felt something wasn't quite right. If this was the case, it would mean that after the multiple explorations, the value of this Immortal Realm continent fragment had been nearly completely looted by the Chinxing Principality. So why then would the Yao Han Kingdom and other principality powers come all this way from tens of thousands of light years away? Just for a few red curios? Could it be that there are still many silver legendary oddities within this fragment? Only in this way can it explain why powerhouses like the Stark family and Eastern region conglomerates from the Yao Han Kingdom would come all the way here. Murmuring, another thought emerged in Sonkai's mind. Otherwise, it would mean that, Peeping Spirit Eyes, only detected a small portion of the red curios, and the bigger prize went undetected. If that's the case, then there must be something affecting the detection of Peeping Spirit Eyes. What could it be? After pondering for a while and unable to find an answer, Sonkai stopped overthinking and returned his gaze to the ruins of the dustless sect Immortal Sect before him. In the radar map's display, one of the red epic treasures was located within the ruins of the dustless sect Immortal Sect. Swish swish swish. Numerous Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, guided by 3 brainwave imprints, slowly advanced toward the direction where the red curio was located. As for the Kaikayan, It followed the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines at a slow pace under Sonkai's control, approaching the target in the safest way possible. On the way, Sonkai didn't notice anything abnormal, although 3 Void Assassin clan soldier figurines accidentally triggered hidden law traces and were instantly annihilated by the terrifying outburst of the laws. A few hours later, Sonkai, whose expression had remained unchanged inside the Kaikaian, suddenly sharpened his eyes as the group of Void Assassin clan soldier figurines to his front left was repelled by an inexplicable screen of light and abruptly stopped. Looking at the obscure light screen rising in the distance, Sonkai's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had found the source affecting the radar detection of peeping spirit eyes. Staring at the obscure light screen, Sonkai muttered to himself, could this be formation patterns from the immortal cultivation system? Chapter 608, Spirit Beast Secret Realm. The luminance of this formation's light screen had already dimmed to the extreme, but Sonkai recognized it immediately. The reason being, in his previous life, he had been an avid fan of fantasy Xianxia novels, and had imagined protective formations like the Sect Protecting Formation and Spirit Gathering Formation numerous times, so he subconsciously blurted it out. As his gaze swept over the faint light screen before him, Sonkai noticed that compared to the torch warship's surface energy shield, this formation's light screen took on a hemispherical shape, relying on the ground's inscribed formation base to protect the unknown space within, as it had done for tens of thousands of years. Even now, though it had dimmed to the utmost, he could still feel the tremendous pressure emanating from it. The reason he hadn't detected it earlier was that the formation's light screen was in a hidden state. After it was activated by the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, the indescribable pressure began to spread. Enveloped by this pressure, even with the barrier of both components, the Immortal Realm 5 elements celestial energy shield and neutron star core armor inside the warship, Sonkai still felt as if his body became more than twice as heavy. Now that his guidance technique had reached 3rd rank, this doubling of gravity was negligible, but the focus was never about the gravity itself. The key actually lay in the formation's light screen itself. Mere traces of might that had scattered were still able to penetrate through the silver energy shield and red warship armor, both enhanced to 5th rank level, and reach inside Kangkyun, meaning the true rank of the formation's light screen in front had to be at least of the rank 6 level. Furthermore, this was after it had already been greatly weakened, so one could only imagine just how terrifying the rank of this unknown formation was at its peak. Recalling all Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, Sonkai activated Kangkyun's main and secondary cannons. Was it just his overthinking, or was the unknown formation truly formidable? Taking action to probe it would reveal the truth. Sword-light phantasms, electromagnetic thunderballs, soul-extinguishing beams. A variety of attacks struck the dim light screen one after another, causing ripples of varying strengths to emerge on its surface. But even these attacks, almost all of which possessed rank 5 might, failed to cause significant damage to the formation light screen. The incredibly dim light screen showed no signs of collapsing. Sonkai could only make some basic conjectures from the subtle changes in the light and shadow. What can be ascertained now is that the attacks can indeed weaken the might of the formation light screen, though the effect is hard to define. It would require a lengthy period of attrition. Secondly, the formation light screen has at least rank 6 peak energy level, which means that the attacks from the Shadow Breaker cannon can accelerate its weakening. As he pondered, the attack from Kangkyun did not pause. Given the rank of the formation guarding it, the items inside couldn't possibly be simple. According to clan records, a silver miraculous item had once been found in the Dustless Sect ruins, and that was just what was known openly. There might be even higher ranked items hidden there. At the bow position, the 2 main cannons were continuously gathering light. Suddenly, Sonkai's gaze shifted as the radar screen showed multiple warships rapidly approaching the Dustless Sect ruins. His mind racing, Sonkai weighed whether to continue. After a while, he voluntarily stopped the attack and turned the warship toward the area where the Red Curio had been previously located. Looking back, as Kangkyun ceased its attack, the dim formation pattern continued for about several dozen seconds and then vanished into the void once again, as if it had never appeared. Witnessing this, a look of as expected appeared in Sonkai's eyes. He was not at all surprised. He had previously guessed that the formation likely had a hiding feature. Otherwise, no matter how strong its defense was, after being explored by the various powers of Chengxing Principality over a dozen times, it could not have persisted to this day. Since breaking off from the Immortal Realm continent, God knows how many years had passed, and because of the lack of maintenance, the might of all the formation light screens had long since been reduced to a fraction of their original strength. It would not be too difficult to eradicate the remaining might with joint efforts. Thus, only if the formation had special hiding abilities could it have been preserved till this day. As for the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, it was probable that they had detected and triggered this formation light screen's existence due to their proficiency in spatial power. Without the barrier of the formation light screen, Kangyang encountered no further incidents, and it did not take long for Song Kai to collect the red curio detected by the peeping spirit eyes. Unfortunately, it could not be converted into warship components and had to be placed in the oddity exchange shop later. After obtaining the red curio, Song Kai did not activate the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon. He could detect the movement of the approaching warships through the radar from the very beginning. Since the others had already noticed the presence of Kangyang a long time ago, activating the Mirage Shadow feature now would seem rather like deceiving oneself. As time passed, it was several hours later when 4 cruisers appeared in Song Kai's field of vision. Lu Yuantong and Lu Chuan of the Golden Horn Lu clan, and 2 legitimate descendants from the Li clan, it turns out to be them. Upon recognizing their identities, Song Kai appeared somewhat surprised, yet also found it reasonable. After all, there were already rumors that the Li clan was supported by the Golden Horn Lu clan, and now it seemed those rumors were likely true. But what are they doing together at the Lichen Sect ruins? Such an obvious joint appearance doesn't seem to be without purpose. Mulling over this, Kangyang had already received a series of beeps indicating a communication request. Once the communication was established, the projections of 4 individuals promptly appeared before Song Kai. Chapter 609, Spirit Beast Secret Realm, 2. Before he could speak, the voice of Lu Yuantong from the Golden Horn Lu clan came first. Song Kai? I've often heard various rumors about you recently, and I never expected our first meeting to be here. Song Kai nodded and greeted the 4 with a smile. Across from him, Lu Yuantong and Lu Chuan exchanged glances, and after a private conversation, they decided to speak up. Our 2 families' target this time is the Spirit Beast Secret Realm of the Dustless Sect. This secret realm was discovered by an uncle of our Lu family during the last opening. Song Kai, would you be interested in exploring it together? According to what that uncle in the family said, this Spirit Beast Secret Realm is a primordial secret realm that houses creatures of the 5th and 6th rank. It's quite dangerous, which is why they have called upon the direct descendants of the godly Wen Li clan. Moreover, it's still uncertain when Song Kai will depart. Rather than dragging this out, it would be better to come forward with the invitation. Otherwise, if they keep dragging on, half a year won't be enough to waste, and they can't wait for the next weakening period of the floating land fragment shield, can they? Bearing this in mind, the 2 decided to directly invite Song Kai. After hearing this, Song Kai indeed developed quite an interest. The Song family's records on the floating land fragment did not mention this Spirit Beast Secret Realm. According to what the other party said, it seems it was also only discovered during the previous opening. A primordial level secret realm is undoubtedly valuable, and he naturally would not refuse. Of course, the key point was that he would be able to enter and leave the floating land fragment without limit. As long as he could ascertain the location of this secret realm, he could continue to explore it in the future. Seeing Song Kai nod in agreement, Lu Yuantong quickly sent over an attribute diagram. Spirit Contract Level 50 Quality, Orange Feature, Spirit Oath. After viewing the attribute panel, Song Kai realized it was an extremely rare type of confidentiality agreement component. It could create special verbal agreements, after which all beings who signed the agreement would keep specified matters confidential for the duration of the agreement. The content of the Spirit Oath that Lu Yuantong drafted was also simple, just one short sentence. One must not disclose the existence of the Spirit Beast Secret Realm in any manner. Duration of the agreement, 1,000 years. At first glance at this agreement, to tell the truth, Song Kai was quite surprised. After all, such components were extremely rare. However, he didn't feel too much resentment towards the confidentiality agreement. Not being allowed to disclose it to outsiders did not conflict with his plan for continuous exploration of the secret realm on his own. Once Song Kai formally signed his name on a Spirit Oath, it officially took effect, and Lu Yuantong completely set his mind at ease. Under his lead, a fleet of 5 warships swiftly sped toward the designated area. Good, it's not the area of that formation pattern screen. Seeing that the destination was different from the location of the formation pattern screen he had encountered earlier, Song Kai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 cruisers moved slowly, and finally arrived at their ultimate destination 2 days later. It was still within the 100,000 kilometers range of the Lichen Sect ruins, but the region beneath them was clearly more central than where Song Kai had found the formation pattern screen, which was relatively farther back. This is the place. The entrance to the secret realm is within a special formation pattern, but you needn't worry about that with the special component on this ship. However, I need to make something clear beforehand. This Spirit Beast secret realm is quite vast, with no less than a dozen creatures of the rank 6 and even more of the 5th rank. Therefore, once we enter, it's imperative not to stray from the group. It's safest to move as a team of 5. Once everyone agreed, Lu Yuantong activated the special component on the flagship. He saw a red brilliance shoot out from his flagship, quickly disappearing into the void just ahead, and then a void vortex tunnel several hundred meters in diameter quickly condensed. Upon seeing this, the two from the Lu family took the lead in rushing inside, followed by the Kekkaiang and the other two cruisers trailing behind. Of course, on Sonkai's side, it was the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines that scouted ahead first, and engines were only activated after confirming there were no dangers. After a violent spatial transition, the 5 warships emerged in a brand new world. Compared to the outside, where abundant traces of law existed, this new space seemed like a completely different world, where not only were there none of those omnipresent and potentially erupting traces of law, but it was filled with various manifested primordial laws. In this world, everyone's speed of law comprehension significantly increased. Seeing this scene, the 5 people in the team had markedly different reactions. The 2 legacies from the Shendu clan showed obvious expressions of shock and excitement on their faces. The nearly solidified primordial laws outside made them feel as if the laws they comprehended were leaping for joy, and they sensed that the speed of subsequent law comprehension could be several times faster than usual if they wanted it to be. Turning to Sonkei, Lu Chuan, and Lu Yuankong, the 3 not only displayed no excitement but were exerting effort to control their divine consciousness state spirit, trying their best not to focus on the surrounding manifested primordial laws. It was clear that the current degree of law comprehension of the 3 had yet to be assimilated into the Starry Sea Law. If they casually comprehended the incomplete Secret Realm laws, it would take them multiples of the time to re-assimilate them. The 2 legacies from the Shendu clan noticed this as well, and the excitement on their faces quickly faded, replaced by hopelessness and sighs. They were well aware that both the Ding Haisong family and the Golden Horn Lu clan had their own exclusive primordial secret realms at their disposal, and therefore, they didn't care much about this spirit beast secret realm itself. Realizing this, they couldn't help but lament the terrifying depths of the 2 families' ancestral backgrounds. Compared to them, their Shendu clan was far behind. While the 2 felt this in their hearts, Lu Yuankong quickly said, "Don't dawdle, let's head straight for our destination." Having said that, he and Lu Chuan's cruisers swiftly swept toward a certain direction. Seeing this, the 3 behind exchanged a glance and, ultimately, decided to follow. Although Lu Yuankong and his companion had not stated what exactly their destination was, the fact that it was safest to undertake joint operations was indisputable. Moreover, they had no understanding of this spirit beast secret realm, and it was better to follow the 2 for collaboration rather than blundering around on their own. Lu Yuankong and his companion were well aware of the doubts in the minds of the Sonkai trio, but they didn't take the initiative to explain anything and just slowly moved in a certain direction. Just then, an earth-shattering roar came from tens of thousands of miles away, and the sound waves that it carried caused an instinctive tremor in the hearts of the group of 5. Inside Kangkyang, Sonkai's eyes narrowed. 6th rank, there's a high probability it's the roar of a level 6 beast clan. Lu Yuankong wasn't spouting nonsense. This spirit beast secret realm truly has level 6 life forms. As he muttered, a sense of tension instinctively clenched Sonkai's heart. If they were facing level 5 life forms, with the combat power and the flame giant at Kekkaiang's disposal, he would not be too fearful, but level 6 life forms were a completely different story, posing an exponentially greater threat to Kekkaiang. With the current level 15 neutron star core armor, if it took a hit from a level 6 life form without activating the neutron star fission feature in time, there was a real possibility of getting sunk straight away. It wasn't that Sonkai was being alarmist, but the gap between level 5 and level 6 beings was horribly vast. Kekkaiang might withstand a hit from a level 5 life form, but would not fare well against a level 6 life. According to some information Sonkai knew, 4th rank life forms had a law comprehension degree generally below 40%, which was at the level of minor achievement in law. Level 5 life forms had law comprehension between 40% and 70%, which fell into the range of intermediate achievement. Whereas level 6 life forms usually surpassed a 70% law comprehension degree, stepping into the realm of law grade achievement, where their every move could unleash terrifying law abilities, with strength incomparable to that of a level 5 life. Chapter 610, The Flame Parasol Tree and the Celestial Demon Phoenix. Although no traces of law existed within this spirit beast secret realm, the speed of the 5 members of the party was still not much faster than when they were in the outside world. There were simply too many high-rank beasts within the secret realm. Not to mention the unknown rank 6 beast they had encountered earlier. Just in the 10 or so minutes after entering the secret realm, they had encountered no less than 3 rank 5 beasts, forcing the 5 of them to be extremely cautious. As a primordial secret realm, the spirit beast secret realm was very large, comparable to a 4th rank starry sea floating land. As they traveled, Sonkai saw various beasts with extraordinary bloodlines. Apart from the ones he didn't recognize, beasts like the diamond giant ape, the winged tiger, and the gold-winged blue ping, which could all rank in the 3rd tier and even just enter the 4th tier in the family's genetic bloodline charts. Among them, Sonkai even saw a dragon blood turtle in a vast lake that nearly covered half of the lake's surface. This was a being with an extremely pure bloodline among dragon-veined exotic species, and its strength was no less than that of a Geolong. In less than 20 minutes, Sonkai had fully realized the terrifying value of this spirit beast secret realm. Just the various beasts with strong bloodlines alone, if taken outside, could incite competition among all parties. Not to mention some spirit beasts with special value, such as the target chosen by the two from the Lu family this time. The 5 warships traveled slowly, undergoing several spatial jumps en route, and finally arrived at a mountain range that was not particularly majestic after half a month. The mountain range was not the focal point. Since they had arrived in this area, Sonkai and his companions' gazes were all fixed on the giant plant at the very center of the mountain range. The plant was over 10,000 meters high, its entire body a reddish color, with a vast array of mysterious fiery patterns constantly pulsating along its branches and trunk. An indescribable heat emanated from its core, continuously baking the surrounding land. Clearly, this was a floating land of the fire attribute. And possibly even a starry sea spirit root. And more crucially, atop the canopy of this fire attribute plant, there perched a fire-red feathered flame bird. Just as everyone was astounded, Lu Yuankong's explanation was already coming through. This tree is called the Flame Parasol Tree, a rank 5 level fire attribute floating land spirit root, and that bird-like exotic beast is a half-step rank 5 level celestial demon phoenix, controlling a fire attribute law that has already reached the middle maturity level. The first part of his statement sounded manageable, but when they heard half-step 5th rank and intermediate achievement of the law of fire, the faces of the two from the Li family suddenly turned very grim. As the premier heirs of the Li clan, they naturally could not be compared to the heirs of the 5 major powers of the kingdom, at most being on par with Songban Songzi. Facing a normal 4th rank life form with rule enhancement was still manageable, but as for those at an advanced 4th rank level, it would already be troubling for them. Not to mention a half-step rank 5 with a law at intermediate achievement, which was almost comparable to combat power that has just entered the 5th rank. Sonkai kept a steady expression, with the two from the Lu family unable to discern what he was truly thinking. At this moment, Lu Yuankong continued, "Of course, as a secret realm creature, this celestial demon phoenix commands the incomplete fire attribute law of this spirit beast secret realm. Although its comprehension has already exceeded 40%, it cannot compare to the starry sea law in actuality. With the strength of our 5 cruisers, joining forces to kill it isn't difficult." Upon hearing this, the two from the Li clan had no immediate reaction, whereas Sonkai was internally giving a nod of agreement. Compared to the starry sea law, the secret realm laws were not only incomplete, but their might was also far inferior, a fact that is true. Moreover, being inside the secret realm, the source law enhancement effect from the floating land fragment from the outside world was not as strong as imagined. Finally, considering that all present were the premier heirs from their respective families aboard 5 cruisers, working together without any mistakes, indeed gave them a substantial chance to capture the celestial demon phoenix. However, although he had his own judgment, he wasn't ready to just readily agree. A half-step rank 5 creature involves no low risk if we do engage. We can lend a hand, but Brother Yuankong should at least tell us the specific reason, shouldn't he? With a multitude of beasts in this spirit beast secret realm, and the Lu family's heritage spanning over 5,000 years, he couldn't believe they lacked high-level aliens as enslavement creatures. Thus, their direct targeting of this celestial demon phoenix couldn't simply be for the sake of wanting to enslave such a creature. There might be other secrets associated with this celestial demon phoenix. Could it be that flame parasol tree? Or is there a prodigy in the Lu family who commands the fire attribute law? Sonkai had some guesses in his mind but soon shook his head, feeling that these possibilities were not very likely. While he contemplated, the two from the Lu family were also rapidly discussing in private. "Ziyuan, what do you think?" "I think we can reveal it to them. These 3 have all signed a spirit contract and cannot divulge the existence of this spirit beast secret realm for 1,000 years. Moreover, it is unlikely that they could remain at the rank 3 level for 200 years to get another opportunity to enter this immortal realm continent fragment. By the time 1,000 years have passed and this spirit beast secret realm is exposed, our Lu family will likely have emptied the secret realm of its value, and if not, then all of the celestial demon phoenixes would surely be extinct." In the group communication, Lu Yuankong finally raised his gaze and, under the curious eyes of Sonkai and his companions, he slowly said, "The phoenix marrow of the celestial demon phoenix has the effect of enhancing the potential of human bloodlines. The phoenix marrow from this very half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix would enable 2 torch ship captains below the 4th rank to raise their genetic rank to the gifted level." Chapter 611, The Flame Parasol Tree and the Celestial Demon Phoenix. To the phrase gifted made Sonkai and his companions' hearts leap instantly. Their backgrounds being what they were, They naturally had an understanding of the classification levels of genetic bloodlines of starry sea creatures. Song Kai's heartbeat also quickened. Clearly, this heavenly demon phoenix marrow was a resource similar to the blood body produced by the blood body continent, and its effects were significantly more potent. At most, blood body could elevate a person's genetic bloodline from standard to excellent. He had previously used it to raise his own bloodline value from the normal 20 to 31, barely entering the row of those with excellent starry sea bloodlines. Furthermore, Song Kai was well aware that it was precisely because his genetic bloodline potential had been enhanced once that he was able to achieve his current degree of comprehension in space law, otherwise, it would have been worse. So, if what Lu Yuankang said was true, the allure of this heavenly demon phoenix marrow to him was self-evident. He remembered in the Song family's genetic bloodline chart. 5 to 30 were the range for ordinary starry sea creatures. 31 to 50 was considered excellent. 51 to 70 could be referred to as gifted in certain special aspects. 71 to 80 could claim to be high-level creatures and standout species of the starry sea. 81 to 90, creatures of this level are born of the starry sea and are called darlings of the starry sea, children of the starry sea. Above 91, that is the synonym for all the pinnacle groups of the starry sea. Now his gene lineage value was roughly at 31 points, just stepping into the excellent genetic bloodline of the starry sea. If he could use a dose of this heavenly demon phoenix marrow, he could raise his bloodline value from 31 to over 51, directly stepping into the level of the gifted. For all torch ship captains, this was an irresistible temptation. It's known that the enhancement of one's own genetic bloodline talent not only accelerates the speed of practicing the guidance technique but also provides corresponding benefits to the speed of law comprehension after grasping the law, which has a tremendous impact. Additionally, when a rank 3 creature breaks through to the 4th rank, isn't there a period of rapid amplitude in the law it has pre-comprehended? Song Kai had previously calculated that, with his current innate gift and compatibility in space law, this amplitude would be about tenfold. He had made this calculation based on his genetic bloodline value of 31. However, if he could reach a value over 51 before breaking through to 4th rank, the tenfold amplitude would need to be recalculated. Calculating again, with a genetic bloodline value of 51, his amplitude for breaking through to 4th rank in the future should be close to 20-fold. Thinking of this, his heartbeat quickened even more. Don't look at it as just a tenfold increase, but when it's applied to the law comprehension degree, the time saved for the future would surely start from hundreds of years, and this is just at the moment of the 4th rank breakthrough. Subsequent stages, 5th rank, 6th rank, and even beyond 6th rank, this innate genetic talent would continue to be effective. Once the fervor in his heart subsided a bit, Song Kai tentatively asked, "Brother Yuankang, do you know if there are other celestial demon phoenixes in this spirit beast secret realm?" He had no intention of laying hands on this half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix. After all, as the other party said, this phoenix could only produce enough phoenix marrow to support the bloodline ascension of 2 people, which was obviously reserved for Lu Yuankang and Blue Chuan. Moreover, even if used as leverage, he didn't really have any capital to threaten with. After all, besides him, the other party's 4 cruisers had the combat power to hunt the celestial demon phoenix. The Kangkyang had a 5th rank flame giant, so how could the deeper-rooted Golden Horn Lu clan not produce a 5th rank enslaved creature? Lu Yuankang pondered for a moment before finally nodding at Song Kai. With only a few months' time, even if Song Kai started searching right away, it would be impossible to find traces of another celestial demon phoenix in such a short period. After all, even within the entire spirit beast secret realm, the quantity of celestial demon phoenixes was extremely limited. The reason the uncle ancestor from his own family was able to pinpoint the locations of the various spirit beasts on their previous trip was because he had obtained the secret realm cartography map. He believed that Song Kai couldn't possibly be that lucky. Having received affirmation from the other party, Song Kai didn't continue to press for details, but nodded in agreement to join the action against a half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix. Although the other party didn't disclose the specific locations of other celestial demon phoenixes, he only needed one piece of information to start with. The spatial anchor point would give him plenty of time to continue the search later on. The next day, after a discussion among the 5 individuals, the operation against the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix officially commenced. Before the 5 warships made their appearance, the first to be activated was a red quality domain type component on Lu Yuankang's flagship. This component's derived domain encompassed a radius of 100,000 meters, enveloping both the flame parasol tree and the celestial demon phoenix within it, greatly limiting the movement range of the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix. It also reduced the chance of being discovered by other high-rank spirit beasts in the secret realm. Beyond this, the domain, worthy of being a red quality component, also had a certain degree of combat power reduction against designated enemy units and provided a 30% boost to the speed of the 5 friendly cruisers. That wasn't the full extent of the Lu siblings' capabilities. Following the activation of this domain power, two enslaved creatures burst forth from the flagships of Lu Yuankong and Blue Chuan respectively. One was a half-step rank 5 fire-addicted bird, and the other was a 5th rank level 2-headed owl. When the Li siblings from the other side saw these two fully displayed enslaved creatures, they were somewhat numb. With the foundation of the Wind Spirit Li family, the creatures they had enslaved were merely just entering 4th rank. And that was only because the family's higher-ups had released some of the clan's foundation before entering the Immortal Realm continent fragment to ensure their safety. Inside the Kaikaian, Sonkai's eyes also narrowed slightly, thinking to himself, as expected. Even without his participation, the others did not appear to have much pressure dealing with the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix. As he contemplated, the two-headed owl and the fire-addicted bird had already spread their wings, soaring one after another towards the distant flame parasol tree. Though they were also exotic beasts, they were not native to this fragment of the Immortal Realm continent. Not only unable to benefit from the rules of the floating land fragment, but their very life essence and utilization of the power of laws were also substantially suppressed. Even with 2 against 1, it wasn't a sure thing that they could capture the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix. Of course, that referred to the exotic beasts acting on their own. But with the assistance from the 5 cruisers, the outcome was completely different. Merely tens of minutes later, the battle was nearing its end. A 5th rank, a 4th rank plus 5 cruisers providing remote control and firepower support. There was no suspense in the battle. The fate of the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix had been sealed from the very beginning. When the body of the celestial demon phoenix was collected by Lu Yuankong into his flagship, one could clearly perceive the fleeting excitement and joy deep in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Sonkai was fairly certain the earlier statement by Lu Yuankong was likely true. The phoenix marrow of the celestial demon phoenix indeed had the effect of enhancing someone's genetic bloodline talent. Having confirmed this, what the other 4 did not know was that Sonkai was equally elated in his heart. Soon, Sonkai took the initiative to take his leave. In the eyes of the 2 from the Lu family, this seemed as if he was too impatient to hunt for the celestial demon phoenix himself. Lu Yuankong and the other didn't stop him. A few months were not enough, and with the threat of 5th rank 6 creatures in the vicinity, finding another celestial demon phoenix was nothing but a fool's dream. Not long after the Kenkaian left, the group of 4 also quickly headed towards other areas of the secret realm. Though their main target this time was the celestial demon phoenix, it didn't mean that there were no other valuable exotic beasts in the spirit beast secret realm. Now that the half-step rank 5 celestial demon phoenix had been secured, they were fully able to hunt for other rare exotic beasts. As for the other celestial demon phoenixes in the secret realm, they were to be left for the later generations of their lineage. The Golden Horn Lu clan was vast, large enough that even beneath the rank 6 old ancestors, there were still several factions. The relationship among these factions, though not as tense as the Eagle family, was not so harmonious that they would share every piece of information. If that were the case, then not just the 2 of them would have come this time. Chapter 612, Zuk Divine Bird. The 1,300-meter-long warship skimmed the low skies of the primordial secret realm, making full use of the effects of the void membrane. Only then did Sonkai dare to engage in sublight speed cruising, otherwise, the numerous 5th and rank 6 exotic beasts below might have been startled at any moment. He hadn't activated the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon. The Lu family might still capture traces of the level 40 purple void membrane component with some effort, but using the Transformation Pearl would definitely shatter their illusion of control. Although it seemed inconsequential for the time being, the potential reactions to changes within the spirit beast secret realm in the future could lead to suspicion towards him, which was the last thing Sonkai wanted. For the time being, his goal was to keep the Kenkaian within their monitoring range at all times, ensuring that he wouldn't be suspected when issues arose in the spirit beast secret realm later on. Over the next 3 months, Sonkai steered the Kenkaian aimlessly through the spirit beast secret realm, masquerading as if he were searching for the celestial demon phoenix's whereabouts. At the same time, he was also reducing the workload for his subsequent search efforts. One day, the swiftly cruising Kenkaian came to a halt, not because they had found the celestial demon phoenix, but because of another special bird-like exotic beast. Gazing into the distance, at a divine bird with a body covered in silver feathers and talons hundreds of meters in length that shone with a cold light, Sonkai locked eyes with the divine bird's gaze projecting from the mountain ranges. The next second, he was completely stupefied. If an outsider were present, they would notice that his eyes were devoid of spirit, and his mind seemed to be possessed by an external force. In his spiritual world, after a dizzying whirlwind, Sonkai found himself transported by that indescribable gaze to a brand new world. He didn't know what those eyes, with twin pupils as vast as the heavens, truly were. He only knew that he was powerless before it and his mind had been easily captured. Looking around, he found himself in a desolate and dim world. Even though he knew it was an illusion realm, he still couldn't shake the sense that it felt incredibly real, as if the space wasn't an illusion space at all. Before he could think further, a burning sensation erupted from between his eyebrows. The orange seed of torch within his ancestral aperture was pulsating rapidly. At the same time, a ghostly image of the soul-subduing steel appeared overhead, and with a slight tremor from the image, the dim and desolate land beneath his feet began to shake. The ground was fracturing, and the sky collapsing. Then, a familiar purification aura swept over his body, acting like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the dim ground beneath his feet to utterly shatter. By the time Song Kai regained his senses, he found himself back in the battleship main control room, and the silver divine bird in the distant mountain range had withdrawn its gaze. Huff, huff, huff. Amidst heavy gasps, a deep sense of relief flashed through Song Kai's eyes. That had been an illusion from the Mirage Transformation Pearl, already weakened. Without it, even the Tei soul-suppressing steel and the abnormal status purifier, along with his own orange torch seed, might not have allowed him to escape that oppressive illusion realm. With a mix of relief and gratitude, Song Kai quickly withdrew his gaze, and the Kaikaiang swiftly turned around. Only after putting a sufficient distance between them and the mountain range did he begin to recall everything about that silver-winged divine bird. He was trying to recall every aspect of the silver-winged divine bird to see if he could determine its rank. Eyes with double pupils, terrifying hallucinatory abilities. As he went through the beast's characteristics, the semi-automatic shipboard eye couldn't find a matching entry in the warship's database, but a name surfaced in Song Kai's own mind. Zhuge Divine Bird. The Zhuge Divine Bird, also known as the bird with double pupils, is a divine bird from ancient Huaxia mythology. It is born with double pupils, inherently possessing incredible powers and godlike divine skills that can turn the world upside down. Although he had never seen such beings in person, having only heard fleeting references to them in online networks and in the annals of ancient mythology, Song Kai had an intuition that the silver-winged divine bird he encountered was the legendary Zhuge Divine Bird of previous lifetimes. The thought sparked both fear and a desire to try. Such a divine beast from legend could at least rival true dragons and phoenixes. If he could enslave it, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. Of course, the reason for his keen interest was not just that it was a legendary divine beast from ancient times. Double pupils. The Zhuge Divine Bird was born with double pupils, its divine skills primarily residing within those pupils. What are double pupils? In the literary world of his previous life, they were considered formidable. Even now, he vividly remembered a saying, "Double pupils are the path to invincibility, no need to borrow the bones of others." As excitement welled up inside him, Song Kai quickly sobered up and suppressed the enthusiasm in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, the Zhuge Divine Bird from before was at the 5th rank level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have pulled him into an illusion with the Mirage Transformation Pearl and a Tei soul-suppressing steel, both enhanced to the 5th rank. Such a high-ranked existence was definitely not something he could contend with at the moment. Chapter 613, Zhuge Divine Bird, 2. Although he felt unwilling, Song Kai could only force himself not to dwell on it anymore. The engines of the Kankai roared as it sped off in the opposite direction. But before leaving, he still couldn't resist the impulse in his heart. He placed a brainwave imprint on one of the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, then sent it out of the warship. His idea was simple. He intended to let the Void Assassin clan soldier figurine hide in the void gap and monitor from a distance. If there really was a chance for enslavement, he could always make it back in time. However, this remained merely wishful thinking. Time quickly passed by another month. During this month, he had repeatedly replaced the brainwave imprint and continuously observed the rank 5 Zhuge Divine Bird, but he never had any success. Meanwhile, the search for the celestial demon phoenix on his side also yielded no results. Counting the time, it had already been the 5th month since he entered the immortal realm continent fragment. Considering the time needed for the return journey, it was time for him to leave. Also, Lu Yuankong had recently sent a communication as well. "Forget it, I'll wait a few more days. After I come out of the secret realm, I'll directly use the Mirage Shadow feature. At full speed, I should be able to make it back to the fragment entrance." Unwilling to settle, Song Kai turned down Lu Yuankong and the others' invitation to travel together, which left them somewhat surprised. Although they each had their own thoughts, none of them said much. Entering the Spirit Beast secret realm required special components to open a passage, but exiting did not require such measures. Song Kai could leave on his own later, so they did not think too much about it and assumed Song Kai was simply not content. One by one, the 4 people departed, and Song Kai set a deadline for himself. He would stay in the Spirit Beast secret realm for 7 more days. Fortune favored the determined, and on the 5th day, Song Kai finally came across an exciting discovery. 3 Zuke birds, 1 large and 2 small. The rank 5 Zuke bird has actually bred offspring, and judging by the aura they emit, it seems both are only at the rank 3 level. In another perspective deep within his mind, the shapes of 1 large and 2 small silver-winged divine birds, the 3 Zuke divine birds, had appeared among the mountains where he had been before. This discovery made it hard for Song Kai to contain his excitement. It meant that his efforts over this period were not in vain, and there was indeed a possibility that he could ensnare the Zuke divine bird. He had no way to deal with the rank 5 Zuke bird in the short term, but the rank 3 Zuke birds were a different story. With the current setup aboard the Kaikaian, he could almost ignore their illusion abilities, and without the ability to create illusions, the rest was not a concern. However, he also knew that this was just a glimmer of hope for enslavement, and he couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if he alerted the rank 5 Zuke divine bird, it would be much harder to find another chance. There's not enough time right now. Once I return to Chengxing Yang continent or Dragon Spine continent afterward, I must plan properly. With a thought, Song Kai hastily recalled the Void Assassin clan soldier figurine. Soon, the warship turned and headed for the exit of the secret realm. Since he had detected the possibility of enslaving the Zuke bird, he naturally wouldn't stay longer. Even if he missed the opening of the continent fragment shield in the immortal realm, he could still use the spatial anchor point he had left on Dragon Spine continent to return directly, but that would be difficult to explain. Before leaving the secret realm, Song Kai gave it some thought and decided to leave a second spatial anchor point within the Spirit Beast secret realm, as it was comparatively safer than outside, where the traces of law were abundant. After exiting the secret realm, he immediately activated the Mirage Shadow feature. The engines of the Kenkaiang soon roared into life, and he sped back the way he came. The concealment brought by the Mirage Shadow feature, coupled with the protection of the Silver Energy Shield and the Red Warship Armor, allowed Song Kai to safely perform low-altitude light-speed cruise. As long as it was within the duration of Mirage Shadow, it was very difficult for anything else to detect the existence of the Kenkaiang. However, the problem was that the Mirage Shadow had a limited duration. When reaching a certain transition point in the middle of his journey, the Mirage Shadow just happened to enter its cool-down phase. By coincidence, an uninvited guest also appeared at that time. "You filthy rat, I've finally caught you." The first thing that came through the newly connected warship communication was the mocking voice from the other side. Song Kai immediately lost any desire to speak, and with an icy response, he cut off the communication. "If you're asking for death, you have only yourself to blame." The cruiser on the other side was Anderson Stark's flagship. Song Kai was quite suspicious about this incredibly coincidental encounter with the other party on his way back. He had intended to inquire, but the other party's tone really left him no interest in speaking. As the words fell, a battle between the two cruisers was imminent. Two warships, both exceeding 1,200 meters, began to gather radiance at the bow simultaneously, as their 4 main cannons charged up at the same time. Seconds later, 4 distinctly different beams from the main cannons erupted almost simultaneously, with neither of the two warships choosing to evade. Boom boom boom. In the midst of the explosive noises, the onboard artificial intelligence's warning sounded. "Warning, the warship has sustained damage, the current energy shield is compromised by 24%, please conduct timely repairs, detection of warship being attacked, neutron star core pulse feature stimulated, commencing repair of energy shield." 24%, it should be the same as the Kenkaiang, 1 red main cannon plus 1 orange main cannon. As Song Kai speculated, Anderson on the opposite side did the same, but unlike Song Kai's calm gaze, his pupils suddenly constricted. His flagship was equipped with a red energy shield, which had also been enhanced to level 50, but it was far inferior to the silver energy shield. Under the assault of the mixed hollow extreme yang sword intent divine light and soul extinguishing pupil light, his energy shield was directly reduced by 60% of its shield value. Such a result forced him to immediately activate a purple repair component on the warship, and only after the glow of the energy shield was replenished did he breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could reflect any further, the Kenkaiang had already swept forward again. Under the effect of the Void Escape Orb component, the Kenkaiang directly swept in front of Anderson's flagship, while several alloy chains shot out, binding Anderson's flagship tightly at an extremely fast speed. After that, just as Song Kai prepared for a quick resolution by activating the neutron star fission feature, he quickly realized that the opposing cruiser seemed completely unaffected by the divine binding chain's restraint. It was unclear what ability had been used to allow the flagship to effortlessly break free of control and then activate a similar escaping space component to re-establish distance with the Kenkaiang. Boom boom boom. Countless main and secondary cannons fired simultaneously, the barrage relentless upon the immortal realm 5 elements celestial energy shield. In the Kenkaiang's main control room, Song Kai pondered for a moment and quickly arrived at an answer. Is this specifically aimed at the Purusa Zen Seal component's effects? Previously, by using the Zen Seal, external time stop feature, he had easily suppressed unlock, and some vague effects of this feature were told to Anderson, so he had acquired specific immunity components. Although this was just his speculation, the actual situation was probably not far off. Sonkai was unconcerned about this. If the Zen Seal, external time stop feature were so easy to counter, he wouldn't have used it so casually before. Not to mention the terrifying quality of the component's golden sanctuary itself, just the capabilities of the time-related components were enough to cause headaches. To be immune to time-related effects, the component itself must either be of the same quality as the Purusa Zen Seal and be enhanced by 1 rank higher, or it needs to be enhanced by 2 or even 3 ranks higher. And obviously, neither of these conditions was easily met. Especially after the Purusa Zen Seal component had been enhanced to level 50. Having thought this through, Sonkai had no intention of dawdling, he had no time to waste here. The Purusa Zen Seal component activated. The Neutron Star Core Armor component also activated. The next second, Anderson's flagship suddenly fell into a bizarre stillness, and in its frozen, horrified gaze, one could see the confusion towards the specially equipped immunity component. Chapter 614, The Red Heart of Behemoth. A near or a transition device. Before time came to an absolute standstill, Anderson's heart was filled with doubts and fears. Having received a warning from Unlock in advance, he had specially brought a red quality anti-control component from his family and even enhanced it to level 50. With this in place, even if the control component installed on Sonkai's flagship was of silver legendary quality, it was impossible to completely control the Golden Shark, considering that a cruiser's maximum enhancement rank was only 5th rank. When both components were rank 5 in terms of enhancement, the effects of the silver component might be much stronger than those of the red one, but not to the extent that the red component would become completely ineffective. Yet, his current feeling was one of utter powerlessness, as if the red anti-control component installed on the warship had withered away, managing only to buy him a momentary flicker of thought. In the last moment, only 4 words remained in his mind. Golden Sanctuary. The moment the thought of these 4 words flashed through the depths of his heart, he became completely stupefied, even his stream of consciousness froze. Looking ahead at the Golden Shark, the form of the Kaikayan transformed rapidly in front of him, instantly changing from a 1,300-meter-long warship into a miniature neutron star. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The temperature exceeding 10 million degrees radiated outward from the neutron star, making the surrounding air seem to boil. The energy shield that had been full just a second ago on the Golden Shark was overloaded within a second, followed by the sizzling sound of the warship's armor melting. In just a few seconds, a direct cruiser of the pseudo-immortal forces had turned into a pile of half-melted slag. If there had been outsiders present, they would find it hard to believe that the half-melted remains of the warship above the sky were Anderson's flagship. Inside the main control room of the Kaikayan, Sonkai frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated the destructive power of a miniature neutron star against a cruiser of the same rank. Although he had always planned for a quick battle, he had not actually intended to kill his opponent outright. However, the current state of the Golden Shark had clearly indicated that it had sunk. Looking at the warship ahead, which had dimmed as if it had lost some sort of vitality, Sonkai did not approach rashly but instead drew closer, controlling a few Void Assassin clan soldier figurines. Has it really sunk just like that? Through the perspective of one of the Void Assassin clan soldier figurines, Sonkai confirmed the fact that the cruiser had sunk, which left him quite puzzled for a moment, not quite able to react. If he remembered correctly, Anderson was ranked 3rd in the current generation of the Stark family. As a family that had once had a star-annihilating starship and was categorized as part of the pseudo-immortal clans, Sonkai thought the battle would not be evenly matched, but would at least last for dozens of minutes or even several hours. He hadn't expected that just the neutron star fission feature alone would end the battle so abruptly, which was completely contrary to his expectations. If the elders of the Song family were present and knew the full configuration of the Kaikayan, they would not be too surprised by this outcome. In fact, Sonkai had severely underestimated the combat power of his own flagship. With 1 golden, 2 silver, and several red components, such configuration would overshadow even the primary descendants of the less substantial immortal families in the upper-tier kingdoms, let alone a 3rd direct descendant from a pseudo-immortal family. Not to mention, within the Stark family itself, Golden Sanctuary components were definitely considered a foundational asset, especially those of the temporal type. The warship that had just succumbed to Anderson only had a few red components installed, without even a single silver one. Its utter defeat before the Kaikayan was only too natural. Sonkai's eyes flickered as he gained some new insight into his own and the Kaikayan's combat power. However, he soon shook his head and refocused his attention on the half-melted remains of the warship ahead. He still held great expectations for the flagship of the 3rd direct descendant of the pseudo-immortal family. Unfortunately, it had already sunk, and it was not likely that many components survived on the warship. The doors of the Kaikayan opened once again, and 2 more Void Assassin Clan soldier figurines, controlled by brainwave beacons, were dispatched by him to conduct a comprehensive search of the cruiser, which had already melted by half. A few minutes later, Sonkai let out a light breath. One of the 3 searching groups had already successfully retrieved a red quality component, which was a good start. A 1,200-meter-long warship's search would naturally not be swift. By the time the 3 groups of soldier figurines had finished scouring the entire warship, more than half an hour had passed. In the end, Sonkai thought it over and activated the proportional scaling instrument component. After towing what was left of the Golden Shark into his own starship, he visited the ruins market one more time, and finally cast the remnants of the Golden Shark into the depths of the chaotic void streams outside the ruins market. After completing all this, Sonkai felt reassured and continued his journey at full speed. Leaving the remains of the Golden Shark here wouldn't really be an issue. Even if it exposed something, it would likely not be until nearly 200 years later. By the time, the Kaikayan would have probably advanced to 4th rank, or even 5th rank. What was there to fear then? But Sonkai's cautious nature led him to choose the safest course of action. Chapter 615, The Red Heart of Behemoth and Ear Aura Transition Device 2 Kenkian Main Control Room. Sonkai was operating the warship rushing through space, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he inspected the various components before him. This time, his luck was pretty good. Although the Golden Shark had sunk and not many components were left behind, the quality of those that were salvaged was surprisingly high. The 3 groups of Void Assassin Clan soldier figurines had found a total of 7 components, of which 2 were red, 1 was orange,